See! Ladies and gents, thank you very much for your patience. We're finally here. We're finally back, and we're finally on the new COD. Back on the channel, Pabs. £1,000. It's actually 1,180. Shout out to the girls who run everything at the Sakura side of things, because we've got a hell of an all-women's tournament here to kick us off, Pabs. In COD Black Ops 6, because it's gonna be all girls. It's gonna be all gunny, and there's a lot of money to play for as well with these guys.
Like we've been over this before. These girls are just they honestly, the Discord's as crazy as any Discord I've ever been in. They're as passionate and as wild as any male Discord that I've been in. Like, everyone's just willing to scrim all the time, wanting to play, wanting to be better, and they're it may be more vicious than any Discord that I've ever been in, and hats off to them for it. But yeah, man, it's nice to be back on. Honestly, I've only played pubs, so I'm not messing when I say I'm on a learning curve right now, just trying to get everything, call outs, rotations. So cheers to Sakura and the ladies for having us and allowing us to cast over this tournament, and it's going to be a belter. And the prize pool for a kick-off tournament for a league like this is incredible stuff. Some of the work they're doing are great.
Yeah, and obviously, while we've kind of got a lot of the information that's kind of slowly coming through to us, I had to double check with a few people today what everyone is currently scrimming on, because at the moment, the way the maps are, it's kind of all up in the air. In this tournament, for anyone who is interested, there isn't going to be a map 3 control. It's going to be triple hard points in the best of 5. So we've got hard point map 1, S&D, map 2 as normal, and then that map 3 is going to be another hard point, and then hard point map 4, and then a search and destroy in map 5. I forgot to update the map graphics, so I'll do that in the background, mate. But we've got 5 maps that we're working with. We've got Protocol, Skyline, Rewind, Red Card, and Vault. I assume that when DLC maps start to come through, they will probably be swiftly replaced with some of these other ones, like is it Hacienda? I think the one they're bringing back in from
Hacienda's the old one that they've decided to remake, isn't it? So hopefully that would get. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Red Card or Rewind, so hopefully they would get potentially shuffled out. I don't think they're the most competitive maps, but we'll see. But Hacienda, I think that'll be again. This all depends on how an old map fares with modern movement and the kind of TTK and stuff. So, you know, you people like, oh, it's a 3-router, it's a great map, and then all of a sudden the movement just makes the map unplayable. I think this is the kind of game where Black Ops 4 maps would be absolutely mint. You know, Black Ops 3 and Black Ops 4 maps, you know, those there's less clutter in the maps and they're slightly larger. I think that would be great if they brought some of them back.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see a case where Black Ops 4 maps, because of the pacing of the game, it was obviously a lot quicker than kind of like the old traditional maps. They probably suit this kind of speed in the game very, very well.
It is fast.
Yeah. Well, speaking of
it's so quick.
Ignore the overloads, and I'll have to sort them out. But yeah, Noctum Strix, Pabs. I mean, we'll have a bit of a chat. It's still got issues in the Codcaster, shock horror, with playing number 64 is the lucky number for belters. But we know a lot about the Noctum Strix girls, very, very well accomplished female COD side, but we also know Crispy and Pre on the side of Crispy's Valkyrie, so they're not exactly going to be a pushover team. So it's going to be a case of seeing what the girls have got in the early stages of the game.
Mate, have you got to pick a player to have like an odd number to stand out? Belters is going to be the one. I guess anyone watching who doesn't know what this team is about, just keep your eyes peeled for Belters and Viper. Essentially, they're potentially going to, you know, look to dominate the map, put up huge numbers. So right now, though, like Crispy's Valkyries, just with a very slight advantage. Again, Rewind's a bit of a bit of an odd map. I mean, it's the way that everything's great for ARs around the outside, but everything's so compact on the inside. It's a really strange one for me. Even in pubs, I'm not that keen on this.
Yeah, I think it's one of those maps where it feels as though you need to get your ARs posted holding the outside lane, then you've just got to have kind of those cracked subs in and around the hill, just getting kill after kill after kill. So we'll see how the girls get going on this one, but it's actually going to be Crispy's Valkyries with a little bit of a lead going into P2. But again, this is where those ARs can slowly come into fruition. The aimers as one gun, and I think it's the GDR or the GPR, sorry, that runs the second one. So there's a bit of an AR split between the two weapons. SMG though pretty much seems as though the more favoured guns. You've got the PP here, which Pre is opting to use, but then you've also got the AK-74 reincarnated in the Kastov. So we've got a bit of a balance of weaponry going on, but at the moment a bit of a balanced game as well.
Yeah, I mean, is it fair to say that this is an SMG's world right now where they got so many choices in terms of quality? Like, I go into pubs and I can pick between 3 SMGs and still dominate. So right now it's been tasty for them, but we see Belters, we said to look out for her, and she goes and gets herself a few more kills. She's 6 and 4 right now and just looking to try and dominate. She did get a little bit of an ankle outside the map then, but yeah, I mean, for me, this just feels like a very SMG kind of heavy game at the minute, and it does need a little bit of balancing maybe just to make
Yeah.
things a bit fairer. But again, you just look at mid range, mate. These SMGs can just melt.
Yeah, well, at the moment, it's going to be Noctum Strix who really are on the favoured side in terms of just getting those kills. I think there was a combined, I want to say 13 streak before Tasha fell, but now pushing towards the front of the hill is going to be Pre's able to get a pick. LB's going to grab one as well, but it will still be a clean wipe pretty much coming through from the Strix ladies, and it will be another opportunity to get a large chunk of time. You've got Kelly, and we've actually cast her for a fair number of years actually now in Dutch Kelly, so she's back in the action on a very talented roster, and it looks as though that 30-second lead is going to look very, very good to them going into the next rotation, and a big kill that comes straight through from Belters there is going to be exactly what they needed to do just to open up the next hill and already start stacking up some time.
The thing is, if you've got P3 control and you still manage to maintain kind of back candy, then you've got that walk straight to P4. So a little bit of a money hill there allows Noctum to just absolutely tot up time in a way. I'm sure they'd be happy with 89 plays 41, double the lead of Crispies right now. But again, probably want to look at changing that a little bit, of spreading a bit more. I don't know whether they should push P3 into Berger or not, but right now it does feel like it's a little heavy if you've got that back control. But it is going to be Pre just looking to try and break in and get a little bit more control, and the Crispies are going to be able to add some time to that little bit of 50 seconds that they've got right now. There's been a few big hitters, 7 and 6 right now for Crispy, but 2 and 10 struggle bus material major for Mervely. Sorry, I can't pronounce anything anymore. I think I've lost the will to live. The Coronas are hitting strong right now.
Yeah, so Mervely just looking to try and whiz around in towards middle map, not able to get anything going. So again, it's going to be another situation where Strix, they are just able to get the opening gunfight engagement wins, and it's going to be down to potentially Pre to try and work her way inside. Amy's and SMG in hand. Flies out onto Belters. Nice work there from Pre to maybe open up a lane to push in. Her teammates are going to be around her to help her out, but now can Pre go big? There's a second for Pre, hunting on to the third, and Pre is going to completely sweep up inside the hill. Really nice work there from her. 4 in a row, and her team going to punch straight back into the hill, and now they can get their own setup going.
Yeah, this is good for Priest. He's got a nice angle here. It's going to be very hard to push in. It's going to take 2. Who's there? Indeed, Belters. We pointed out at the top of the game just how prolific she can be. 16 and 8, and she absolutely dominates that area. We're on with Tasha now. He's just looking to get a few shots over to mid. It is going to be as she manages to back up that handgun out. Can she get its shots a little bit wild? Crispy's going to be there to just clean things up. But right now, this has just been a lesson in domination from Noctum Strix. 130 to 79. And major anything Crispy try and attempt to claw time back. It's just being absolutely battered back, responded to in kind by Noctum.
Yeah, well, 50-point lead's looking good. Crispy going to look to try and cook something up. Not going to get a kill for it though, and I think it was actually Tash, because the kill cam, or not the kill cam, the kill feed, sorry, Pabs, is still bugged. So although it will say it's one particular player, it's not. And I think it was Tash was the one that actually got the sets of kills over towards the other hill. So,
helpful.
Yeah, I know. Shout out to Tash there for mopping up there. But nice work coming through from LB. And Mervely's going to actually get another pick as well. So you just feel if she can maybe get going a little bit here alongside Crispy's, this Crispy Valkyries roster will be pretty much going toe-to-toe. You can see there's a bit of a flood coming in through the front side of the hill. And again, it's going to be Tasha that's able to get the pick. 20 and 11 out from her at the moment. And she's just slowly working her way down towards the outside of the map. And it looks as though Chris is going to have that first engagement, but that's a really big win there coming through from her. She's going to need a little bit of help from her teammates, and Pre's going to do exactly that, answers the call, and will at least get 1 pick, and Mervely with a big 2 as well.
Yeah, really important for Crispies as well that they've not allowed Noctum to extend that 1-4-3 any further. They only needed 1 really good hold of a single kill, but they've managed to do this across both P1 and P2. So now we're back to a 30-second game. It's going to be Pre and Crispy on the hill, but Deltas is going to just take LB out of that equation right now, and you just see those Noctum arrows just descend onto the hill and just absolutely decimate. So control restored again for Noctum. They're going to add a little bit of time onto their already formidable amount. Belter's just causing problems again. But Major, we pointed there out at the top, but Tasha is having an absolute storming game. 22 and 14. She's dominating proceedings right now and being, largely the bugbear in the back of Crispy's Valkyries. So maybe that's a play they want to look to try and control, or at least try and get one of their players to go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, and Tasha's going to go up into the high ground where she was last time. Looks to be one of her favourite spots. The trophy's down though, so nothing's going to come of it. It's going to spot LB, isn't going to get the kill, and he's just going to be forced to back up. But you can see there's a bit of a pinch coming through. Chantel's going to manage to work her way in towards that dumpster area. Now look to go into the side of Calf, and that's exactly what she does on the time she will go. And now you're looking to potentially a bit of a pinch here from Crispy. Really nice work, though, to at least take off the first one. Crispy with the second. And that's a really good job there to open it up. You still got Chantel alive on the hill, though. They can't seem to get her off the point. And although their efforts are coming through really strong, unfortunately, it just doesn't seem to be enough. They finally, with the streak of Pre, are able to just about pull Chantel off of the time. But it looks as though the damage again is done as they trail by 50.
Yeah, this has just been not a great hill for them, but they need to get control of that backhandy Godstruck area, because this P4 is going to be really important for them. Belter's already looking to make their way round, but number 6 there, Impri, is going to be right behind Reddy. He doesn't even need to do it. It's going to be Belters who gets taken down. So a nice opportunity now for Crispies to get some solid time on this P4. It's going to be difficult. They need to get themselves set up pretty quickly as those arrows start to converge. Well, Major, keep your eye on LB, who's going to get that information potentially if she can just see down, but again, she's just not looking the right way. If she can get some information across, and we can see already it's going to be the Noctum girls looking to break in, and it's a straight 2-piece, puts them back into the driver's seat.
Yeah, no, we just had a sub as well from Swifty. Thank you very much, buddy. Welcome. But yeah, at the moment, Noctum Strix still leading by 30, and now this lead is being pushed out ever so slightly more and more. Pre going to look to try and just scramble towards the hill, but unfortunately he's just going to get shot in the back. I think once again from Tasha, who is just seemingly ever present. I think Viper going to be lone soldier inside the hill. They do finally manage to take her out of it, but again, you're looking now towards the rotation, and Crispy Valkyries do not have it. So the setup now is going to have to be pretty clean, at least for now, from Strix. The first engagement goes in favour of LB, though. So now, can they manage to converge? They're going to look to try and flood in. Tasha, though, holding the front of the fort, is able to get a pick. Looking to spin round and gets another as well. And she just carves through all the players alongside her teammate. I think it was Kelly who managed to mop up some other players as well. And that is just the damage that they needed to do. 20 seconds left is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think that's exactly, that push then where they're able to clean that out. That's been the story of this game so far. It's just Crispy's inability to hold on to time and just, being able to just fight back from those initial pushes. And again, it's all about your angles, all about picking the right fights. And that's something Belters and Tash have done absolutely immaculately all game. Belters 26 and 20 with 1:19 on the clock. I mean, across the board, everyone approaching 1 minute or more from Noctum Strix. So just absolutely dominating time, dominating the hills, and being able to get big kicks. 2-4-7, 3 seconds off that first game win.
Well, Breeze just randomly dropped a triple on their bonds. But now with 3 seconds remaining, it's going to be so difficult. But again, there's another pick that comes through for Crispy Valkyries. All hands on deck here for the Valkyries. Pre trying to do her utmost. I think it might have been Crispy actually, or LB, that managed to get the streak, but they're trying to flood on. It's going to now get Mixie on the hill. Kelly flies in, and Kelly gets 3. It says Tash in the kill feed, but do not mistake it. Dutch Kelly is the one that's come through and put the sword straight across the throat of Crispy Valkyries, and they do manage to take map number 1.
Yeah, and in style as well. 250 to 187. Don't let the scoreline fool you. They were in control from the beginning. There was a slight, lead for the girls of Crispy's Valkyries at the start, but after that, and once Belters and Tasha took control of the map, it was uphill from there on. And really, Crispy just chasing their tails a little bit, not able to hold on to hills when they managed to get to the rotation, and then not able to hold on to those initial breaks either. So just a story of gunpowder, slaying ability, really, for the team of Noctum Strix, and you can see it there. Belters 28 and 22 with 20 non-traded. Tasha 30 and 21 across the board. Everyone contributing strong. Hey, LB can probably hold the health up high, 23 and 25, but again, a lot of the players on Crispy's just looking negative, and I think that's the tale of the tape as such. After a weekend of boxing, let's go with boxing metaphors.
Yeah, and my South African handsome compadre, Captain Trout, with the raid of 19. How are we, buddy? Welcome. My God, what a beautiful man. With the Raider 19. Welcome, welcome, guys. If you are joining us, we've got a all-female Sakura Cup here over in EU. And yeah, map 1 underway and done. Noctum Strix will manage to take it 251.87. Probably, if you're looking at it, Pabs, it looks as though the Crispy Valkyries roster is one where the girls have just kind of put together a roster, whereas you would expect Noctum Strix are going to be that team, or one of the teams here, that are going to try and obviously stick with the roster that they've got. And, oh my God, Connor, you dropped a sub as well. Thank you very much, buddy. Such a handsome man. If you guys don't watch his channel, go and drop him a follow. He casts a hell of a lot, and the South Africans do COD right. Trust us.
Yeah.
Production, everything,
100%.
casting, banging. Go and drop him a follow.
Give us a CDL South Africa soon.
Yeah, we do. What? Well, I was going to say, we're struggling to get it over here anyway, so it's going to be difficult. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen the ACGL stuff over in South Africa, it is done perfectly. And the lands as well, might I add, are absolutely incredible. So yeah, drop Connor a follow and go and watch his stuff. Thank you very much, buddy. I hope you're well, mate. I hope you're well.
Yeah, I've got to say, Belters and Viper have been a duo for a little while now, so I guess they know each other's playstyle really well, and that's going to help them a long way. And obviously, Dutch Kelly's been in the scene for a while, so joining the Noctum roster isn't going to, you know, be a problem for it. And then you just look at the performance from Tasha in that map 1, and it's just seamless. These guys work so hard. I think one thing that maybe the guys coming into this for the first time and seeing them play don't realize is that the effort and the passion for the game is the same, if not more, mate, than anywhere else. So yeah, you're going to see some high quality, high tempo Call of Duty, and Belters and Viper are really at the pinnacle of that group of girls that have come through.
Well, I'm just quickly trying to sort out the map graphic, which I think I have now managed to do.
What is the next map?
It is a vault, mate. 1 second. I will literally have it on your screen for you right now. There you go. Yeah, so just confirmation of it, guys. 251.87 to the Strix. And Snappy, thank you very much for the follow, buddy. And we got a hype train. What the fuck? Thank you very much, Connor. And shout out to Swifty and George as well for the subby wubbies. Oh my goodness, so many handsome people in the chat. And yeah, makes sense. We love South Africa. But yeah, map 1 is done and dusted. And we now got on to Search and Destroy. So remember, guys, map 3, we don't have control. And ignore that rewind. It's red card. I clicked the wrong button. Hang on. Give me 2 seconds. Pop. There you go. So now we have the map in map number 3. But overall, Pabs, thoughts on Hardpoint on the game so far? Obviously, we know the map situation. Is it a case of we're just going to have to try and make do with what we've got?
It's early doors, mate. I think, again, it's really early in the season. I think we're going to see there's a roadmap. Activision have got a roadmap. Hopefully, they're just going to release much more playable, competitive maps earlier into that roadmap. Their big season for them is always season 3. So I guess it's like, is that too late in the season? We'll be hitting March about that point. So hopefully we'll get some. For me, in pubs, it's been so much fun. But I think this is the best pubs that we've had in a long time. But everything coming out of competitive right now, and we're going to see it in this S&D. It's just such an unbalanced kind of position that we're in at the minute. And this map sums it up perfectly. You know, are we going to see a push to B ever?
Yeah, I don't think we will, mate, to be honest. I think it's just going to be everyone drops in. It's now going to be 20 seconds for the girls of Crispy Valkyries to try and punch their way in. There's going to be one pick actually that comes through from LB, and now will be a 1 versus 1. So Mervely, can she make the impact? Yes, she can. Final kill on the bomb will get the defuse, and it will actually be a site retake for round 1 on the board for Crispy Valkyries, which, to be honest, Pat, isn't really a common theme from what we see on this map, to be honest. Normally it's bomb down, and it's a case of just having to try and make the best of what you got.
Yeah, I think this is what drives me mad about this map in competitive S&D is it just entirely comes down to these one-on-one gunfights. Like, who gets the best angle, who gets luckiest, who's got that like octane level centering that just means they're going to get 2 or 3 bullets straight into the center mass or the head, and they've got the kill. Not so much to do with strategy as much, and this is where we hopefully will see as the teams start to play. Kind of scrim this map more. We see more clever pushes towards B, but right now it's so unintelligent the way that this map's played. It just drives me insane.
Hopefully the girls can still put on a good show for us anyway. It looks as though Pree's in a bit of a difficult situation if she's forced to back out, and the first blood actually is going to go on the board, courtesy, I believe, of Tasha. The trade though will come through. So now a 3 versus 3. You can already see though that Noctum are looking to try and wrap all the way around the back, but now it's just a case of having to do the difficult job Antel is down in towards Volt. Can she get the pick onto Pre? The shots are in. Not going to be able to get the kill, so going to be forced just to back out. You can see that Pink Viper is just waiting on the other side. Is she going to spot Mervily on that balcony? She is now, unfortunately. Is she going to clatter her with bullets? And Crispy Valkyries take a second round.
Solid performance in both rounds, offense and defense. So, you know, it's looking really good. We see this all the time. We know that these games can get absolutely turned on the head. You see a team dominate hard points, and then we come into S&D, and it's a completely different picture. These players look like completely different players. They're winning the one-on-one gunfights. They're taking up really clever positions, and they're dominating the area. So, big job for Strix. But we know what this team is like. I mean, we've seen them play S&D many times before. We know that they've got that ability that some of the really good male teams have got, where they'll just watch how you play the game, and then you might get 2 or 3 rounds, but they'll come back strong. So expect, you know, a good fight back from the girls of Strix. But right now it is advantage Crispies.
Yep. And oh mate, Dave wants a major Thank you, Dave.
I keep doing the action as well. I'm nearly jumping up.
Because a Liverpool fan, you probably hate yourself for that. But
I can deal with Ronaldo. It's Sergio Ramos that sends me.
So it will now be a 2 versus 4. Actually, 2 players have already dropped on the side of Nocturne Strix. So at the moment, Crispy Valkyries, they've got this search nailed down. Oh, Kelly able to get a pick, but it will now still be a 1 versus 1. Vipers. Right, Belters up against Crispy, spots the back, and it will be a pick that comes through. So Noctum Strix with a round on the board finally. And it is a much-needed round, actually, Pabs, to be honest. If they started trailing 3-0, potentially pushing 4-0, you are starting to get a little bit concerned, because it has seemed very one-sided, but Shock Horror, Belters, able to clutch up when she needs them.
Absolutely. And it's one of them moments where you just want to kind of understand where your cover is, and I don't think the Crispy player really kind of realised that there was like some booty sticking out the back, and she gets shot in the behind, and it's a breadstick for Noctum Strix. So Crispy still with the advantage, and you know, you would say going into this round, they've still got a good opportunity to retain that 2-round lead, but Noctum, just that fight back, you start to concern, you know, if you are a Crispy fan, that the girls of Noctum Strix have just started to shoot a little bit straighter in this map.
Yeah, well, tell you what, Chantal's not hesitating. Round the back she goes, and with that Jackal in hand, she's looking very, very good with it. It must be said, it's going to be another brutal engagement inside the site, and it's going to be a pick again from Tasha. But now it's just a case of, can they manage to get that defuse in? Crispy's cooking up a nade. Tasha just forced to back out for the time being. So they're going to try and defend this from the outside of the site. It is in the open. And now the stun. Can it collide? Shots coming in. They can't seem to get that kill, though, as of yet. And with 20 seconds remaining, there's not really a huge amount of time to go with it.
Yeah, they think they're just trying to get a player around the back. If they spotted that, there's going to be some quick reactions. Oh, the shots are windy. They've got to get the shots in. 10 seconds remaining. The player's gone into the kill. This could be really clever play. She's done enough. It doesn't matter what Kelly does. Really nice play from Crispy's Valkyries. And we talked about, you know, this being a map where you might not have great, you know, it doesn't lead to intelligent play, but Crispy's maybe making me eat my words there with some really smart play.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Kelly was just able to get that final pick there, you could see when they just managed to slither away inside the site, it just delayed her long enough that she couldn't do anything really with it. So really, really good work there from her, but just not able to let the shots collide. And it will be Noctum Strix, unfortunately.
I think where they put the bomb down, right, where they stuck the bomb down, I'd seen someone part of this, like, taking advantage of the Omni movement camera situation where you can do, like, a move where you stay in the corner where you can't be seen and you can defuse from there. I'm hoping they fix that. That's why no one did it.
All right. Well, there's the first pick coming through from Pre. Pink Viper, though, going to look to try and go to the underside of Crispy. I think he was all the way up top, potentially. Oh, no, it is going to be Mervily that's up top, so it will now be Tasha all on her ones. We saw her have some big moments in map number 1. Can she do it again? Pistols out. Oh, Pre does spot her. Tasha going to be forced just to retreat in towards that back spawn building. She's so incredibly trapped back here. It's going to be a hell of an attempt here if she can get herself out of this situation. Looks as though they're just going to back up, though, our Crispy's Valkyries. Now, Tasha just going on the hunt for the bomb, but with it down towards street side. Oh, tell you what, I wish I shot like that. Hot damn. Oh my God, she's got a second as well. It's now a 1 versus 1 up against Pre, who's surely going to have a little bit of runny bum now because this is completely flipped on its head. Tasha now, is it going to be the same outcome? Spots Pre, round they go. Pre's going to dip out with just about enough time so that she can't get killed, but this bomb should now go down.
This is incredible play. Pre just backs up completely. She's going to sit over towards that top A site. Now she's going to make her way
Oh,
through, looking to push through mid. Oh, the shots are out though. Can Belters get the
oh.
kill? Oh, it's Pre going to do it. Oh, she's going to jockey around Black Van. Is this opportunity? Pre goes big. She's going to get the defuse in a really tense 1v1, and she's going to give her team Major a 3-round lead. Incredible play.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the shots from Tasha, just that little bit prior, was so, so good. And just unfortunate that she wasn't able to get the 3. But Pre is able to just do enough there and clutch up in the 1 versus 1. Obviously, one of our more experienced female COD gamers that we've got in the scene is Pre, and she's just showing it there with a little bit of ice in the veins on the back of a sticky situation, because it can be unfortunate, perhaps, for whoever's last of the 3 who don't drop, that you're put in such a pressured situation that you have to try and clutch up. But it's arguably not your fault, really, unless you do something horrendously wrong. So good work there from Pre, and yeah,
I think it was sensible to back up. Rather than try and push it, and especially while, you know, Belters is absolutely on fire, and it just shots were just so accurate. Just back up, make a reposition, make her have to plant. I think it was really sensible play.
Well, Vault's looking busy, and Pre's going to look busy. Ooh! And the shots are busy as well, as they rip Kelly's head straight off. And it will now be bombed down instantly, and a site retake needed now.
Yeah, Dutch Kelly is gone into the next round. Belter's shot's not quite there. She is going to get the second pick. She can't get the other one, so the trade is going to come in from LB. That's going to leave Kelly in a 1v3. Make that a 1v2, so 28 seconds on the clock. She's just going to give herself a little bit of time to get that max health back. She's going to look to try and troll all the way around. I don't know if she's going to know where the players are. And again, the shot's looking very, very crispy, but unfortunately, she's not able to get that final kill. So time not going to be on her side. She's not going to be able to do it. And again, Major, Crispy's playing this to perfection.
Yeah, nice work again from Crispy Valkyries, who go another round in front and make it 5-1. This is a very, very dominant search and destroy round and map from these girls here, and we'll see the final kill coming through from LB. It was very unfortunate again for Kelly. It was another one where she had a really good route, but just wasn't able to finalize that kill with the sub. The damage drop-off just being a little bit too heavy, and it will now be the case that Noctum Strix have got to get 5 rounds in a row against Crispy Valkyries here if they're going to take this second map.
Mate, that's going to be some top tier trolling if they do that. I mean, I don't know what to say for Crispies if they can't see this out. But honestly, their shots have been absolutely mint so far. It's 8-6 for Crispy right there. Dutch Kelly is going to be a player looking to try and take that control of lower vault then. Just get the shots in. Viper's going to make life a little bit easier for the Noctum girls as she gets that first kick. It's going to play a life as well. Tasha's just going to get this bomb down. And it is going to be a Site A retake required from the 3 players in this 3v3.
Well, LB and Mervely have it all to do. Ooh. Now make it Mervely. Oh, doors open. Oh, the timing there for Kelly was horrendous. Nade though. There's so many trophies in there. Somehow the trophies just decide to have a day off, and Mervely all of a sudden makes it a 1 versus 1. And now, Belters hasn't got eyes, I don't think, on the bomb. Mervely, oh, did she clock the shadow? Flying round, Mervely. Oh, the shots from Belters a little bit wayward. Ooh, just about gets that kill over the line, and they will manage to just breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. A little bit of squeaky bum time sinking in ever so slightly towards the end there. But Belters just about does enough to get it over the line in that one.
That's full Pulp Fiction moment as she just shoots air around the player. But yeah, it is going to be Belters just about getting Noctum Strix that extra round. It is going to be a 2-round deficit now, so still on the cards for the girls to bring one back. 3 rounds, it's saying. I'm losing track. It's so warm in here. I've been on the beers. But yeah, 3 rounds it is going to be.
The Codcaster also bugs because whichever team wins, it just tells you the other team wins as well. So sometimes you might be mid-sentence and like, hang on a minute, I swear the other team won. So we're still waiting. Don't worry though, mate, because they're patching zombies all the time, but they won't fix Codcaster. But anyway, that's another story for another day. But bomb in the hands of Pre is going straight down over towards his other side, and LB has gone all the way through towards the back building here. She's got so much information. There's a free pick on towards Tasha. You can see Belter's going all the way around the back. They've got to try and shift her out of this power position. Pink Viper's just going to shoulder. And now, Antel's got to make the play. Nice work. There's a freebie. So now, 3 versus 2, but now she needs this next pick underneath her. And it's going to be Pre, who spots her, just forced to back out. He's going to need a little bit of help here from Pink Viper, who's going to try and push right through mid. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Pre, though, is in such a difficult spot to spot her in, and there it is. 1 for Pre, can't get the second. 1 versus 1 now. 12 seconds on the clock. Belters has to try and go big here. I think she spots her. Ooh! But can't get the defuse, though. I think she dropped it. I don't think she managed to pick it up. I think she picked up another gun.
She's picked up another gun. That is so unfortunate. Oh my days. You'd be fuming. You would be fuming. Well, mate, this game sends me over the edge.
6-2. I mean, off the back of a strong hard point from Noctum Strix pads, Crispy Valkyries, they look like their search and destroy is very, very clean.
Yeah, I mean, some of the moments as well in terms of just raw gun skill. We saw Pre go absolutely huge, and at times LB just taking some really interesting positions as well. Just that Overwatch position over Pool as well just helped them out no end, and we can see just how bugged Codcaster is with a total of 3-4 kills on each side. But it's insane. It sent me over the edge. But yeah, just really nice at the end. It's just always a shame, I think, when you got someone, Belters gets this incredible kill towards the end and just not able to get the defuse despite being on time because of the way that the game can sometimes function. So just a shame, but it is a really important round and game for Crispy's Valkyries to tie the series up, and that means we're going to head into this second hard point with a really interesting kind of, I think, but again, it's going to be up. This is essentially now major chance 2 for Crispies to have a pop at this rewind and see how it works, if they can, maybe just turn the game on its head a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a case of typical COD fashion. Map 1 looks very good for one team in Respawn, and then Map 2 looks very good for Search and the other. So, I mean, they always say that Search and Destroy wins your tournaments, and it is a double elimination tournament. That gives me a shout, actually, because I need to edit the map command for the bracket. So let me just quickly add that up, because we do have, I believe, 9 teams in total, Pabs. Is that right from the list that we got sent over? I think it's 9 teams.
I can tell you. Give me a sec. I've actually got it open. Yeah, 9 teams. ASR, Lola, Emmy, and Abby Coops are one team. We've got IGL, Opals, who knows what's gone with my brain. X-Force Royals, Noctum Scripts, who we've just seen. No Scope, No Hope. Vortex Scarlets, Tameki and Co. Emeralds, which is Saskia and Co. We know Crispy's Valkyries, and Girls spawned in Kells, Bells and Co. So a good solid roster of 9 teams there for the for this really, really cool Sakura event.
Yeah. So map 1 is done. Map 2 is done. And as mentioned, guys, map 3 is not going to be a control. It will be a respawn on a red card hard point. So we've got red card hard point, skyline hard point, and then protocol search and destroy. And because of the number of teams that we do have, this is the only winners round 1 game that we have going on. The rest of the games are going to be winners round 2. So whoever wins this series goes up and plays Vortex Scarlets. And then, as mentioned, the other 3 games are going to be up in that winners brackets. But it is double elimination here for the ladies, so it's not going to be the end of the world whoever does drop out of this one, but it is going to be a long and grueling bracket run, Pabs. We know kind of how these tournaments can go on and on and on for some of these teams in the losers brackets, and you normally get a sweet spot, don't you, for where a lot of kind of loser bracket runs you can justify and say they're going to be like the warmer of the teams if there's any sort of kind of like breaks in between, but at the same time you can say you can get burnt out in some of them as well.
Especially if, I mean, I know it's only 9 teams, with the double 11 we're starting at 7. There's going to be a few early morning games, and that's going to come down to concentration and consistency. And it's those players that are just used to, the grueling scrim challenges, then playing the S&Ds till late. So sometimes, you've got players with great talent, but just haven't got the time that some of the other players have got, and they're just going to get blown out. So yeah, I mean, this is a classic any sport. It just comes down to those who put the most time in, generally speaking. So, I mean, we know some of the players we've seen before. We expect Noctum Strix to do quite well. Again, we expect Murky and Co to do quite well. We've seen a few Saskia we've cast over a few times in the past, and we know what capabilities. So it'd be just interesting to see how this plays out, really. Nice to see Abby if she can go a little deeper into the tournament. Obviously, I think she's only money-camming this as well, so it would normally be a more entertaining stream, but I think she's taking this one seriously. She wants to see how deep she can get. So she has been working hard and playing a lot of Call of Duty, so it'd be interesting to see. But yeah, I'm just excited. I think this is as much as we've got the issues called caster, we've got the issues with challenges. Like largely the ability for the community to just get this game started competitively on their own terms has been
Yeah,
better than any other year. Like straight out the blocks, we had the Falcons tournament. We've seen loads of work coming out of the ES Hub guys, the Katana team. Obviously, we've seen COD Agent. Everyone's got tournaments running. You've got something to do that is not necessarily challenges based, but is going to get you into that challenges level and mix. At least the top 64 teams, so 68 teams. So
yeah,
yeah, it's just this has been and for pubs, for people who can't play competitively like me, this has definitely been one of the better starts to a Call of Duty. The game is so much fun. It plays to the quicker, quicker player, someone who wants to get around the map and control the map. You don't have that issue that you had with kind of Modern Warfare, where it lent itself to more static ARs controlling the game. So I'm probably excited this year.
yeah. I
I want
think
to see what the TTL is going to bring, because we might see like a revitalization from some of the players that have fell off over the last year and in the previous iterations of this game, just going absolutely huge. And we know in challenges, we saw what Afro was capable of. He's a Black Ops legend. He's
yeah.
so capable and at Treyarch Games, and he went absolutely huge in that Falcons tournament that we cast over. So it's players like that, and Bance didn't have the best year last year, but he's another Black Ops demon. So
Yeah.
it's seeing whether these players can just this game can revitalize them. Hopefully the map sets will get better.
Yeah, I think it's literally a case of everything seems to be ticking the box for now. Obviously, the map situation, in the grander scheme of things, is probably the easier thing to fix. Well, kind of. Obviously, I know a lot of these maps have pretty much been pre-made and ready to go. It's just a case of dropping them. But you're kind of hoping that some of those maps, at least if you throw shit at a wall eventually, hoping that it will stick, or worst cases, they've brought some of the other ones back, like Hacienda, all those kind of things, where we know historically they work for Black Ops titles. So it's just a case of hopefully those maps land sooner rather than later. I would assume, based on the kind of the feedback, and we know that Treyarch are traditionally very good with taking community feedback and incorporating it into the game. Weapon balancing, they've obviously already done a lot of weapon tuning on the ARs, nerfing quite a few of them to give the sub guys a bit more an ability to have a bit of an influence on the map because of how strong they were. But we've got a year of COD ahead of us, which again, it's got a lot of green boxes ticked to it. It's just a case of trying to refine it, I think, really, so that hopefully it happens sooner rather than later. Obviously, we've got the first 2K tournament, haven't we, next weekend? So hopefully a lot of these problems can be ironed out, at least temporarily, until then. Because, again, like Control, for example, I don't really know what maps we're looking at for that map set, to be honest. And I don't think they've released them, really, have they? So
No. We know nothing. This is like, as much as it ticked a lot of boxes, we're still largely in the dark. And I just to strike a little bit of balance, and I know everyone will be like, boo, but Activision have been absolutely decimated by Microsoft, and in particular the esports team. They'd already gone through a lot of sackings, and the team being kind of like largely scaled down about 10 months ago, and then they've done it again to them. So I've been speaking to people in Activision UK who actually don't know who to send us to if you want to talk to someone in the esports team, because there's virtually no one left.
just the shadow squad of non-existent people.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think it might be Daniel Say on his own. No, I think it's just him alluding to a team, but he's the team.
just me, myself, and I. But anyway, map 3 underway here between Noctum Strix and Crispy Valkyries. As oh, there you go. Speaking of women's COD Mel's here. Now it's a party. But Noctum Strix, they are going to be obviously arguably the favourite in the respawn game modes, considering how we saw them play in map number 1. But here on Red Card, one of the slightly larger maps, perhaps a much more balanced map, I think, in terms of hard points. You look at the kind of Skyline map, for example, which we've got actually after this one. It's very compact, it's very shut off, and it's kind of SMG haven really on that map. But at the moment, Red Card seems to be fairly open, fairly balanced, and one of those which is probably going to stay into the later iterations of the season, I would assume, anyway.
Yeah, I don't like it in pubs, but it just seems like a much better, much more balanced competitive map. Obviously,
Yeah,
you've got
100%.
really strong SMG close quarter combat areas, but you've got plenty of places for the ARs to do Overwatch and to support the SMGs. So, and you can already see how mixy it's been. So there's no real dominance, both teams back and forth getting trades, and that's something you don't necessarily see all the time in Rewind, and especially in Vault as well, where you can get kind of a good control. So yeah, I'm not that keen on in pubs, but it's already looking kind of comfortable, a little bit comfortable in this competitive edge. Although you can't beat a little bit of corner camping, but she's going to get that time for the team, and she needs to as well because Strix just sort of a slightly larger lead there. There's going to be big kills from the bin, though, Major.
Yeah.
Pre going absolutely huge with the reaction shots. She has absolutely nailed this. Crispy just going to dominate this area. Finally gets taken down, and it is going to be a 13-second game.
Yeah, nice shots there from Mervley. Pink Viper just going to be laying prone, is able to get a pick. It looks as though still going to be ticking in favour of Noctum Strix, but now here come the girls down the front, straight through staircase. And it looks as though it's going to be everyone on Strix that goes down, so they are still spawning out the back. This hill is very, very sticky for those backside spawns, and it will be another couple of kills coming through for Crispy Valkyries, who seem to be reading this pretty well. Oh, never mind. Belters absolutely wigs Pre on that occasion, and already the race to rotation is now going to go underway, but it will still be a little bit of time going in favour of Crispy Valkyries and not much separating them, but those red arrows have rotated and they are ready.
Yeah, Pink Viper is going to get set up, but the thing is, this is where the problems for Crispies kind of stemmed in the first hard point, was they just weren't able to hold on to the hills once they got set up. So already proven that they can go toe to toe with Strix. So this has been already a step in the right direction for the team in red. And there's going to be two players in Pre and Crispy just getting that extra time, taking that lead out to around in about 20 seconds, and they have been absolutely dominant this far. And right now, Strix Major haven't got an answer. It's going to be 8-6 for Crispy, and she's been a hill kitten and a half this game.
Well, Crispy still soaking up time. Tasha's going to probably have the same issue. Nice work there from her. Makes the reads, and it will be a couple of kills coming through for Noctum Strix, which should allow them to get back on the time. I don't think they've spotted Pre on towards the top side of stage. He's been there for a long time and is able to get the pick. Finally, is Pink Viper.
Get yourself a drink of water.
Yeah. Stay hydrated. That's what we encourage. And it will be, again, a 30-second lead, which Crispy Valkyries will have going into the next hill. Nice shots there coming through from Kelly, who's now found herself on a 4 streak. We haven't seen much in the way of streaks coming through as of yet in the series, and it will get cut down just a little bit shy. But Crispy Valkyries set out for the hill again, Pabs.
Yeah, looking like they've got some good Overwatch as well. It's going to be LB just looking to get those picks, and this is going to be an awkward position to dig her out of. She's going to have that mid control, and especially if no one from Strix is able to come back. So she's going to get free run here to come behind a few players. She's going to take that. Is she going to check out right? No, likely to get shot in the back. She does play that really well, though, but it's going to be Belters. Finally gets taken down. So really strong hold coming from Crispies, and such a solid position coming out of those upper seats, and that's given them nearly 14, make that nearly a 50-second lead. It's about 35 seconds so far, so my maths is out the window, mate. I might just go and get another Corona.
Oh no, what could possibly go wrong with the maths? Have more beer. Hopefully it's like a double negative where all of a sudden you become the greatest mathematician. And so, oh,
yeah, I'm that beer.
Jesus,
Belters.
Tasha is absolutely frying with this Amy's, and it will now be again 40-point deficit, which they are slowly starting to claw back, and it will be another couple of kills coming through from Belters. Not quite able to get the third though. Mervley going to take her down and actually reply with a 2-piece of her own. Crispy picks off the third on towards the time, and that should now be Crispy Valkyries ready and set up. So a little bit of a split spawn coming through here. Difficult to read, but now can they get the picks to go with it? Viper shots in. Isn't going to be able to finish off Pre. The Semtex isn't going to collide, and it will still be a bit of a sticky situation here for Crispy Valkyries, but they do manage to at least nullify the push that was going to come through from Dutch Kelly. She goes down, and this lead is just ever growing, Pabs.
Yeah, I think one of the ways when you get a split spawn like that is to try and get as early as possible the kills from one side, and then you're freed up to just control from the other side. And they did exactly that, and Crispies just looked like a completely different team to that map. One side, you just couldn't hold on to a hill to save the lives. So right now, just really good play. Noctum Strix have fell off, but it's going to be a nice reaction kill and jump shot from Kelly as she manages to get that pick traded straight out, though, by Pre, who's had a really impressive 2 games on the trot. She's just started to really pick things up, and LB, someone we haven't talked about either, who's had a really impressive 2 games. So right now Crispy's looking very, very tasty. It is going to be another big 2-piece there for the girls of Noctum Strix, but this goes back and forth a little bit, and it's good, Major, in many ways. The Crispies have just been able to maintain this pressure, this kind of stranglehold on Noctum Strix. It is going to be around and about a 50-point game, but again, just Knocked them Strix eking away. And I think one of the problems, Major, that the Crispies are facing at the minute is they're getting a lot of kills. They're managing to get into a lot of gunfights, but they're not really turning it into a huge amount
Yeah.
of time in this second rotation.
Yeah, and I think that's what we see early in the meta really of the game when it comes out. Obviously, that importance on rotations and what kind of spawns to block, where to hold. That's something where it's just something that you just get with reps, with scrims, kind of getting it under your belt, and kind of we saw the improvements that Noctum Strix made the whole of last year. Woo! And Pre showing why she should be back in the scene, representing for a few teams at least in the early stage of the season. And yeah, it's just one of those pubs where at the start of the game, you can get reps. Obviously, a lot of the girls have been scrimming, but it's just a case of kind of how much you can get under your belt, really. But it looks as though Crispy Valkyries, their lead hasn't really been maintained for a huge portion of time, though, because they are down to just 30 points in the lead. Nocturne just keep teasing with the idea of coming back into this one, and that's exactly what Chantel is going to offer them with a two-piece and some scrap time.
Yeah, I think it was just difficult. Crispies did try and make the breakthrough, but one of the players had to turn to the handgun, and it just wasn't enough. So they weren't able to clear those final two players out. And then when they tried to transition and take it back through the kind of upper level, it just didn't work out for them. So Crispies on the struggle bus and Noctum Strix starting to come back a little bit more and more into this game. And the problem you face, Major, if you're Crispies, is if you let these players like Pink Vipers, like Belters, continue to get their aim on point, they're just going to get better and better as time wears on. So they need to maintain this pressure. They need to maintain their accuracy and their tight grip on this game. But Major, they've done just that. They've got Murphy in the kill, and they managed to get a bit of time. A little bit of a challenge coming through. You can see LB is just going to be that player edges forward, but Tasha just going to be there to respond, and that's going to be big kills there, and that's going to be time potentially edging the way of Noctum Strix. A player is going to be underneath, and it's going to be difficult for her now. She's exposed, she gets taken down, Major, but Strix still largely in control.
Well, Kelly's done a really good job of staying alive just for contesting sake, and she now finds herself on a 5 streak as well. So New Hill pops. Crispy Valkyries are going to be the first females there. Nice shots again from Belters. Can't get the second note. Pre is very swift to take that shout. But now Tasha, very, very good map one out of her. Can she look to try and just get herself into this game a little bit more? It will be a little bit of back and forth in the kill feed. As you can see, those red arrows are going to try and flood over towards the time. It's really difficult, though, when you're getting bottlenecked from that backside of Stadium. And now they're going to look to try and push their way up through the corridor. It's going to be so hard, though, when you've got a couple of ARs staring down the barrel.
Oh,
LP! There will be a couple of shots there. Pre. Ooh! But Kelly is absolutely beaming down with this Jackal. I need to get this class 7 in a row. Absolutely wigging players from range. And it will be courtesy of her kills that is going to grant her team, again, more progression and more time on the hill.
Yeah, if you get that class, message me that class as well. But yeah, this is something that the girls of Strix weren't able to do in the previous round. Crispies had that upper area. They were, players in the upper seating area. They had the trophy down, and they weren't able to break it. And this is obviously in this next rotation, it's been Strix who've been able to do that. Now we have got a 20-second game as Crispies do break the 200-second barrier, and they did really well on this hill. But when we head into this third rotation, Major, this is where things started to slip for them in that second rotation, and with that being so close to a tie game, this could be an absolutely huge third rotation.
Yeah, and Pink Viper just over towards this top balk area is just watching over the hill, and it will mean that they are gonna get another body on the time for now, and they're just holding a lot of control on this outer lane as well, which is going to enable them to push up the map just that little bit more. It's going to be another couple of kills coming through from Kelly, who's having a hell of a map, by the way. 33 and 17 out of her, just dodging and ducking as and when she can. Another pick there onto LB, looking for more, though. She slowly approaches the 40 bomb mark. I tell you, if she drops this map, she's not going to be happy with it, with the effort that she's putting in. Tasha is going to be trying to stay alive over towards stage, as that rotation is now going to just surely start to flood through in her direction. Trying to veer off at least one player. Pistol out should be enough, and it will be. And it should, I say should, Crispy's here, might be able to cause an upset.
Yeah, she's going to have to get that pick. It is going to be Noctum, who managed to get that kill. I think it was Kelly who managed to pick it in the end, and a little bit of control, but that's going to be a
Oh,
full four piece right there for Crispy's Valkyries, and they only need 20-30 seconds to see this over. 30 seconds, it's going to be the mark as two players do sit on. Kelly going to be out the cruise and try and just clear that area around the back. Are those players going to get it? She manages to get one pick. It was Kelly in the end who drops LB, but players are just starting to swarm in now, realizing they might need to transition to get a better angle. Some information is going to go the way of Kelly, but she's decided to back up.
the
Challenge is
kill.
going to be in. LB is going to be there. How much time is this going to allow them to get, though? And it's Noctum Strix going to be able to control the next kill.
Yeah, well, they are very, very close to winning this one. New hill does now pop, so they aren't going to win off that hill, but now the gunfights are going to ensue. Kelly's here, and Pree's able to get a really big win, actually, over towards the time, but now big one-on-ones are going to come through. Crispy able to stay alive. 3 seconds. Somebody's got a touch. Ew, no, not quite. She's got taken off the hill. All of a sudden, Tasha finds herself looking to try and stay alive. All they've got to do is touch it for 1 second. That's exactly what they do, and Crispy's Valkyries will manage to take that map, and they will now take the lead.
Wow, they nearly clutched defeat from the jaws of victory so many times, but just real consistency in the end. And they really needed that confidence booster because it was such a difficult map one for them. They've completely dominated. They turned it on its head. They managed to, retain hills when they got up the position, and when they rotated early, they didn't get totally blown out straight away. When they had to take over hills, and especially you see towards that third rotation, they were able to do it. And when they had to go toe-to-toe in terms of kills, they were able to do it. And Kelly, superstar there, 38-20 with 30 non-traded kills. We're like an F dot non-traded territory there. That's an incredible performance, but it is going to be for the L in that game. That's going to put them at 2-1 major, and that's going to be, they're going to go into another hard point. So the question is, does Strix feel confident that they can turn, they did well in map 1, but largely they were on the back foot for the whole of this map. Is a hard point what they want to see right now?
Yeah, I think it's probably not. But then at the same time, the search and destroys from Crispy's Valkyries look very, very good as well. So I don't really know kind of what they'll be thinking at this stage. Obviously, very, very strong hard point map 1. Red card is a bit more structured in terms of those rotations. But we go on to a map, Pabs, on Skyline, which I don't know how much you've seen or played this in hardpoint. It is, from what I can understand anyway, it feels all over the place. Very much a sub-heavy map, and very much a messy map, I think is the best way to phrase it.
Is it a root map? It's like the ideal map for like
No.
heavy root players.
No,
I thought it would be.
The thing is, you can watch over mid pretty much every time you come off spawn, because the map is so cramped, and an AR can always get information. It's very, very difficult for a player to shift across middle map. So if the girls know the spawns and they know what direction the other team is going to be coming on, then it's going to be very, very difficult for them to really transition and get to some of these hills. But it's just, I don't know. I'm not a fan of this map on hardpoint. SMG players will be. So I don't know really, mate. It's just, I think it's going to be one of those where we might have another Kelly masterclass, because that SMG looked very, very good in her hands in map 3.
You've got to turn it into time, though, and that's one thing that Strix weren't able to do. So this is going to be huge for them. And I suppose if you are going to go with an SMG heavy side, then I don't know. Crispy just looked absolutely on point in some of these rotations. And again, if you're saying, I mean, I play it in pubs, and I just find this is a go-to map for me as an SMG player. I absolutely love it. There's just so many different routes that you can take. Sorry, I went super American, but so many different routes that you can take, and so the angles are great as well. And because you don't find yourself in a lot of long-range confrontations, that kind of the mid-range power that these SMGs have got, especially when you've got like virtually no recoil on the Jackal. Like that last Jackal class that you gave me was just like, it didn't move. It doesn't move sideways like at all. So it's just, you can almost take corners the way an AR would, where they would, look down that middle distance, and your confidence that you're able to take someone's head clean off is just there. So yeah, I have not really done that. We cast over, the last game we cast was a Skyline hardpoint where Afro just completely took over the map. Like it was just a completely, everyone was just in Afro's world. world, essentially. So it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. And obviously, they might need to have a rethink about whether that is an appropriate hardpoint map going into competitive further down the line, if it is that intense. But, Major, we know from history that these small, crazy maps are a preference. Bocage was like insane and tiny, and it just stuck because it was so much fun to watch as a viewer. You would, it was amazing to watch. At times we were like down to time. It was crazy. So if it's like that, then I can't imagine this is going anywhere.
Well, the excuse me, difference with Bocage and this one, you'll see what I mean. Kind of across pond, you can see everything. If you're at Jacuzzi, you can see bottom and top. You can see anyone who comes across the middle of the map. Bocage, you couldn't do that because you had those 3 lanes. Whereas you'll see it kind of around that lower pool area. If someone's watching the cross, you can't do anything about it, really. Especially if you're running sub and that player's just locked in and kind of playing ye old stiff mode. But we'll see how it goes anyway. Obviously, we've got to try and... For us anyway, as you say, as a neutral, it might be one of those which is really exciting and you can't get enough of. But I've got a feeling Kelly is going to absolutely love it. And there you go. She's having fun.
I see. I don't get it. I think it already looks amazing. The confidence that you can have going in, and because there's so much cover as well. Like, you just use this cover, it's great. You can just get into so many confrontations. Your interaction level is just going to be insane. Although your reaction's got to be there as well, Kelly. But yeah, there's going to be picks coming out. It is going to be a very close game, but a nice slide and kill from Crispy. If it was Crispy, you just don't know because I was watching the kill feed and not the game. It is going to be a nade going into the back of Mervley from LB, so team nades early doors, but Crispies are going to have a good lead. Tasha just going to try and fire back. She is going to be on the kill. She's not going to be able to use that heady though to any advantage, and LB is going to be back there. So already Crispies looking very, very good for the money, but it is going to be Knocked 'em Strix just coming back as a team now. But Major, I think you might be right. It might just be a little bit too insane for a hard point.
It's so hard to understand, especially when the player numbers are wrong and the kill feed's wrong, to try and understand exactly who's getting the kills. But it will be nonetheless red kills in the kill feed as we get ready for P2 up towards the top side of office. A few access and egress points in towards the front side of the hill. And nice shots coming through from Pink Viper. Can't quite get the final player, who is going to be Pre. Nice reads onto Kelly as Pre gets a second, but again, those purple arrows are just going to be spawning outside the back of the time. And now Pink Viper is going to get a little bit of information on Pre's whereabouts. He's just going to dip out of that one. So Strix going to get a decent chunk of time. And Danny with the sub as well. Thank you very much, Danny. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm just looking now at P3, and it's like, oh man, if you can like get any control once you, and that's just the spawn right there. Number 6, if anyone noticed, Pre just spawn out the back. Despite having 2 Strix players kind of on the hill, she managed to get a spawn behind. Didn't really take advantage, so she's just made the long route all the way across, manages to get a pick, but I think she's going to find herself into early confrontation, gets another kill, makes me eat my words. Pre goes absolutely ham. The smarter player is going to win out, and that's going to be controlled back to Crispy's Valkyries, who need this time to even things up.
Well, they are going to try and push their way through the front of the hill, which is not going to be easy to do at bar. And Belters is actually, it might have been Belters, it might not have been, I don't think it was actually, as Chantel should get another pick here. Nice work there. She's running the SMG, I think, actually, so it shows how heavy the SMG meta is on this map. But the bar hill is going to mean that Crispy Valkyries are going to now regain the lead. You've got a few players looking to try and wrap around the back to focus on the next hill, which is going to be in towards that bottom bedroom area, and it will be 2 players in red out the back. All of a sudden, Crispy finds herself last person up, and really nice work there from the Strix. They rotate over towards the top side on that left-hand side of the map, or the top on your guys' screen, and they will manage to drop in the time and slowly start to push this lead out again.
Yeah, it's going to be number 4 in Belters, who's just going to be sat on that time. No, in fact, it's Tasha. I'm just going to ignore that, all the information on the screen, and just make up my own game, I think, at this point. But it's Crispies who managed to get that control again, and it's going to be another tight game. 10 seconds less in it now. Crispy, the hill kitten right now, as she manages to tie this game up. And again, it's just back and forth, Major. I think you were quite right. Like, you just... I think you just spawn out if you get to that point where the hill flips. You're probably going to be within walking distance of it anyway, and we just see this back and forth. I can see this being kind of the way things are going to go right now. No one really in control of this game. We're seeing a lot of kills for every player, a lot of interactions as well. So information is going to be coming the way of Belters. She managed to get a pick, and that's a great kill from Pre there, and it's going to be control over towards this bottom jacuzzi area again, but she didn't check down mid, and we did talk about this at the start of the game about how important it is to get that information from those players crossing mid. Not able to do it. We're going to see a big jump shot come out, and it is going to be a slender lead. 5 seconds in it, Major.
Well, another couple of kills coming through from Kelly. Now tied up, P1 ready to go on the second rotation. So who's going to get the short straw and flying towards the hill? It's actually going to be Pink Viper, who's able to get a big couple of kills, and it will be another one that comes through this time, I believe, from Belters. And now Sasha just going to look to try and lock herself in towards the high ground. But again, look at the spawns. The flips are so quick. And this is basically how my game went earlier. As soon as we got a kill and took a footstep forward, all of a sudden they were spawning straight behind us. It's so difficult to make the reads as to when those spawns will flip. You've just got to pretty much second guess yourself and assume that they will. And that's exactly what we're seeing at the moment, as those arrows are just spawning here, there, and everywhere. Pre leading the way in terms of engagements in the lobby. 30 to her name already. Looking for another one out the back. Onto Pink Viper. Makes short work of her. Flies around to the corner and to the second. But Belter's able to take her down. And it will still be fighting on the hill. But big two-piece coming through from LB.
Yeah, it's been really good play by Crispies. They took advantage of P1, got the scrap time, and now in control of P2. But you can see just how feisty this game's turned out. So many interactions, and it's so easy to get across the geography quickly. So right now, no one able to take control. We haven't got anyone on the hill. We're going to finally see Knock Them Strix look to get a pick, but it is going to be LB who manages to get that shot. She's going to get the two-piece. LB is going to take control, make it 3. LB is the dawn right now. As she gets control of the hill, finally get dealt with. And Major, it doesn't matter if you get a 3-piece, your team still can't get control. What a map.
You just got to get kills, more kills. Doesn't even matter if you rotate sometimes, just get the kills. That's exactly what they're doing at the moment. You can see that LB and Pre, they are charging in terms of engagements. But when you look at Crispy and Mervley at the moment, I think it's just a case of trying to get people on the hill. Because at the moment, you've got the likes of Kelly, who's not really been able to touch the hill. Pink Viper as well, struggling for time. But when you look across the board at Crispy Valkyries, they are all contributing a chunk of time. Crispy with a nice pick, able to take out one player of Noctum on towards the time, and now it's just going to have to be a case that they try and bully their way through the front side of the hill. They've got to be careful though. Pre's going to grab another pick. Tasha flies around the corner. How many can she get? LB laying prone. The Omni movement's going to mean that she's able to spin round, but it doesn't matter. Tasha mops her up, and now it's just a case of can they read the spawns, and it will be Belters able to do so.
I think this is going to be a map where yeah, it's insane. I think it's going to be a map where someone who's really good at the dirty work is going to prosper in this. This is kind of map where I think someone like Karma would just absolutely prosper. He might be negative in every game he plays, but he guarantees he's going to get 130 on the hill every game, and it's going to be a good solid amount of time as well. So I think this is going to come down to potentially players who can just fight in the hill to the use the cover to their best ability and just get that time. Right now it is again a 5-second game, as no one can get to grips. It doesn't matter how many kills or interactions you are getting. To get the dominance in this, you are going to need to have someone who can just sit in the kill and just get kill after kill after kill and understand where the spawns are. Right now, no one able to do this. We're seeing a kill to be finally from Tasha, who gets a 5-piece, which is incredible when you consider the sheer amount of interactions in this game.
Keep an eye on those spawns. They're just flipping. It's like a conga line at the moment. Who spawns out the backside of the time? And they're going to have to try and turn around very quickly here, because all of a sudden there's going to be a bit of a pinch on here. LB out the back. Can they manage to keep the people alive on time? That's exactly what they're actually managing to do here. This is a really good chunk of time coming through for Noctum Strix. Shots in from Pink Viper. And there's a big couple of 2 kills. And it will be a 4-woman wipe, as all of those players from Crispy Valkyries now find themselves spawning out and chugging over towards the hill once more.
Yeah, it's one player we haven't really talked about in a couple of games is Viper. She had a quiet hard point previous in the S&D, quiet S&D as well. Viper is a player who can take over a map, but again, this is such a heavy interaction map that it's just so difficult for one player to dominate it. It's going to be another big kick as we see the kill feed go largely red. Tasha's just going to try and change that up trade back and forth. And right now, Major, the one thing you would say, Crispy's Valkyries have been really comfortable on this P1 at times.
It's just a case of can they get someone on 204 plays 168 now. And that time is just slowly starting to increase. Mervely caught out in the middle of the map. Pre going to go over towards bar side and able to get a pick. So currently it's going to be Pink Viper on the time, but Pre just able to take her off and just slow down that progression. And they do manage to get LB on the time. But now can Pre go on the route here to just slowly tick away at these players that are trying to get on the time. Spots Kelly. Reposition. Battle of the subs. Kelly, nice reposition there. And crisp shots to go with it. They do finally manage to take Crispy off of the clock. Just a little bit wayward there on that occasion, but it will be, again, Noctum Strix. Just with that 30-point lead as we go over towards the top side of Office. You've still got Mervely inside the time. Able to get one pick, but again, Kelly, ever present. Big kill on the time. 30 seconds is all they need. Big kill coming up, and Crispy's able to get it.
Yeah, that could be huge for them. They need to get some time, and it's going to be a strong room now following. So thanks to following Jaden. Another 5-speed though. Again, it's going to be Noctum Strix who go on to a streak, and again, it's just about turning that into time. And right now, this has been a really solid bit of hill time for them. They got 25 seconds away from tying this series up. Crispy's Valkyrie is starting to converge, but not able to get the picks they want. Finally get onto the hill, but the 3 arrows of Noctum Strix are going to start to converge. Mervely's going to have a huge job to do. Job 1 done, but she can't do job 2. She's going to get taken down, and that is going to be remaining scrap time going the way. No, it's not. Crispy's going to there to make me eat my words as she goes and gets the remaining scrap time. It is going to be P5 the drop, so already that fight is going down over towards this front bar area.
Well, 13 seconds is all that Noctum Strix need. Big couple of kills. All of a sudden, LB's last person alive on the hill, and now the time is going to come through very, very quickly for them. All those red arrows, they're going to be flooding down the front side. How many can they pick apart here? Pre, unfortunately, goes down. LB goes down as well. That's probably Map, and we will get that Game 5. Noctum Strix able to clutch it up in a very, very messy affair. Pabs on Skyline in the end, 250 to 214, but the girls won't care. They've managed to force Map 5, which will be Protocol Search.
Yeah, I think they probably deserved it. There's some big performances, and we've seen obviously Kelly go big in the previous map and just not get the result. So taking it to a map 5 again, I'm not sure they want to go into an S&D after the performance in map 2. But just so, I mean, aside from the Codcaster, the game this is so difficult to read at times with so many interactions and the spawns just flipping. You could see kind of in the last P5 where they got control of the hill and didn't know which way to face. They were like, do we? And everyone had to turn because the players had spawned over towards that kind of trash steps area. So just a tricky map in total, but we do head into map 5, and that's what we always want to see. A tense S&D. Can we get a round 11? I'm not sure. We don't know what Crispy's like. They looked so good in map 2 where they dominated, and I don't even know what map is the last S&D, mate.
Protocol Search, mate. Protocol. So it's probably one of the better maps we've got for Search and Destroy. But
I like this in pubs as well. This is a fun pubs map.
Yeah, again, I think some of them are very hit and miss. I think the only thing that they need to change really on Protocol is the bomb sites. I have seen stuff on Twitter saying that they are starting to upgrade, shall we say, and update the bomb sites, especially on Protocol, because one of them is literally in the defender's spawn, like right at the back of steps. So I think it's a map that, with some tweaks, will probably again another one in for a shout of staying in for the whole year. But knowing our predictions, perhaps they don't really tend to go as we plan. But that's what I would assume. But as far as a general map goes, it's not too bad by the scale of things.
Yeah, I think, I remember this the bomb site being in a really absurd position, and obviously that just smacks of Vault, where you're just forcing teams to make the choice of that one more accessible bomb site. And I think a lot of the fighting went down to that lower kind of big door area. It just ended up being very samey, and I think that's been the story of the S&D competitively so far. So hopefully they will listen to the complaints of the community and change things, but they've got better at that. I mean, if this was, 3 or 4 years ago, we were like Cold War Vanguard kind of area. We know that no one's listening, but I do feel like the Treyarch are listening a little bit more. But maybe we just need to make more complaints about Codcaster. I don't know, but yeah, hopefully they can mix things up a little bit in terms of the bomb site choices, because they are insane at the minute. But I look forward to this. It is one I absolutely, if I see this or Vorkuta, then and straight onto protocol. If I that's a map I never want to see in this game competitively.
Well, the girls are already on protocol, and Search and Destroy is now ready to get cracking. So, in typical Search and Destroy on protocol, it is very much a case of everyone in A, and that's exactly what Noctum do. 1 on the board, 2 on the board for Kelly, who is already making that side of the map hers.
I might need to get some coaching tips because their movement is just on point. I'm pretty quick, but I'm nowhere near as accurate. So yeah, there's going to be. I think they're just going to back out of that one. That was weird. Did they just get all the kills? I just no idea what went on there. No information from the podcaster, but I think that was a team wipe.
Yeah, I think they did get the kills in the end. I think that was just the final kill. Lincoln, you're
Yeah,
missing,
I
mate.
was too busy churning it away about Dutch Kelly's capabilities, but yeah, they just got the fourth kill there. So yeah, it was just so kind of like it was just absurd. Never mind, 1-0 to knock them Strix. That's the position they wanted to be in because in the previous round, if you guys are joining late, they did kind of get blown out in that first S&D. So
Yeah.
this is potentially their choice of map. So we might see a little bit of a different scenario. Crispies need to be on point and need to get those first bloods if they want to stay in contention. And it's going to be a straight dive. And I do like the way that this is multi-level, but it's not over the top. Like you don't have to read like 20 rooms or some of the maps we've seen in the past.
Well, Chantel might be able to make the play here. She's managed to work herself around the outside of the map here, and I don't know whether they're watching this. Pre, certainly not. She's going to get shot in the back. Isn't going to get dropped, though. But now Kelly, that's the green light. All she needs. In she goes. Kelly able to mop up one. Kelly mops up the second. The third is on the card as well. On to Mervley here if she's quick with it. The nade comes through, gives her all the information. Out she flies, sub in hand. And her teammate in Tash is able to help her mop that one out. So very, very good opening start here. Kelly proving to be a bit of a difference maker here. 4 kills already without a single death. And Noctum Strix go 2-0 up.
Yeah, seems very comfortable on this map. Knows it really well, moving around quickly. She's got the kind of pre-aims just like absolutely centered, so no messing around. Coming out to Kelly, she's dominant performance. They need to see this right the way through if they want to stay in this upper bracket. So Tasha as well. No, lives dropped 2 and 0, so 6 there between the two ladies. But right now, just watching Kelly, we could see her potentially get that cruise in the back pocket. And Crispies have got to come back 2-0 right now, and they are on the struggle bus.
Well, off they go to the races. And looks as though the zip wire is going to be the location that they opt to go for again. Mervley straight through the door. Does manage to transition across, but the team shots. Oh my god, it's all Noctum at the moment. Pre does a good job of getting one. She gets a second, actually. Really good work from Pre. She might be able to get a third. Ooh! Pre with 3. It rhymes. Coincidence? I think not. And all of a sudden, after getting 2 kills right on the board, Belters finds herself in a position where she's got to try and save her team the blushes of a pre-ace here.
Yeah, I think the other thing the Pre's managed to do is take a couple of players. I know Tasha's streak was only 2, but Kelly was on a 4. Belters with a big kill. She's so good in these individual situations of just playing back and forth around the map and really twisting people's minds. So good opportunity, LB. Just going to have to be careful, I think. She's going to potentially drop down. It's all about the silence. You see that player? Big kill right there. And that is huge from Belters as she proves who the Don really is.
Well, I say it was a round of almost 3/3 there. The first start, Noctum, brilliant. The second was just Pre. And then the third one, Belters with a 1 versus 2. Just bit of a weird round, that one, but they will not care. Noctum take the round, and Noctum push the lead out even more. So at the moment, you've got kind of an opposite of what we saw, Pabs, in map number 2, sorry, in that Search and Destroy, where Noctum struggled to get a single round on the board, and we're finding it literally here in Game 5, where Crispy Valkyries are struggling to do the same themselves now.
I think it's, early days, everyone's scrimming. They've got favoured maps. They've got maps that they are more comfortable in as a player. They make more sense to them in terms of the routes that they take. So early days, you're always going to find that. And this is always something, as we see, it's going to be another big shot there from Belters. He drops Pre again, who had a great previous round. This is where you see kind of smart players like Steve Vortex would like go out and just, the maps that are difficult or a nuisance, would absolutely go ham in terms of learning them. But it's going to be huge as Viper finds himself. I know it's me Belters. Is it Belters or Viper? I actually can't say who's got the streak right now. So again, it's going to be Crispies wanting to take care of that, but right now they are on the struggle bus. Crispy last alive.
I don't know whether Crispy's AFK here or Just waiting for someone to assassinate.
Waiting.
Literally.
Huzzah!
Just ready and waiting. Doesn't look
Surprise!
as though she's
Surprise!
going to be moving anytime soon. So maybe she's ordered food and gone to do it. I've done that a few times, to be fair. And CMG's like, right, my dinner's here. Be right
Oh,
back. You boys have got to.
kebab in one hand. She's made her way around the back, though.
Oh, there you go. And yeah, unfortunately, the patience wasn't worth it. Knocked him Strix 4-0 up now. It is very much a case of Crispy's Valkyries need this next round now, Pabs. If they go 5-0 up, I don't really see a way past Noctum Strix. And it's just going to be a case of they might have to lean on this round very, very heavily.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of an important moment for them in terms of being able to turn this 4-0 deficit around. They really do need this next round. I think 5-0 just is a psychological barrier because you just can't make a mistake in any of the rounds, whereas at least you've got that little bit of breathing room. So big moment for Crispies. I think this could be the swing of whether they're going to go to that losers bracket or whether they're going to continue on. Belters in complete control right now.
Well, Pre gets all the information, but unfortunately, Noctum get all the sight. It looks as though they're going to try and switch it up here with LB and Crispy trying to work their way around the back and drop in through that big double door. But now they've got to try and condense on these players. Big shots there from LB. That's a really big pick. All of a sudden now Dutch Kelly and Tasha have got it all to do. One drops down the zip wire. It's going to be Mervley who goes down. So Dutch Kelly does her bit. Needs help though from her teammate. They're going to fly around and now all of a sudden Kelly's got it all to do. They're going to challenge and it will be a case that they finally retake that site, get the kills they need and get around on the board. A much needed one coming through from them. And they a good switch up there, Pabs, because they opted to give them a hell of a lot of the site and just decided to kind of pinch them from the openings.
Yeah, I think it was like counterintuitive to the way they played that first S&D. I think, they've been in a couple of hardpoint situations and S&D situations where they haven't been able to take control and they haven't been able to dominate that geography once they've given it up, but just proves that they've got a plan B, which is something that you do like to see, especially early on. Will that work continuously for the next 3 rounds? It's unlikely, as I think the girls of Nocturne will probably find an answer to that, but this is about, an intelligent in-game leader directing her team so that, they make the right choices. So it is going to be an offensive opportunity for Crispy's Valkyries to try and get this bomb down and get some site control, but they're going to have to be quick.
There's some shots being exchanged here between Pink Viper and Crispy's. No first blood as of yet, though. Ooh, there's a lot of information of Pink Viper's here. Whoa. Just slips by, so no pick. Crispy, I think it was shooting her down from that kind of area of the map. It's just that first blood. Just going to be all on that first blood. Crispy able to get it though, takes down Belters, so that is the ideal situation that they need. They're inside the site and now they're just going to have to try and work a little bit of a retake here.
I think Nocturne really need to push this as quickly as possible. I don't think they can allow them to plant. They're in a 2v4 situation and I know they've got so much breathing room in terms of that 3-round cushion, but that disappears quickly if you start giving up geography and start giving up the aggression that you've been playing with. So big moment right now as we see these players. Crispy's going to come in behind, not watching it back, and that's going to leave it down to Viper all on her own. 24 seconds, 1v4. What miracle can she perform?
Nothing. No miracle on that occasion. Crispy Valkyries take another round. 4-2 is looking a hell of a lot better than it was 2 rounds ago, that's for sure. And we'll see the final kill here coming through from LB. And a much more decisive attacking round straight in towards the site. Bomb down. And just forcing the hand of Noctum. So that's exactly what they do. And they do it pretty much textbook to a plumb. So see what they decide to try and do here on their defensive side of things. It's just a case now of, I would say, mind games perhaps here, but I mean, you can see there on the screen where that B site is. It's so hard to even get remotely close to it. It's just a case of, we know that bomb's going to go down. How you retake it, really. I think it's just going to be one of those maps until they change it, where we're just looking constantly at how good teams are at retaking, more so than how teams look when they're opening it up. And that's a really good opening there from LB.
Yeah, LB gets a really big pick, just way too overexposed in that top window from Kelly. She's going to go into the next round. It's going to be Belters with bomb. Tasha nearly eats a nade. So, again, largely the problem with this B site, obviously it's way, way back, but you just can't get the geography required to kind of fool the other team. So, I actually really do not know what the thinking is. There's no opportunities in transition to potentially change it. Only if you're in that 1v2, 1v1 situation could this come down. Right now, it is going to be a 3v2 with advantage major going the way of Crispy's Valkyries as we hit the 35-second mark.
Yeah, Tasha's got a big job here. Belters is obviously going to watch Zip. But Tasha's got to at least take down one of these to give Belters a good go at this. Oh, spots one. There's a free pick. Pre drops down. One. Oh, can't get the second. And unfortunately, her teammate in Belters goes down as well. Crispy's now on a 5 streak. Looking hella good, it must be said. And all of a sudden, Crispy Valkyries only 1 round trailing. And all the momentum, perhaps, is just completely switched in this one.
Yeah, this has been a really nice bit of, confidence building, psychological play coming out of the Valkyrie girls. They've, stuck to their guns. They've played some really smart plays. They've managed to get the kills. That kill from LB on Kelly was huge. She didn't really expose herself that much, but still managed to get taken down. It's kills like that that have led Crispies to be able to get this back from a 4-0 deficit to 3 rounds on the bounce and only 1 round away from tying this series up. And we can see already just how difficult it is when you are on the offensive side to get to that middle ground before the defending team. They can get so much coverage before you even get an aggression coming out of Noctum Strix, playing to type, and straight away Viper puts Crispy into the blender.
Yeah, big first blood. Tasha gets a pick as well. Much better round now. And Kelly's just toying with the idea, surely, of going up that zip wire. I assume she won't. But now that A site is completely purple. They've just got to try and make sure that they try and get picks where Noctum Strix give them... and Mervely and LB, they're very, very trapped over towards the side of the map. The pinch is coming through here from Belters, who's kill hungry. Looking for Mervely as well, just laying prone. Mervely's going to get absolutely beamed there from Belters and Noctum Strix. That's a really big round on the card for them. 5-3 now.
I know the temptation is to lie down that way, but my thinking is because your head's so exposed, just do that reverse where you lie on your back facing out. Maybe she did, I don't know. But it's wild sometimes that's how straightforward it is to get that pick onto the head. But Noctum Strix going to put them 1 round away from taking this series. It's been a very difficult back and forth series for them. In a game we expected them not to dominate as much, but to just put up a much more convincing performance. It's been a really, revelation from Crispy's Valkyries to see the kind of performance out of Crispy. LB has been really good in this round as well. So nice to see a game 5, but right now on the precipice of going out. And Crispy, do they deserve it? Probably not. Can they bring it back? I would say it is definitely in the realms of possibility, but not with nades like that. And she can hear the car coming for her right now.
Doesn't get anything. Card does nothing. LB, really big play here. Needs to get the pick. That's exactly what she does. So now site retake. How good's it looking? Pink Viper going to be watching out towards the front side. Needs to keep an eye on Pre, who's just edging her way around the side door. She's got her down. Spiral. Trophy's out. Looking for some information. But now here comes the Chow. Pre gets one. Death, unfortunately, her teammates fly in, and it's another good retake here from Crispy Valkyries. They look absolutely immaculate at retaking that bomb site every single time. Noctum Strix get the bomb down there. It just seems as though the retake is pretty much inevitable. They play it patiently, they pin them in, and they pick them apart. 5-4.
Yeah, it's so difficult to defend that in a bomb site. You kind of tempted to use the control surfaces as a heady, but it limits your ability to be able to see where players are coming from. And obviously, you've got 3 points of entry, and it just makes it that much more difficult to try and control. And especially when you lose half your teammates, so you have 3 points, you're down to 2, maybe 1 player. It just becomes impossible, and the retake is on. The question is, Major, can they do it on the offense right now? They've got to collect the bomb and do something that we haven't seen them do for a couple of rounds. They are 1 round away from tying this series and giving us the round 11 that we were so hoping for.
Well, the underground stack is very heavy. Noctum nades in, stuns in, and they decide better of it, I think. They've gone, nope, they're stacking it. We'll go something else. Tasha gets a really big nade kill, actually. Keep an eye on Mervely, though. Look at the pinch she's managed to get all the way around the back of tower, so this should be a free one.
Everyone's up, so she's going to see
Dutch
the player.
Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dutch Kelly, sorry, down she goes. And they... Oh, no, Mervely's killed herself with her own nade, I think. What's gone on there? I don't know whether that's a Codcaster bug or whether she's actually done that. But now, LB and Crispy need the 2 versus 3. Otherwise, this map is done. And Crispy's managed to get the bomb down. onto the other side. So all of a sudden, you're going to see those purple arrows completely swing around, and now it's going to be down to LB to really help her out with a pick. And unfortunately, Crispy goes down. It's all on LB. Those purple arrows are going to try and flood her out. She's so trapped, so one shot. She's got to try and regen. She slides out, can't do anything about it. Belters takes her down. He finishes the map 10 and 5, by the way. A hell of a map out of her. And Noctum Strix will save themselves some blushes, and they will take that 6-4 and the series 3-2.
That was a very frustrated little shot at the end to empty the clip, and again, you can just see how difficult it had been for them. They expected, I think, a little bit more dominance, and Crispy's just brought the game to them. Again, the Colcaster bugged to all hell, but we'd seen some big plays across both teams. Belters at times just unplayable, Kelly at times, Tasha being the revelation, I suppose, on the Noctum Strip side, for me anyway, who's had an incredible series. But Crispy's Valkyries, we came thinking that Strix might dominate, and they have been incredible four-piece right there, and kept this exciting and entertaining right to the very end.
Yeah, well, it does go the distance. First series, by the way, Pabs. we got our game 5. It wasn't quite around 11, but it was very, very close, and it will be the Noctum Strix girls who will go powering on through the bracket. Keep you guys updated as well on the rest of the bracket. I'll just quickly hit the old refresh button to see what results have come through. So obviously Noctum Strix Rising are going to play Vortex Scarlets. I don't know whether the X-Force Royals and Girls Spawned In game has gone ahead or not. We'll try and find out about that one because the result isn't there. But Inglorious Opals have managed to push on, and they will now play Ashley, Lola, Emmy, and Abby, who are very much a Titan team in this one, it must be said. Amelia Rose, Abby Coops, Lola, and Ashley Rain, obviously very, very good players. And Emeralds were the team that they managed to beat, actually, so they've dropped down. So Crispy Valkyries are going to face Emeralds in that losers round one side, and No Scope, No Hope, who dropped to Inglorious Opals, will wait for them in losers round 2. All the losers games are best of 3s as well. So it's going to be a case of they're going to have to try and just make sure that they clutch up in that losers bracket. But there's confirmation of it, guys. Noctum Strix do manage to take it in 5. Map 1 very confident. Map 2 a bit of a hiccup, Pabs, and obviously Map 3 could have gone either way, but the girls of Noctum do push through the bracket, as we probably would have expected this team to kind of do with the ability that they've got on the roster. But fair play to Crispy Valkyries. I don't think they'll get double-rounded here, because they did look like a very, very good outfit against a very, very strong female team.
Again, we just got to look at the potential for them to take a hard point and 2 S&Ds. If they can do that in this lower bracket, I think they're going to be able to fly right the way through. We did expect Strix to move on, but I think at times they look like they were there for the taking. So anyone watching this, any of the teams that are in this, could potentially, take a confidence boost from that. But at times, some of their players just look unplayable. Kelly dominated in some maps. Tasha very early on dominated, and we know that duo, Viper and Belters, are just immaculate at times. Really, great Call of Duty play. And Belters, I think, if you're in a 1v2 against that, it's game over. Just write it off. Just yeet yourself off the map, because you're going nowhere. You're getting absolutely bonneted. So yeah, big plays from her a number of times, not just the 1 or 2 times. We saw that quite frequently when she was in that position. So just big plays coming out of them. It's going to be interesting to see how that Amelia Rose, Abby Coops team fares up as a kind of pick-up squad. We know Amelia's just one of the most capable female players in the world, so it's going to be interesting to see whether her experience and ability can help that team. But yeah, just exciting to see everyone matching up and actually playing a bit of competition, because there is dollar on the line.
Yeah, hell of a lot of dollar. 1,180 great British pounds on the cards here for the Sakura Cup. But yeah, what we're going to do, guys, we're going to try and find out what game we can grab next. So feel free to grab a drink, grab some food. We'll throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will either have that winners round 2 game, which hasn't been reported yet, or it might be that winners semi-final game next up on your screen, or the qualification, game for a winners semi-final. But yeah, we'll throw it to a break, guys, and when we come back, we will have another game on your screen in the 1000 Sakura Cup. from the series previous are going to now find themselves in winners round 2, where we should have a bit of a banger here between these two girls' teams. Because, yeah, we've got another best of 5, no control, and 2 very talented teams on the cards here. So don't really want to plant a flag, to be honest.
I mean, with a name like Vortex, mate, I was expecting this to take much, a lot longer, but these guys are straight in, so the boys can take note. But yeah, obviously, we've been with the Noctum Strix scales and we've cast them so many times, we know what to expect. But Vortex, I think, are going to bring them a different challenge to what Crispy's Valkyries did. They've got players with a little bit more experience who've been playing a little bit longer and mixed it with a little bit more of the guys in the scene as well. So we should see, a little bit more intelligent play. And you know what, Major? Straight out the blocks of protocol. So I like the idea that it's a little bit more thought-provoking, this map. But you say that and we go straight into a skyline after that. But yeah, I'm just intrigued the fact that we go straight into a map that might present some more interesting challenges than, say, just running into a skyline hard point or a rewind hard point. So this could be interesting.
I'll tell you what could also be interesting. I think Codcaster might be working on this map. Ooh, what a win!
Hey, Mickey! It's working from that.
Yeah, Mel's blessed us with the Irish luck. But it will be, Vortex Scarlets in red, Noctum Strix in their infamous light purple. And we'll see how they get going with our first time watching this map on Hardpoint. So Murky, one of our more prestigious and favourites, must be said. Looking to try and lead the charge already, but Noctum Strix, they've already got that AR presence, Pabs in hand, Belters and Tasha. They're obviously going to be 2 players that they're going to have to try and keep very, very quiet. Obviously, Viper as well with the AR in hand isn't exactly shabby. So it's just going to be one where if they don't keep these AR players quiet, which it looks as though they're really struggling to do already, this might be a brutal map 1.
Yeah, 36-0 right now. The team in Vortex Scarlet's just really struggling at the minute, and we have got a little bit of murky bias, but that's to be expected. But yeah, it's just really got to get it to grips with some of the players. Now, this is where it gets tricky because we've seen a lot of the Noctum Strix girls doing really well as individuals, but once they start working together and they've got control of lanes and got control of areas, this is where you start to see them really look kind of really tidy. So Noctum Strix just complete control of the map so far. Wow. And this is going to just mean that P2 is going to be huge for Vortex.
Yeah, Pink Viper looking for another chow. Valerie's going to be upstairs, and she has no idea that she's going to fly around at that exact moment in time, and she's going to punish her for it. Murky going to look to try and work her way up towards the hill, which she's able to do. She slips through the net. Not going to be enough, though. And she's going to be running the C9, actually, which isn't a common gun that we tend to see in the comp scene. Valerie going to fly on and at least try and soak up a little bit of time because they are just starting to leak quite a substantial amount of time in favour of Noctum Strix at the moment. Abby going to look for the chow onto Belters, flies off the top rope, and Rob Van Dam styles her in good fashion. But you've still got a few players on the side of Noctum Strix inside the hill, locked in. Murky going to chow on towards the stairs, gets the information that those players are there. But now she's going to need a little bit of help here if they're going to manage to break these people out.
Yeah, P3 had already started to break when they were trying to get into position. So this is going to be a huge break, and it is going to be the ladies from Noctum Strix looking kind of tight at the minute, but they've managed to allow the team of Vortex Scarlets to kind of get some control, and that's a huge kill from Amara. Manages to take Viper down with Belters as ever on the flank, just trying to get around the back, and she's going to cause some problems. One shot. Oh, but the second one's windy. Amara puts it into the blender, and that is going to be advantage to Vortex Scarlets, Major. And this is now a 40-second game.
Yeah, really good strong hold. You already start to look to potentially when they might rotate over towards P3. Big win from Abby in towards middle map is going to just enable a little bit of pressure to be alleviated. Amara's going to get a pick as well, so the kill feed looking a little bit better if you are a Vortex Scarlet fan. You've still got Abby alive here. And it might be another gunfight when she's able to win. No, Tasha shuts her down, so New Hill pops in the infamous underground bunker as Amara flies in alongside her teammate. Pink Viper going to look to try and drop through double doors. And now, here comes the flood. Valerie watching her lane. She goes down. Pink Viper flying around for a potential second. Surely her teammate is going to get the trade, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So Vortex Scarlets, they do manage a really good job of getting a lot of time on that previous hill, but now they are struggling just ever so slightly, Pabs, of breaking this one.
Yeah, I didn't realise that the Kelly hadn't reloaded and she went to handgun, or was a Viper, sorry, and I was like, how did she die? So that's so weird, but I know she hadn't reloaded. But yeah, that was a nice break, but right now can kind of team of Noctum Strix hold on to that. It is going to be a back and forth, though, as these players do try and get control, and it is going to be advantage to the ladies in Lilac. So big kills there from Mara, though. She makes me eat words, and she's going to get a little bit of scrap time that is remaining, as we do see that P1 in the second rotation pop, and already Belters just there. Already around there, just causing problems, just absolutely nailing this team right now. It is another 25-second game, but not Violet's Vortex Scarlet's Major doing a brilliant job of just managing to stay within touching distance of this team.
Yeah, they have slowed down the likes of Pink Viper, who is still looking very good at 13 and 8, it must be said, but if they can just alleviate the ability that Noctum Strix have got on this team, scoreline will look very, very generous to them if they can do it. So the contest comes through from Murky, flies around the corner, gets a good bit of timing, and able to pick Kelly off. Not able to stay alive, though, which might come back to bite her, because Belters has now managed to get back on the time. And this was the hill pabs in the first rotation that they managed to get such a substantial chunk of time on. And it looks as though they're going to try and emulate that exact thing again.
Yeah, I think obviously the geography doesn't lend itself to the opposite spawn, just being able to get to that point at the same time. So this time round, just a little bit more of an even keel for Vortex, who are able to get there, but Kelly just dominating that middle section. She is going to need to be dealt with. Amara is going to be there. Amara definitely a player to watch out for. She's absolutely dominating proceedings for Vortex, and Abby Pink 16 and 12 as well. She was on a 5 streak. I think that's just been taken off, and that'll bode well for the team of Noctum at 109 to 124 from that initial 45-second lead that Noctum Strix got. This has become a hell of a game, and right now Vortex Scarlet's going toe-to-toe in every sense of the word.
Yeah, and the likes of Abby, who have really come to life here in the middle portion of the map alongside Amara. It's just ever so slightly positive saying that, though. Sorry, cast cars there straight onto Amara in all fashion. But Abby turns around. Nice shots to grab another pick. Going to be another one over towards Tower. A gunfight on towards Tasha. And the trophy's going to do a good job of keeping her alive from any sort of nades coming through. But unfortunately, she will go down eventually. And it is going to be down to them to try and break back in again. Nades over towards the top. Is going to collide alongside some shots, but isn't going to be enough to clean up the two players. But the pinch is coming through here from Abby. Is she going to check the right-hand corner? Yes, she is. The pinch is good. Amara takes down one as well. But no time going to go on the board, but it is just going to allow them to progress up the map as they try and push in towards the next hill. You've got Belter still alive in the back, and the pinch now is going to try and just slowly form from the front side of the hill. So if they hit this quickly, they might be able to get a good job of it. There's Dutch Kelly flying in with 2. Is it going to be enough to clear all of them out? You've still got Valley alive, but she goes down. Belter's now going to have to try and hold the front of 4, but those purple arrows are now completely in the back.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be good timing. Now, Murky with a nice opportunity. She needs to get this kill out wide, but she needs to break in and get that second kill. She has to get that kill. Belters, though, too quick for her, and poor Mel gets into the blender, but she's done just enough to allow her team to break back in. This is going to be a big kill from Amara, who manages to get the slide and hip fire, which is a difficult skill at the best of times, and already looking to move on to the next kill. So big thought and big play coming out of Vortex and Major. They have flipped this game on its head as it's about to get tied up from a lead.
Oh, the trade there from Murky. 159 plays 160. Nice work from Mel again, who's slowly starting to warm up a little bit now. Maybe chilly hands for the little Irish woman. And she's now looking to try and just work her way up those numbers. And her teammates still doing a good job around her. Look at the pinch though from Pink Viper, but it's not going to be enough. Valerie just spins around and takes her out. And trophies are now going to help them out a hell of a lot inside this hill with how difficult it can be to stay alive. But they're looking to try and nade the front of 4 to stop any sort of pressure from coming through. And now, how many kills can they potentially get on? There's 2 players coming through from that spiral staircase. And every single one of them is slowly starting to fall. So this hill looking very, very generous here to the other girls in red.
Yeah, just done so well over the last few hills. This second rotation has been a dominant performance. Actually, it might even be the third. I'm absolutely trolling here at this minute. Kelly does try and drop out the top window, but it's going to be Valaway who's there to put it into the blender. 204 plays 160. Strix completely on the back foot. You talk about whether you're going to be warmed up or going cold into a game. Well, they couldn't ask for a better warm-up match than Crispy Valkyries, but right now it is Vortex Scarlets with the advantage, and on to this P5, I think it is, or are we onto the 4th rotation? P1, we are indeed. So it is going to be another big moment. And again, we talk about that first rotation where Vortex really did struggle, but Major since then they've just done really well on this P1. So this could be a defining moment in this series.
Well, Mel gets taken down in mid. They're still managing to keep people alive on the time. Big kill there from Pink Viper to at least stop that clock from just being pushed
No.
out. But there's somebody straight back on it again in form
Mel.
of Mel. He's just going to be laying prone, waiting for someone to at least force her off of it. Those purple arrows now looking to try and flood in. Kelly in towards mid. Belters, nice work. Able to get a pick. You can see now that Mel's just going to have to reposition a little bit. But through all of this carnage that's been going on, she's just been slowly pushing that timer out for her team. Kelly's going to completely ignore it and just try and push towards the building. But Mel gets the kill regardless. And now look at the rotation from those arrows in red. Vortex Scarlets, they are completely ready to go for this hill. Everyone on the side of
Mel's
Noctum
coming
Strix
behind.
are trying to work their way in. Mel works the pinch. They will not touch this hill. And it will be Vortex Scarlets who are able to take map number 1. I'll tell you what, Pabs, the first start of the phase of that game wasn't great for them, but they completely ran away with that. 250, 174.
Murky just went prime Celium and just read the game, got the time, got the kills, went round the back, got more kills. She just couldn't be stopped. The big brains, the big plays, the big guns as well. So huge plays coming out of Vortex, puts them on the front foot, puts Noctum Strix firmly on the back foot, and they're going to have to do something in a round 2 S&D, which they didn't do in the previous game. And we've seen standout performances. Abby Pink 28 and 20 with 23 non-traded kills. Star performance, stellar performance out of the rest of the side as well. 250 to 174. Noctum Strix, pressure applied. What can you do to answer back?
Well, that's the infamous question, mate. And I say the hard point on the last series was very good to them in the fact that they managed to take, I think it was map 1 and... No, sorry, it was map 1 and 4 that they managed to take against Crispy Valkyries. And now they've already dropped a hard point. So that's a very, very good opening start for the girls, the Vortex Scarlets. And you look ahead to the series, Pabs, and obviously Skyline hardpoint. Noctum Strix were able to take it against Crispy Valkyries 250-214. But again, because we know how messy that map is, it's not exactly something where you can look at a team and go, right, they're bang out going to be the favourites for this map. So, I mean, Search and Destroy, it's slightly different game mode, but it is very much a case of it's very first blood heavy. The engagements are quick, and those ARs really need to try and work their first bloods on this one.
Yeah, I think this is going to be, vital as well. I've just been handed a pack of wine gums as well. I'm son. Thank you very much. Sugar rush. But yeah, I think it's a weird one. This again. I'm going to kind of err towards the likes of Kelly, get the routes that are required to surprise the other team and bring, that the much needed aggression that I think Strix need in this S&D, or are they going to suffer at the hands of a much more cautious, much more pragmatic approach from the girls of Vortex? I actually don't know, because we haven't had a lot of time with this Search and Destroy on Skyline to really see how teams figure it. We know it's quite open across the middle. We know that you can get sight from Jacuzzi right across. I mean, both ways, almost on the X and the Y axis, you can get information across the map. So really, is it about who gets to those kind of big pressure point, big godhead kind of areas first? Who knows the routes quickest? Who's got the best setup? It's all these little tiny details that can go a long way to winning a round. So Noctum Strix, they were kind of Jekyll and Hyde. They got themselves a 4-0, and then they tried to lose the map as best they could and eventually managed to win it out in the previous game. So what kind of performance will we see from them? Very much a Jekyll and Hyde team in S&D.
Yeah, and I think one of the girls is just restarting their PC potentially, and I don't really know how long this might take. So what I'll do is, because I might try and do some quick graphics in the background, because Kate has only just sent me their logo and said, by the way, we have a logo. Well, I didn't know that, so I might try and sort something out very quickly in the background so that she doesn't moan at me about the whole series, because I haven't got their team's logo on the screen, because it is her org as well. And Sack wants a major But yeah, what we'll do, guys, I'll throw it to a break. Pabs can eat his wine gums. You can grab snacks. And when we come back, we will have that map 2 on your screen.
Can I go for a poo?
Yes, you can go for a poo. Ladies and gents, welcome back. We're here in Search and Destroy in round number 2, or winners round number 2, should I say, between Noctum Strix and Vortex Scarlet. And Kate gave me loads of shit because I didn't have her team's all graphics sorted out, so I've tried to sort it out in rapid fashion. So hopefully she actually says thank you rather than bullying me all the time. But we're now here in map number 2. Vortex Scarlet's obviously taking map number 1, Pabs 250 to 174. Looks very, very good for their money, it must be said, and they're looking very, very good here in the opening round because Tasha is all alone and feeling very blue.
I mean, I just don't want to be up against any Noctum Strix player in a 1v2, but Vortex looking very capable dealing with that straight out the blocks and just going from where they left off in the hard points. Total control, Babby Pink again. Going huge. She was the dominant player in the hard points, and now she's the dominant player on this S&D and Skyline. Controls the area, doesn't let Belters, Viper, or anyone from Strix through, and that is going to be 1-0 breadstick acquired for the girls of Vortex Scarlet's. Nice little bit of a change of Rooney there from Mr. Chafin, but yeah, just let's just see if Strix can fight back.
Yeah, well,
what have they got in the locker?
Let's see what they got. Well, Abby had a really, really good map one, must be said. And Cherry all with follow. Thank you very much, Cherry. But Abby, really good map one. Oof, I'll tell you what, Viper's absolutely eviscerated her. I don't know if she got team shot there, but she got absolutely melted. And unfortunately for us, Codcaster has decided to go back to its infamous roots of not working. So we're going to have to try and go back to assuming who is who. But in the meantime, gunfight's on the site. Dutch Kelly able to get one. Ooh, and Kelly gets the second as well. Noctum Strix completely controlling that site. And it will be a round on the ball for them, one apiece.
Yeah, whatever Vortex can do, the Strix ladies can do just as well. I think Kelly enjoys this map. She looked great in the hard point, and this kind of bar area just lends itself to really good SMG play. You've got so much cover. If you kind of know it really well, you can just move instinctively around it, so you don't need to, like, where am I at any given point? You know, like a striker knows the ins and outs of a penalty box in the same kind of fashion. They just know what corners to peek, where they are at any given time. And Kelly proves it with a nice simple couple of kills to get that game all tied up. It is going to come down to this first blood, though. Can it be tied up? Tasha is going to do a top job there to make this a 3v3.
A second one for Tasha as well, and this is what happens on this map. It gets messy, and Valerie now finds herself needing a 1 versus 3. Kelly's all the way out the back of her spawn here. I don't think she's going to read this. Oh, did she hear the window smash? I think Kelly's got her headset cranked, or maybe not. Oh no, she spotted her now, and Kelly gets the kill. So 2 very, very quick rounds from Noctum Strix. And all of a sudden, they go 2-1 up. And yeah, I think we're slowly starting to see, Pabs, what this map is in Search and Destroy. It is very opening, engagement heavy. And then it usually ends a case of one team has been absolutely leathered because they're not necessarily as quick on the trades as the other. But 2 rounds in a row for Noctum. They're going to be happy with that one, obviously, after dropping map number 1. They've got a lot of influence now that they need to try and put on this one. And 2 good rounds on the board now. And the girls streaking at the moment, 8 between 3 of them.
I think this kind of map lends itself to players haven't figured out a route straight away. So, you know, the SMG is like, I'm going to go this way, provide me with support. If we get the first blood, it's great. And I think it's that kind of play that lends itself. And right now, I think Vortex does exactly that, where they get a player push forward, they get the pick, get 2 picks, and it's going to be Viper who manages to get 1 shot on an exposed player. But that's now a 3v2 situation. And that's exactly what happened in the previous round.
Well, Pink Viper on her lonesome. Is she going to check this left corner where Valerie's holding the angle? Probably not. But this next pick's going to be the all-important one, unfortunately. Flies round onto Amara. Oh, no! The shots aren't... They're not crispy. They're not Rice Krispies. And unfortunately, that round goes in the way of Vortex Scarlet's there. And Amara will see the snap here. The bullet's kind of hitting the partition behind her. Makes no mistake about it. And this is the level of COD where female COD's at, Pabs. If you miss your bullets, the girls will punish you for it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, mate. Didn't we play with Pre last year for a little bit in ranked, and I was just like, I'm gonna get carried again. Here we go again, just getting carried one more time. I just get used to it, not being able to shoot straight, and these girls are just absolutely dominating. But I did feel like there was a bit of a hit reg issue there because he didn't seem that windy, to be fair, but she gets punished nonetheless. And a player we talked about a little bit in that hard point was Amara, who was incredible at times. So is that someone that we're going to see go absolutely huge? It's 2-2 right now. It's big plays coming out of Vortex. They've got first blood again, and they've got that second pick. So right now it is going to be Strix on the back foot.
Yeah, well, Murky is slowly working her way on a bit of a pinch. I believe it's her. Oh, all of a sudden, Alberto's is alone. Don't think she's going to make the read that Murky's going to be here very, very quickly. And no, she won't. So Murky gets the kill, and it will be another round on the board here for the girls of Vortex Scarlet. So 2 rounds looking very, very good to Strix all of a sudden, Pabs, and then you find the likes of Murky and the girls just kind of adapting to what Noctum have been doing, and they do look very, very confident now over towards that bar area. They keep getting the picks. Obviously, we've seen the likes of Belters over the years running AR, and now obviously she's finding herself on a map where she has to pretty much run sub. Not necessarily the most comfortable role for her, and Vortex Scarlets with the likes of Murky and those girls on that team looking very comfortable in the SMG role.
Yeah, really, really do look comfortable, and at times confident as well, pushing through mid, looking for angles, leaving themselves exposed with confidence in their gunplay, which is really good. It is going to be a first blood for Strix though, but that can't get tied up straight away. So a 3v3, Murky. Oh, she was so close to getting shot in the behind, and then manages to nearly get shots on Tasha's behind. So very, very close here, and just gives you an idea of how tight the margins are in this game. Sometimes Becky with a big kill there. That's huge plays right there. She puts a player right in the blender. Kelly now in a 1v3 advantage. Vortex Scarlets. They've been exceptional so far in this game.
Well, I remember the days when Mel's hit reg used to be horrendous with her comp, but she's absolutely fried her there, and they take them down yet again. Vortex Scarlets with another round puts them 2 to the good, 4-2 up. And I think the aggression there from Mel just paid absolute dividends for them. We'll see another kill coming through from her right at the end of it. Right at the business end, on to Kelly, her SMG counterpart. And Vortex Scarlets again with another strong round. So it's... we don't like to say make or break rounds, Pabs, but obviously the round that usually leads to that important 5th one is the one that tends to be the do or die for a lot of these girls' teams. And it is going to be one where Murky now finds herself 4 in a row, looking very, very confident. She's warmed up. The little Irish woman's warmed up, and she's pretty much showing the girls how it's done here on the search.
Really enjoying themselves so far, 5-4, and just having their way with Noctum Strix right now. And again, they've got to really avoid going 5-2 down. That number 5 is such a big psychological barrier. And Viper just trying to take this nice little corner hit, but is she going to hit by T-Teams? Information is going to go out. She's going to get shot in the back. That is going to be taken down. So it is going to be Vortex Scarlet who managed to get a kill. It's going to be 2v3 though, with advantage to Strix as Dutch Kelly looks to try and transition around those players. But is the timing going to be absolutely perfect for it? It is indeed. She gets one. That's going to leave Walloway in a 1v2.
Well, Valerie's got a free pick here onto site if she challenges the bomb. She's right next to her. Oh my god, she's running straight past her. Omni movement out the back. Oh, she's going to do well to stay alive here. The girls just absolutely swarm her out of that one. And Noctum Strix take a very, very important round. Some bad luck there for Valerie. Just not able to spot that she was on the bomb site. And Noctum Strix shot Cora. Just going to punish her for a little bit of misfortune on that occasion. So 4-3. Still back and forth, and I mean, it honks of around 11 Pabs on this one. I can't really lie, mate. I don't know what your thoughts are so far, though.
Yeah, it's definitely got the odour of around 11 and sweaty palms and sweaty bum cheeks, but Vortex Scarlets is still, you would say, have got that in the tank where they might be able to just dominate this. They've kind of fell off a little bit. I love the way it just says dash has bomb, but yeah, it is going to be Valloway with that. So Big Dutch Kelly just potentially going to have some great opportunity to get a 2-piece. It gets that second, not able to get to finish it off. So it is only going to be Murky and Valloway right now. Abby Pink and Amara. It is going to see Abby Pink go the way of the next round. She's got to go huge here. Amara not able to do it. And Strix Major are looking very, very good.
Yeah, it's just those first bloods just seem to be make or break for the girls at the moment on both of the respective teams. It feels as though we've had a few rounds now where both teams have dropped 2, maybe 3 in the space of about 10-15 seconds. We know the opening engagements are very, very quick on this map, but they are proving to pay absolute dividends here for whichever team comes out on top of them at the moment. Dutch Kelly still going strong. 6-4 from her, obviously on a map, very close quarters. This is going to be absolutely in her element. And Tasha doing a good job as well, combining the 6 in a row between the 2 of those ladies. So it's just a question of where those first bloods lie. And it's, again, going to be another one. This time, Abby's going to fall on the side of Vortex Scarlets. And now Noctum are going to look to try and just completely swamp this site and get this bomb down.
Yeah, this is going to be a big moment for the gals of Vortex Scarlets. The slight disadvantage as Murky goes into the next round. You can see Kelly just again holding that angle, very patient in Jim, just looking to get as much information as possible. A little bit of support going to come in via Valaway. But again, Kelly just holding strong for that push out towards mid, where she might be able to take a player by surprise with the support from Tasha. And it's going to be Amara now looking to try and get a little bit of information. The only information she's got so far is that Valaway is going to put someone in the blender. It's going to be a 3v2.
Oh,
Abby Pink all on her own. Can she get this pick? No, she can't. She's back. She does it with the handgun. Is it going to be able to get it in time? I think she's
yeah,
just
she's
about
got
got
that.
it. Vortex Scarlet's Abby Pink goes huge there, 10-4 major for the defuse and puts her team into the lead.
Oh my god, I'm pretty sure that was the
Oh,
ace as well, by the way. What a round there out of Abby. Jesus. Skating in the bar section of the map. We'll see it here at the end. A little bit of back and forth with Tasha, pistol in hand. Straight to the dome. And a big round there for Vortex Scarlets, because if they're going to look to try and push this series out, perhaps 5-4 now, looking very, very good to them.
I think this next first blood, if they get this first blood, it could be absolute game over for Nottingham Strix, getting into the game 3-2-0 down. But they will be heading into a hard point, so we know how capable those players can be in respawn mode. So Abby Pink looking to get a bit of information across middle right now. No one with the first blood. Very tentative plays. Very confident play. You see a few shots come out. Belters manages to get that first blood, but she's going to get traded straight out, Major, and it's 3v3 as we approach the 1 minute mark.
Nades out. Amara gets a big pick. This isn't looking good. It's now on Pink Viper and Dutch Kelly to clutch up here. Viper's got a good bit of timing, actually. She's pushed herself through top bridge and might be able to come on the back of a few here. There's the info. Spots Murky. There's a free pick, but now her teammate drops. So it's now going to be all on Pink Viper. She's got to work the 1 versus 2 hit. They're looking to chal her out. Oh, and Abby doesn't miss. Abby takes her down. Vortex Scarlets take that map 6-4. And now they find themselves on the precipice of taking down Noctum Strix here in winners round 2 in a 3-0.
Take a bow, Abby Pink, 12-4 with an ace to boot. Incredible plays. Cannot be spot despite the gymnastics coming out of Belters, and Pink Viper not able to secure that round 6-4. And big plays, Abby Pink. The stats really not supporting her. The 8 non-traded is probably accurate though, and it was a big performance to put them 2-0 up. Knocked them Strix really on the back foot now. Got to go big. I believe it's a vault hard point next, so really got to go absolutely huge in this kind of like very unusual map, especially when you consider the amount of elevation there is in those back pod areas, art areas. So vault could be very interesting, but right now they're on the back foot, and Vortex Scarlets just look amazing.
Yeah, they look very, very good. And the more important thing for them is that they managed to just clutch up in those big rounds. Obviously, we saw the impact that Abby was able to make in that search and destroy. When you got somebody going 12-4 in a search, it just makes your life so much easier. And when you're looking across the talent in that team, if you've got one player that's able to pop off, normally you'd anticipate that the other 3 will be able to pick up the pieces, and that's exactly what they managed to do. Obviously 251-74 as we've just seen on the screen there in map 1. And Noctum Strix, still at the moment, obviously perhaps it's very early days, but a little bit hit and miss from these girls. We know the ability that they've got, and obviously the slight changes in the roster that they have tweaked from a couple of their players. From what we saw at the end of MW3, but I think it's just one of those, isn't it? We're at the stage of the game where things are going to be new. They're going to be trying out new strats. There's a lot to learn at the opening of let alone a new COD, but a new set of maps, a new engine. It's just one of those where you've got a lot of opportunity to improve it, especially in the early stages of it. And we know how hard the Noctum girls work in some of these plays, so it wouldn't surprise me if, say, off the back of, if they do get knocked out of this tournament, that they'd come back straight away flying and looking a hell of a lot better than they did the last time we saw them.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's early in the season. Obviously, the reps that people are getting on as coordinated. You tend to favour certain maps, and I think you have to build up an encyclopedic knowledge of each map. And no one's there at this point in time. Maybe Steve Vortex's team might be there. They've got a long history of working harder than anyone else. But right now, most players, we've got the time to put into the game. they're still at that learning stage, especially on the maps that people don't like. And the other problem is you largely feel like you got to hedge your bets a little bit because you don't know what maps are going to stay in the rotation, and you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket and find that that basket gets thrown out the window and replaced with Hacienda or something really early doors. So again, you know, Vortex Scarlet's looking strong, but this could be the point now where Noctum Strix are like, well, Volt's our map. We're going to bring this back to 2-1. We're going to see how this goes and, you know, get this at least to a game 4. That's their aim right now, is to make sure that they're playing a game 4.
Yeah. So, double hard point up on the board for us. And it's the first time we've seen a Vault hard point ever. We saw the Search and Destroy and it Pabs in terms of one-dimensional. It does feel like it's a map that's a hell of a lot better in hardpoint than it is in Search. So we'll see how this one goes. But regardless, they're going to need the big hitters, Pabs. They're going to need the likes of Belters, Pink Viper. We've seen her have some really big maps. Obviously, Kelly's had some good ones, and Tasha as well. So across the board, we know the ability that these girls have got. It's just a case of pulling it all together, really.
Where the hell's P1?
P1
oh, right in the middle.
In mid-map, mate. You're right.
I was just like, I was having a look at the call-out map, and I was like, they've not listed P1. It's right in the middle. It must be. I assumed it was right in the middle, but like, I just lost my mind. I did warn you that I'd be learning this as we go along, but yeah, I've played this in pubs, but you play pubs. Do I play the objective all the time? Not necessarily. But yeah, this is going to be a big moment for Noctum Strix, and they're already on the struggle bus as the girls of Vortex Scarlet already look to acclimatise a 30-second lead. Murky has been an incredible game, but stay on point with this Abby Pink, who's just been absolutely stellar for the last 2 maps, and right now it is advantage Vortex. But Noctum Strix can never be written off, especially when you got players as talented as Tasha, Viper, Belters, and Dutch Kelly. So it is still a bit of a struggle bus for them. They are getting a little bit of time. Major, this is one thing I would suggest that Noctum Strix do very well, is they can get kind of outslain, but they make sure that they get in time, so you never feel like you get really far away from them in terms of time.
Oh, that timing is horrendous for Mel. She's going to be furious with that one.
Yeah.
But it will be. Noctum out the back, as you say, Pabs. Their rotations, especially when they know what's going on the map, do tend to be very, very clean. Noctum Strix, very much a team of fundamentals from what we've seen over the last coming months, especially Abby looking to try and prove to be a thorn in their side once more. But Vortex Scarlet still with a little bit of a lead as we get ready over towards hill number 3. And around a 10-point advantage there or thereabouts. I've noticed as well in Conquest, it doesn't tell you how long's left of the hill previously as well, which is really useful for us when we're trying to dissect some information while casting.
Time, mate. Yeah. I spent like the first half point just going, what the hell is going on? It got onto the fact that I'm just waiting for the other one to pop, like the lock to appear on the screen. I'd be like, there's 10 seconds of scrap time left. But yeah, it's so frustrating right now, like the lack of information for the casters in terms of just being able to tell you guys the story. But we roll with the punches. We've had worse than this, and still not made enough complaints. So we'll see how it goes. It is a very close game. 12 seconds in at Vortex Scarlet with a slender advantage. Tasha is going to take down Abby Pink. The trade is going to be out, but Tasha's going to be there for that retrade, and she's going absolutely off right now. She's 7 and 8, but expect that to go positive fairly soon. She does kind of peek her head out a little bit too much, but she's still rocking it and rolling. Murky with a big kill as we had a 10-second advantage to Vortex, but it is going to be Noctum Strix who are going to bring this right back. We already see that the next hill has popped, so it is only going to be scrap time, Major, heading into this P4. An advantage to no one right now.
Yeah, the back spawns are going to be the all-important ones. Amara notices that, though, and the shot's really good with the GPR in her hands. And it's going to be... I don't know whether it was Abby or whether it was... I think it might have been Mel that just got that 2-piece that we saw on the screen. Shout out Codcaster again for just helping us make things difficult. But another pick comes through. Yeah, it's Mel that was able to get that big 2-piece. So this is really, really good stuff here from Vortex Scarlets. The emphasis out the back is looking very, very useful to them. Amara trying to play her life. She's going to get naded and stunned, but Pink Viper's going to get caught on the cross. Ew! And the shots from Amara, crispy as you like. Able to take down 2. Kelly might have the same impact as well, potentially. Able to get a pick. Needs to try and close the distance and try and spawn some of these players out, which she does now do. So they are going to start to spawn over towards that backside of Paul. And now Murky going to try and hold down the front of Fort while the Noctum girls try and flood in. But it looks to be to no avail. Belters with a big 1-versus-1 now up against Murky. She's got a lot of doors to watch. Mel with 1. Oh, can't quite get the second. But the damage is done. Look at the score line now, Pabs.
Yeah, they're already starting to just get ready for P1. They're set up for any push right the way through mid. So Valaway just looking to try and get control. But again, she gets taken down. She manages to get the pick, and it's going to be Abby Pink with a strong two-piece, and Vortex
Mel.
Scarlet still in control right now. Major, that is going to be a 60-second lead or more, 65-second
Oh my
lead.
god.
So right now, Noctum Strix on the struggle bus. And potentially, Major, this rotation is going to be all important as they stare down the battle of a potential 3-0.
Yeah, well, Tasha's going all the way around the back with her teammate. Belter's nice shots there. 2 HP and a dream is what she's going to be left with. She's not going to check this right corner, so she should go down. Yep, she does. Tasha, though, out the back already, getting ready for this P2. So Noctum Strix putting a lot of emphasis on these back spawns, but you can see now that lead the Vortex Scarlets have got off the back of, again, another good P1 is now going to lead them trailing by 100 points that they're going to have to close. And you can see it will be a bit of scrap time that goes in their favour, but the back spawns now is what they're leaning on, and the back spawns is what they're really going to have to rely on. So Amara going to put some shots into Pink Viper, who's going to try and play her life. Abby just going to wide peek it. Got to be careful not to get taken down here. Trophy's going to keep Pink Viper alive just for now, but you can see that Murky's got herself on the hill. She's been a thorn in their side this whole map long. Mel just keeps hitting root, and it keeps working for her. Her team now find themselves back in the time, soaking it up. And if they can get these kills in the back, it's going to be so difficult for them to regain spawns. Everyone drops, and look where those purple arrows are now.
Right, if you see me in the lobby with Mel, you know full well I'm just trying to get tips, just trying to learn how to play the game again. But Mickey on a 5-3, absolutely dominating right now. Vortex Scarlet's just turned so many of those kills into such good time as well. It's 120-second lead, approaching 120-second lead, I should say, and it's been incredible performances across the board from every member of Vortex Scarlet so far. Strix so far off the pace, you can imagine that things starting to get maybe a little bit tense, and it's going to be Abby Pink up top with that AR just causing absolute carnage, as it's going to be down to one player there. It is going to be just manages to get the pick, nearly gets away with a life. Kelly not able to do it, and some going to be Viper trying to get that suppressive fire down, Major, but not able to do it. And it's going to be Belters just trying to cause problems. Vortex Scarlet's not able to get absolutely anywhere near this right now, and this, Major, could be the turning point in this game for Noctum Strix.
Yeah, they need this hill, and they need a huge chunk of time. But again, you've got to look towards the rotation on the next hill as well. Noctum Strix have got the good side of spawns for it. But Amara's back on the time, and now they're going to edge their way close to that 200-point mark. And, I mean, how many times, perhaps, have we seen these maps where teams are looking very, very good, but all it takes is maybe 3 or 4 consistent hills of scrap time, and the other team, because they're only about 50-40 points away from it, they're just able just to see it over the line, no matter how scrappy the other team makes it.
Yeah, yeah. The goal, it's that golden ratio, isn't it? Where you just know you don't need to worry about getting done for a hill. You just get the scrap time, and you're over the point. And that was largely the argument against Parasite's 40-20, because that always left you in a position where you could still get, surprised by one good kill. They get 60 seconds, you're screwed. When you've got a 200-point lead or a 150-point lead, you kind of can put your feet up a little bit. Pink Viper's got to go huge. And largely the problem is that the girls in Noctum Strix have got to do this almost immaculately now, like perfect hard point.
Amara, big 2-piece. Oh, can't quite get the biscuit on top of it. So, Noctum Strix digging their heels in, but again, they've got to try and just stop Vortex Scarlets from just taking second after second away from them. Pink Viper up top, not going to be clean shots, so it will be a case that Noctum Strix survive another day by the looks of it. Kelly going to transition over, but P1, this is what Vortex Scarlets have banked so much time on over the first 2 rotations, and now they're going to look to try and do it again. Mel slowed down a little bit here in the latter portion of the map, but P1 has popped. Somebody's going to surely get on the time. It's going to be Amara. Mel's going to look to try and help her out, and now Noctum Strix, they've got to go in the front, and they've got to try and get these kills.
Yeah, I think they've got this right. They've gone around from the side, and it's almost a pinch, but they've got to read this now, because the rest of that Vortex team are going to come in from a number of different entry points. Murky with the first pick, the second pick. Murky's been immaculate. It does say Abby Pink, but it wasn't. It was indeed Mel, but that's going to be huge. She's also read this to perfection. That's going to be another big pick. She is dominating this game and allowing her team to soak up so much time. 20 seconds required to see this as a 3-0. Viper's going to do everything she can. Anything Murky can do, Viper can do as well. But they need so much time now to bring this back. Perfect hard point required.
You can see Mel was just... Get those crisps in, brother. I can hear that. Valorant. Out the back. Shots. crispy again. And now they've got to try and flood through. Kelly's in the time. Tasha's watching out the back. And look at those purple arrows just going to be watching over the front side of the hill. But now, Kelly turns around. Nope. Never mind. Nothing's going to come of it because Tasha's going to just hold that lane really well. And that's a 5 streak now for Tasha. That's a big set of kills coming through. And they're still stopping them from pushing out the back. But now Mel gets the all-important pick. You can see that Kelly's going to reposition. Legs akimbo like she's giving birth in the bathroom. And now in come those players. Everyone goes out. Everyone goes down. Tasha now finds herself in such a horrible spot. They've got to try and get across no man's land over towards Paul. They're soaking up the time. 10 seconds is all they need. These purple arrows have got to flood. Otherwise, they're going down to the losers bracket. Valerie shooing through players that are trying to transition while keeping her head down on the time. Someone's got to chow. Nobody's getting the kills. It seems as though Valerie gets the final pick on the time, and that is that. Vortex Scarlets will 3-0 Noctum Strix. They looked very good on that map. 251-37.
Yeah, just the losers bracket for Dutch Kelly, not Motherhood on the Saturday night. So 250 to 137 again. Just so much work to do for the girls of Noctum Strix. Not able to do it in the end. And big performances coming out of Murky and out of Abby Pink. The team looked immaculate for the whole series. 3-0. Looking very much like the favourites at the minute. But yeah, huge plays coming out of every single player, but you've just got to look, Mickey. 31 and 21, 23 non-traded kills, and just a stellar performance. And at times really smart. She was flanking, she was going around the back of the team and managing to get herself not just 1-2 kills, but 3 and 4 kills time and again. Her reaction time was absolutely on point, and she read the game perfectly at times, and that's what you need. And Vortex Scarlets 3-0 knocked them Strix in, a surprising fashion. We've seen these Strix girls before dominate any team that's put in front of them. Well, not tonight. Vortex Scarlets are going to march on the upper bracket, and Noctum Strix are going to find themselves in that losers bracket run. And an infamous bit of commentary in here from Major Chapin.
Well, it's going to be a case. So we are staying on board with Vortex Scarlets. We've just heard. So Ashley, Rain, Lola, Emmy, and Abby have managed to push through. So they are actually in that winners final, which will be tomorrow. But we are going to stay on board with Vortex Scarlets, who will play X-Force Royals in the next game. So what we'll do, guys, obviously you guys can see the clips there. We'll look at the confirmed scores in the end. But it will be Vortex Scarlets looking very, very good. And here she is, the lady at the moment, Mel, who's just casually dropped over 30 kills on the bonds of Noctum Strix. So Noctum Strix, they are going to drop down into that losers bracket, and they will play Girls Spawned In, which is Ems and the girls. So a very, very good game, that one, actually. I'll be interested to see who comes out on top of that one, because, again, very, very talented rosters on both respective teams. But we'll see here at the end here, where it's just a case of, unfortunately, for Noctum Strix, they just gave themselves a little bit too much to do, but we've got no fear that those guys will come back stronger, potentially, if it's in this tournament or potentially the next. But there's a confirmed 3-0 from the girls of Vortex Scarlets, and we'll now look towards that next game, Pabs. But at the moment, Pabs, obviously, good position for women's COD at the moment. Again, a lot of talented players on the screen across a lot of teams. Not necessarily all of them the same of what we saw at the end of MW3. We know kind of there's a bit of a bedding in process with new CODs, new teams. So it's just good to have a broad plethora, word of the day, of female COD really on the screen again.
Yeah, I think honestly, last year was the real kind of like year where they were able to cement themselves as being, a proper force. And we'd seen at times individual female players come through, and we've obviously played tons of ranked play in the past with individual players of just such high caliber. Like, how many times have we been carried by the likes of Murky, the likes of Pre, the likes of Gabby? These players are just as good as any of the male players. So it's just this is a great year for this scene, and for Sakura League as well, to just really start to push through. And we've talked about it before. The ideal scenario for us is to see them push through into challenges and start to really make a name for themselves on the big stage, get into those top 16, top 8 positions, and start to see them in the elites, in the Challenger Cups, in the Pup Cups, everything that we expect to see of our top 8 and top 16 male teams. So, and then ultimately, the idea is that they push on to the CDL and we see a bit more integration. And I just think it's great. And the thing is, I think obviously the saddest thing is that I think there's always been a huge contingent of female players that have wanted the competitive space that for themselves, and it's just never been there. And Hannah has done such a great job with the Sakura League. And huge props to her for the work that she's done, and the environment that is in there as well, because it's a great Discord as well.
Yeah, so there's an absolute bundle of talent in that, and they're only getting better. So what we'll do, guys, as we get our next series ready, we'll throw it to a break, we'll sort out all the graphics, all that good stuff, reset ourselves as we get some more Call of Duty action for the 1180 Sakura Cup on your screen. Ladies and gents, welcome back. Welcome back. We're here in winners semi-final. Now getting to the business end of stuff here in the £1,180 Sakura Cup in the open season of Black Ops Cold War 6. But Black Ops Cold War 6, wow, made a new game off the top of my head. But X-Force
What a
Royals
game
Pabs,
that would be.
a new game and some new players in X-Force
Omni
Royals.
movements on Moscow, let's go.
Mate, we could do it Moscow, to be fair, with the map set they've given us, in all honesty. But either way, Pabs, we've got a set of 4 new players. I don't think you've cast any of these girls. I've cast a couple of them on X-Force Royals, but all we know is they're up a very, very solid outfit in Vortex Scarlets from what we've just seen. There's how comfortably they took down Noctum Strix, but at the moment, they look very, very good in the open stages of Scarlet and Hardpoint.
The Vortex Scarlet's giving their pads to someone else because right now they are being absolutely dominated in much the same fashion they got dominated in their P1 on the previous Hardpoint by Noctum Strix, but turned things around. But X-Force Royals very aggressive out the blocks, taking very aggressive angles, got, you know, a number of early kills, but looks like we're just starting to see that kill feed go a little bit more balanced. We're seeing a few back and forth trades, but it's all about control. Leona looking very, very solid 2 and 3 there, early days. But Abby Pink, predictably, Major, getting a few picks, but it's about these 2 pieces, and right now, Nicole, speedy by name, Major, speedy by nature.
Yeah, in the hill she goes. She does get taken down by Abby, but look at the jump up from Leona. Shots to take down 1, shots to take down the 2nd. As Leona just goes straight back in the point and says, no scrap time for you. Valerie's going to try and do the same. Is it going to be the same outcome? Oof! Yes, it is. The GPR looking very, very good in the hand of some of these ladies, it must be said. And Leona looking to just continue that point furthermore. Amara going to look to try and fly now in towards bot. And now the new hill has now popped. So the player's going to look to try and get over towards the type. Oh, somebody wants to try and join in the action. Not today, buddy. Call of Duty. And Valerie going to fly straight around the corner. And the girls of Vortex Scarlets are straight back in the time. So potentially a good opportunity for a lion's share of time here, Pabs on bar. Not necessarily easy to stay alive, but they're doing a really good job of winning the gunfights that they need to and forcing X-Royals to try and just work their way in towards this hill, which is not an easy thing to do on this map.
Yeah, a couple of windy shots coming in from Leona just made that even more difficult as the girls of Vortex just kind of used this area really well. This is where Dutch Kelly was able to just dominate earlier on for Noctum Strix, but Vortex just, you know, had an answer each time. And again, I suppose one player, if you only just joined us, to watch out for. 2 players maybe. Obviously, Abby Pink has been stellar throughout the whole season and the whole series, and Amara was great to start with, and Murky has just had some really intelligent plays. So just keep your eyes peeled for those 3 girls. Valaway, a player we haven't really concentrated on. We probably should put some time into watching how she plays right now. Trades are back and forth, and time isn't going the way of Vortex Scarlets. X-Force Royals looking very, very solid for the time. Major Leona 11 and 8, K 11 and 7. Really, really big, you know, scores coming out of those guys. They're total for 6 on a streak. X-Force Royals looking very, very good.
Yeah, and Amara waiting for the right time to push, waiting for her teammates to reinforce her. You can see that Speedy Nicole just waiting around the corner. There's the first pick, though, for Amara, and she's able to just play her life as well, so the numbers might work in their favour if she regens and completes the trade. Oh, there you go. Nice little snap there. I thought she wasn't able to get that one over the line, but she is. And alongside Valerie, they're able to just start to pick apart. Oh, wow, Kay has absolutely eviscerated Amara there. So nice work from Kay, looking for another. Abby's going to shut her down in her tracks on that occasion. And unfortunately, they're over towards Bath. It was a pretty bubbly affair. Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
Yeah, they hey, soapy. Stop it. A 40-second make that a 50-second lead for X-Force Royals. Vortex Starlets doing what they could to try and come back. Going to try and use a little bit of the geography to their advantage as they now realise where that team is spawning from. But I don't think they've seen Kay making the way all the way around the back. Apologies for my mad casting. I've got a wine gum in my mouth as well. But she makes absolute use of those stairs and dominates with a 2-piece, and that's just going to allow the X-Force Royals to get that little bit of time that is remaining. It's probably about 30 seconds on that hill. The next hill hasn't popped yet. Again, we are being scuppered by some major codcaster issues, but X-Force Royals, Major, looking very, very tidy so far, and Vortex have fell off considerably from the last series.
Yeah, well, I think the all the players coming up on the kill feed is the correct one again. We've got players 1 through 8, which is usually a sign that it is actually working the way it's supposed to. So, touch wood. This is the way it keeps going. Kate, 21 and 11, by the way, out of her. She is having a hell of a time ripping through these players. Valerie's going to work the trade, at least on that occasion. You can see now Courtney's going to... Whoa! Oh my god! She's just destroyed her. It didn't even... I think it came up with 1 hit marker. I don't think she was weak either. So that con, holy moly, get that 1 gig up and down. That looked brutal. But either way, Vortex Scarlets on the time, pushing the girls of X-Force Royals up to their paces just a little bit here. Abby's going to try and transition behind another player, and she should be able to do so. Leona tries to spin onto her. It's going to be the exact same result, and this is a really good chunk of time here for Vortex Scarlets.
Yeah. Yeah, they've brought this back to around and about a 58-second deficit, so really big plays. They need to try and get as much time as possible off this hill and get prepared for the next hill. This is going to be largely their problem. If they don't get the scrap on this and then aren't set up for the next one, the spawns aren't friends to them, this could be problematic, and those kind of violet skulls, vortex skulls showing up are not going to be what you want to see if you are a Scarlet fan. And again, they've been slaying out. I mean, you've got Speedy Nicole, 911, largely being the kill kitten for Force Royals at 119. She's going to take this top cat route and get herself a nice pick and drop down and make that 2-piece as she just starts to just slowly move through to try and get around the back. While this next hill just gets dominated. The next Force Royals looking very, very strong.
Nicole, there's one. Oh, reloads before she's able to spot the second onto Murky, who somehow gets a second as well. Really nice work from Mel. Unfortunately, peeks there while being weak. And now it's a case of, right, where are these spawns going to start coming through from? Courtney's able to take down another player. And this lead is looking very, very good now for the girls in blue. Murky's able to get a pick. Leona's able to at least trade her out, but the damage is done. And the New Hill's going to pop any second now. So just waiting for the next rotation. Where is the next gunfight going to lie? Mel's laying prone. I switched to the wrong player. There's now down off the top she goes. Unfortunately, down 6 feet under she goes as well. So you've still got 2 players out the back here for Vortex Scarlets. They're obviously putting a lot of emphasis here. Valerie's going to just opt to go scrub a dub-dub. As she does finally, unfortunately, get spotted in the bath. Not really much you can do about that one, as those players were slowly condensing around her. But now it's just a case of, can they manage to get these players out the back?
Again, they're just getting broken so easily. The X-Force Royals just push in, they get the picks. Doesn't matter if you're playing with your rubber duck in the tub, you're just going to get killed and they're going to take over. And right now, every hill has just largely been that scenario where they're relying on players to try and get these picks. But the trades are going to be there, and this SMG play in this tight-knit area where it is close-quarter combat is working absolutely perfectly. Kay just going to pop into the walk-in, get herself another pick. Is she going to get the second? Make that a second. Can she get a third? No, she's finally going to get dealt with. But the damage has already been done. The time has already gone the way of Force Royals. Major, who are at 220, facing 117, 100-point lead.
Yeah, they are back up against it now. Abby still going strong at 24-90. Whoa! Holy snapperoonies. Absolutely wigs Kate. She's been a difficult player to shift this map, but she does an absolutely beautiful job of doing it on that occasion. Courtney should be taken down as Mel just hops up top, but now she's got to try and keep her alive, and unfortunately the nade from Nicole is right on the money. It's her straight on the button and takes her down. Amara does a good job of getting a couple of kills around the hill, but you've still got Nicole now soaking up that time. X-Force Royals just seem to always have somebody on the time, and now it's just going to be down to Vortex Scarlets to try and just hold this time. But you can see that 2 players have already started to fall. Leona's going to hop back on it. Abby from the high ground, though, going to do her utmost to defend it. But now you just see the madness of the spawns that we see in Skyline. They form here, there, and absolutely everywhere. You've got Kay in the back again, just causing absolute havoc. And when you've got a player like her just running around doing exactly what she wants, you just second-guess yourself all the time.
Yeah, I think this is where comms have got to be on point, and I think Vortex Scarlet's comms have fell off a little bit just because they just, you know, that information didn't go out to players behind, and the kill feed has just been horrifically blue for so long now, and that has just been a dominant performance from X-Force Royals, who strolled to a 1-0 lead. I say stroll, Major, they strolled at speed, and it was just from the outset hyper-aggressive performance, 1-0.
Well, I would say team performance looks very good, which it did, but my god, Kay just absolutely went on a rampage that map. We'll see the final kill cam coming through from Leona with a nice little 3-piece on this one, but Kay just absolutely flew around that map with a sub in her hand, and that is just the impact that a good sub player can have to your team, because 250, 131 looks absolutely brutal. 42 and 19, by the way, making it look like a pub's lobby from Kay, who is just
13 untraded.
absolutely running through the girls of Vortex Scarlets, and she's going to look at that one and go, yeah, add a map there, ladies.
Yeah, that makes life a lot easier when you're getting someone with that many positive interactions as well. But that is a crazy map, so it's not that surprising that if you get a player that dominates that heavily, they're able to turn that into some solid time. We did see in the previous Skyline hardpoint that it was a lot more back and forth when the players were so much more evenly matched. But yeah, some god connection and some incredible plays coming out of the team in blue from the outset. Major, the pace never let off. It was unrelenting. It was no surprise that Vortex Scarlets found it so difficult to try and match up, and again with the spawns it just makes it so hard to read. Even if you do get the advantage, it's only nominal, only for a short space of time, but at times X-Force Royals just looked unplayable.
Well, map number 2 just going to be shortly starting. You guys can see on the screen how map number 1 did go, and it was very much a case of okay, clip after clip after clip, it felt as though. So X-Force Royals going to go 1-0 up in the best of 5, as mentioned, guys. This is winners semi-final, so still a best of 5. All those losers games are best of 3s. I'll double check to see if we've had any other results come through. So we have had one come through. So Crispy Valkyries were able to beat Emeralds, but they will progress and play No Scope, No Hope. Girls Spawned In are currently playing Noctum Strix Rising, and the winner of that game will go through to face IGL Opals, who did drop down from the losers bracket after losing to probably what is the team favourite, Pabs, in Ashley, Lola, Amelia Rose, and Abby. That's an absolute monster team with a few of the Noctum girls on that roster. But at the moment, it's a case of, on this series, Pabs, we go down to a rewind, search and destroy. Haven't seen this map on search yet for the both of us to cast over. Obviously, you would assume it's going to be very much a very AR heavy pick map, especially down the side of where is it, where you've got kind of like all the vans kind of, I suppose they'll call it long. I don't know what the guys are calling it at the moment, but it's going to be very much first pick heavy, AR heavy, and then you would assume in the middle portion of the map that's basically where your SMGs are going to try and make a little bit of an impact.
Yeah, I think that middle map area is going to be where you want to kind of like use your routes, get those routes. I mean, again, there are different options, depends on the information. You might find yourself pushing through Bergen and then through into P1. It did a lot of egress points for that P1 area as well, so it's a real tricky one. And as much as like from like the police car right the way to like the end of P5 where like the RV trailer is, that's long, that's AR, but it's also, I'm not gonna lie, mid-range for like a really good AR player. It's only when you start to look at P4 potentially and trying to control that back P4 spawn where that might be potentially where your ARs are going to prosper. And again, getting control of P3, we've already seen huge AR battles outside of Cafe, so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. This could play into the hands of Vortex Scarlets if they've got their ARs on point, but you know, absolutely who knows, to be perfectly honest, how this is going to go.
Well, Murky, straight in the action, and in typical Mel fashion, just whizzes straight down mid and gets the first pick. So the opening start looking a little bit better in the first round here for Vortex Scarlets. Obviously, they look very good in the search against Noctum Strix, who we know are a good search side. 6-4 in the skyline. Okay, opening the door, going, no, I'll decide better off against that one. So it's just going to be a case of where this next pick lies, and Mel has got some really good timing. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, this comes down to whether Leona is going to be able to get any control over towards this B. If she is, I think that might change things, and this is going to almost certainly solidify their choice of Hill, especially now. Now it's about getting picks and playing your life. Courtney has got to stay alive, but she's going to run into a lot of trouble. This could be the perfect time, and no manages to get a pick. Is her reaction time going to be big enough? No. Oh, she's getting it with the handgun, not able to do it, gets shot in the back. Vortex Scarlets with a first positive encounter in this series so far.
Yep, so first round on the board, and Mel opening with the first blood and the final kill of the round as well. So nice work there from Mel. And the girls, Vortex Scarlets, gonna draw first blood. So I think it's another map perhaps where kind of in terms of bomb sites, you're kind of looking at the one in mid maps tends to be the one that people tend to go for in A, because of how, like you say, that B street control can be very easy to maintain, especially if you're an AR and you're just sat on that back heady. I'll be interested to see kind of how it unfolds in the map, because we kind of talk about how teams try to mix stuff up, but when you're on quite one-dimensional maps, you get to a new level of trying to mix it up, don't you? Because you're still trying to do the same thing over and over again, and we see exactly why that B site is difficult, because Amara just gets absolutely beamed from distance with that AR.
Yeah, I think that's one of your problem points right there. And again, it's just going to be an absolute slay fest for X-Force Royals. I don't know what the script is. What's the script with smokes and GAs and stuff? Are they GA'd at the minute?
Yeah, I don't believe they're smokes, because I think they're too one-way heavy at the moment. So I think
Yeah,
until
so
they
that
sort that, they won't use them.
I think, once if that gets resolved, this changes some of the map kind of play a little bit, because obviously you can, fake smoke towards Berger and try and wrap round to try and get to that B, or you could like do a genuine smoke, get some control over towards that, very far left end towards back half and try and push through courtyard towards B. It's so weird. Without smokes, I think some of these maps are designed with certain elements in mind, and then when they get GA because they're not coded properly, it just ruins the map. Like it's just completely negates any of the intelligent play that you could do. So you're just forced into this war of 1v1s almost, and it really puts the impetus on First Blood as well, because you just don't have an opportunity to kind of slap back.
Well, Mel's doing what she did before. Oh, did she spot the legs of Courtney? I don't think she did. Courtney just laying outside mid. And there's a few players to her right-hand side. Courtney's actually going to get the first pick as well. So Mel just laying prone in this corner. Is waiting for that first engagement. I believe the door is shut. Oh, she does spot Courtney. But now it's just a case of trying to pick where she goes next. She's in such a good spot for so many kills. But the timing. Door open, so she gets a little bit of information. She knows she has to take the gunfight. But she can't do much of it. So now it's going to be down to Valois and Abby to try and clutch this one. 2 versus 4's needed. The first stage is done. Ooh, Leona, I think, got spotted there, actually. Whether she communicates that to Valois, I don't know. Abby's not going to get the kill, so now Valois needs the 1 versus 3. Just going to have to try and pick them apart here. Bomb's going to go down on the A site as well, which isn't ideal for her, so it's going to make her life just that little bit more difficult. You see that Kay, alongside Speedy and Nicole, they are just going to turtle themselves up inside the site. Nade going to try and distract a few. You can see that Leona, though, all the way out the back, is just holding her angle and picks her off. So, good round there from X-Force.
Yeah, nice patience, good caution. They didn't kind of like let themselves get too taken with the idea of trying to find information or push or be aggressive. Just play your angles, get the information out and have someone to watch your back. And Leona's right there, 3-1 to do that. Next Force Royals look really solid, a lot better play. Unfortunate for Murky that she didn't see Courtney initially, and then Courtney goes and gets the first blood. Things start to fall apart, and then you see that slide jump kill that puts Murky into the next round. Really unfortunate set of circumstances. Game could have went completely differently if she's able to see that, but what we can see and what they can see are completely separate things. So it is going to be Valois with the bomb, and it is going to be that push again towards that A bomb site, trying to get that forward control and just trying to dig that player number 2, Leona, out and force them away from that B bomb site.
You can kind of see that they're trying to work their way down this side of the map. There isn't a trophy currently down for Leona. But there's a lot of players now in a very, very short area. Very small area, should I say, as now they look to try and fly in. But Courtney's going to catch out, I think, a few here. One, she's going to do the wise thing, actually, and dip out as number 4K over the top of the wall. She's able to take down another player, and Abby finds herself very much alone, being chased, being hunted. Going to have to try and get some good timing here on Nicole, and she's actually able to do that. So 1 versus 2 makes it look a little bit easier.
Yeah, and we've seen some really good 1v2 performances coming out of the likes of Belters. So can Abby Pink, who's been stellar so far in the series, can she do any better? We need her to get a little bit more confidence in her play, and this might change things for Vortex. She does get shots in, but she gets tagged up pretty heavily, and that's going to just force her away from being able to get the bomb. She's going to need to get this 2-piece in kind of short order, and she's going to get an opportunity to get straight into that gunfight. Oh my days! Abby Pink is back, and she is back in style to tie things up.
Earthed. With all the earthness, Jesus, Abby's absolutely fried her. She was moving around like a woman possessed, and she's absolutely wigged Courtney off that bomb heady. I switched to Courtney thinking, she's got that kill. Absolutely not. Abby has absolutely beamed her off of that, and X-Force Royals will tie it back up. And I don't know who on earth the only figures is, but he's just joined mid-map, so that's useful. Hopefully he
Yeah.
respectfully fucks it off.
Yes, please get kicked, senor. Lovely. Gotta love a 2-all 5v4. What is... I thought you could
Who is?
lock the
Oh,
lobby.
what's going on here? What? Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know how nobody's noticed that he's in the game. How has no one noticed that he's there? Oh, well, Leona's just got rid of him, so we're probably going to have a map restart. We'll stay on the screen anyway to see what happens. But I don't know what on earth they're doing or who on earth they are. If anyone knows who they are, respectfully reach out and call them a bellend. Because surely you'd realise, oh, there's something actually going on here. But, hey-ho, strange game, strange rounds, I guess.
I mean, I don't know. I thought you could lock the lobby so that
Yeah, you
no one
can.
else came in
You can.
once you got the invites. But yeah, I guess it's like, it is what it is. I don't. Are they just playing this out? Are they actually playing for real? And that guy's still in here. Like he hasn't quit.
There you
Like he
go.
hasn't got the
Jesus.
point. Oh my days! You gotta love that when you're clearly in a custom game 4v4. Like where are the brass cojones to stay in the game? Like madness. Let's see how it plays out. Vortex Solids do get the round, but whether that's going to count or not, I guess I don't know. Whether X Force Royals are they confident enough to just be like, yeah, let's carry on.
I think they probably will. It depends who it is, I guess. But we'll see what happens if the girls restart the map. Then we'll probably just continue from 2-2. But we'll have a look. It looks as though we are. Oh no, they're restarting it. Brilliant. Cheers, buddy. Thank you for that. So yeah, you can lock the lobbies. I assume we're going to continue from 2-2. I'll note down that it was 2 apiece. Yeah, shout out the clown, I guess. But yeah, 2-2, pretty tied up. Not really much separating these in the search and destroy pamps. Obviously, we had that kind of magical moment from Abby to kind of keep the goals alive in that one and tie it back up again to make it 2-2. But we are just slowly starting to see kind of the girls try and refine the plays that they're doing. We're trying to see slightly different approaches, but again, it's a hard map to do it on, is Rewind. I think you're very limited in what you can do because mid is just a clusterfuck. And then, like you say, that outer lane is very much commanded. There's a lot of dead... It feels like there's a lot of dead space on this map over to where the CAF side is. It feels as though it just completely gets neglected in this map, and it feels as though it's almost no point having it.
The problem is if you've got someone watching that for information and you spawn kind of far to the back right hand side, I guess by where the police car is, that you can't actually get across to it without being spotted. So even if you wanted to say send one player across there in order to try and get maybe play right the way around the back of Candy at the back, they're just going to get spotted, and it's so long as well. It's such a long map that like that's going to take you a solid 25 seconds of time to get there. So what use are you going to be to your team? And I think this is designed with smokes in mind so that you can maybe fake smoke out, mid and do a push. But with no smokes, you just, it's the same as Vault. It's just headbutt your way to A, try and be clever, and you see what happens when you try and get clever. You just get decimated by the person kind of way back from 18 wheeler. So it's a weird situation right now with some of these maps and some of the GAs, and smokes has been a problem for so long that like. Yeah. It's like, when was the last time that we saw snipers? Like, when was the last time we get to see Beans or Trooper or someone with a sniper in the hand? Because it's been so long in competitive Call of Duty. Like, that was bread and butter stuff for players back in the day. You think Wuskins was Sniper of the Year. It was so vital a thing that it was an award that you could win. And now it's just largely being, like, forgotten. Yeah. Like, no, we can't do it because the smokes are so bad that we can't do it. And this isn't, like just this year. This is multi-year. This is the third year running. I think we haven't had it, and it's absurd. It's so demoralizing.
Yeah, and not being funny, obviously, Search and Destroy I don't think is many people's favorite game mode. I think it is very much a niche favorite for a few players and a few people in the scene. I think the majority of people do like that fast-paced hard point and control because it is a little bit more action-packed. And the main interest from a lot of people who aren't necessarily keen on Search and Destroy comes from snipers and comes from smokes, because it gives you that X factor and it gives you those wow moments which you don't necessarily get if it's just an AR SMG meta kind of things. And they say obviously when we look back on kind of the players and the moments that we've cast over, I mean how infamous was like Super on Bocage with a sniper, and those kind of things. So I hope they fix it. Something tells me that I think we'll have another year without snipers and smokes, to be honest, mate, if I'm being brutally honest. Which is a big kick in the teeth because, like you say, both of us love search and destroy with snipers and smokes because it adds that extra element of versatility to plays and kind of those moments where it lets our jaws hits the floor. So it's one where you can
S&D's
just
the
train.
brains of this game.
Mm.
It's the brains, mate, of this game. The best players in the world are S&D players through and through. Like, you think about the great Call of Duty players, and they are S&D like monsters. They were great at respawns just because their gun skill was so good, but just that intelligence to be able to control a map, know where the opposition is, the reactions to be able to get those really important one-on-one kills,
Yeah.
and just being able to utilize like interesting points and elements in the map, and being able to utilize your utilities, you know, your non-lethals and stuff. It's a totally different ball game. Like, you can get into a rhythm in hardpoint where you just are unstoppable. Like, and everyone has that moment. Even the bad players can get that moment where they just get into a rhythm. In S&D, you can't be shit and do
No.
well.
No.
Like, it's just can't do it. You can't be shit and do well. So it's such a shame as well, because the sniper adds an element of suppression, especially in the hands of a good player, that no other weapon can over distance. Like, if you've got a sniper watching long, like you're someone like Super is watching that like back heady right the way past 18 wheeler, no one's challenging that. Like, they're gonna have to throw smokes down in order to be able to get through that.
Yeah.
And it's just a shame that that option's not there, and it's disappointing, really.
Yeah, so just an update, guys. We are going to continue from 2 rounds apiece. Obviously, Vortex Scarlets did take that round, but because of the random bloke that joined, I hope the guys have made the buy only now, so we don't have a random spud join. But it is going to be a case that we are continuing from 2 rounds apiece, so it's anyone's game again. Obviously, I'll show you guys the series and the maps that we have got here, because Rewind map 2 currently 2 apiece. And then we've got Red Card Hard Point, which we did get a glimpse of Pabs with Crispy's Valkyries, Noctum Strix. To be fair, I don't think the Hardpoint maps are necessarily that bad. I think Vault works on Hardpoint. Rewind seems okay on Hardpoint. Red Card and Protocol also seem alright on Hardpoint. I think it's when we get down to Search and Destroy, I think that's when these maps struggle. A, for bomb site positioning, and B, just for the size of the maps, because the smaller ones just don't work. Skyline obviously is a map that, just to be perfectly honest, I don't think it should be in Search, and I don't think it should be in Hardpoint. I think it's probably going to be one where as soon as Hacienda comes in, that map will go and it will just get binned off, and I think we'll be left with, again, another pool of 5, and then until we wait for the next DLC where another map comes in.
Raid.
Yeah. But saying that again, it's like, how long are we going to have to wait for some of these maps to come back in? Because obviously they only release them with the seasons and the DLC, so you have to wait a month, 2 months, 3 months before some of these maps even come to fruition. So we might be playing a waiting game, and where we're kind of sitting there thinking, oh bloody hell, right, okay, we've got to crack on with another 3-4 months of potentially some pipe maps.
Indeed, we are going to have to crack on now with a rewind from 2-all, and it's going to be a straight Murky as he makes K straight into the next round. So that's going to be advantage Vortex Scarlets as Leona joins K as well in the next round. And Codcaster does appear to be working. We do see the old 1, 2, 3, 4 coming right the way through to 8. So hopefully it's going to give us some good information. Speedy Nicole is just going to be with Bomb, trying to get some control of this A bomb site. And look who's just waiting outside for it, Abby Pink.
Well, so our next pick, it had to be blue. Unfortunately, it's not. Speedy Nicole's going to speedily look for a trade, and Mel's up close and personal with the SMG. Incredibly weak. Pistol catches her out, and it will be a case of Vortex Scarlets take that round. So I think actually that was the round that they won before the game ended anyway. So we are pretty much in the same position as we were before, realistically, which actually makes things a little bit easier. But yeah, really good work from Mel. 3 in that round from her. She's very much making that middle portion of the map hers.
Yeah, absolutely, just rocked that as well. And the thing is, the speed at which she had to get into that interaction, she was ready for someone pushing through Zig as well. So yeah, I'm got to say well done to Murky on that one, and then holding the nerve to be able to get that jump shot at the end. So big plays, Vortex Scarlets in the position they were when we went into that little technical break. 3-2, Valaway has Bomb, a player we haven't really talked about a great deal. Someone who has had moments in this game, but again hasn't dominated, and she fell off a little bit in the hard point. So Can she make amends in this? Again, it's this struggle to try and get control, and that is going to be huge from Abby Pink as those bullets absolutely decimate Courtney.
Well, we've seen Leona here before. There you
Oh,
go. And that's why you need a trophy over towards that back car, because
that was my old car.
yeah, the old Honda's just gone straight in the bin. And the round goes in favour of Vortex Scarlet. So 2 rounds to the good. Although you guys are seeing 2-0 on your screen, it is 4-2 now to Vortex Scarlets here in map number 2. And map number 1 did go in favour of X-Force Royals 250 to 137. So this is very much a case, Pabs, of Search and Destroy. Looks very, very good for Vortex, because obviously if they're not going to take the respawns, they need to do it in a search. And if we've got 3 hard points, it might just be a case in a series where they're just looking to try and pinch those Search and Destroys where they can.
Yeah, I think obviously right now this has got to be their bread and butter. I think they're obviously going to need to take a hard point. Like, they have to take a hard point, but this is their bread and butter. It does look like a bit of a slow start. Number 8 there, Murky, looks like she's waiting for the Just Eat order. She has got underway, and again, it is that problem from the offensive side of, like, you struggle so much to get any geography. This just looks like a slightly overcautious. Whether they're being drawn in to this CQB area where they can start to do it does look like that. So you can see already that's going to be information gathered straight through the hole, straight round the outside. And we talked about an area that doesn't get used enough. They've tried to use it and been forced to back up.
Well, Leona gets the first blood courtesy of a wall bang there onto Abby. So first blood this time goes in favour of X-Force Royals. Now it's just a question of what they try and do. Amara's going to manage to isolate a pick there onto K. So round looking a little bit better here for Vortex. Oh, the timing. Surely Mel's got the comms. Oh, the shots, though, not going to be good enough. Valerie sprinting over to try and make a trade. Courtney's going to peek the outside, so she should be dead, and she is. Now 2 versus 2. Bomb still in the hands of Nicole as well. He's going to try and work the B site, but you've still got Valerie, who's out the back here. And the shots, though, from Nicole are looking good. Amara, though, for the quick trade. Now it's a 1 versus 1 up against Leona. Leona on the chase. I think she's given away her position, and Amara turns around and absolutely fries her. Vortex Scarlets, they are off and flying now in the search. 3 since the restart. 5-2 up. And now 1 round away before they tie up the series.
Yeah, Amara had a quiet hard point, and she's absolutely gone off again. The start of this S&D was a little quiet as well, but she's started to pick things up. She was so good in the previous series, so really expected her to go big, but she's just started to pick up the confidence. And Vortex Royals, I've mixed the two of them into one giant 8-person team. Vortex Scarlets, they're starting to look like the team that played Noxton Strix before. They're starting to, 4-0. She's close to a streak. It's only 1 round away from seeing the series tied up. So big players. She does push out to go wide, and number 4 there in Courtney just going to get that suppressive fire down. No first blood as of yet, but it's round the corner, and it's going to be Nicole who gets it.
Well, Murky's on the hunt. She's made mid-map hers pretty much all map long. Is she going to have another engagement? Is she going to check this left-hand corner? Courtney's kind of checking and not checking. There's the free pick, though, straight into the back of Mel. So 2 versus 2. Valerie and Amara up against Speedy Nicole and Courtney. They're just holding down in towards Broken. Amara's going to probably peek this any second. Oh, good information, though. They know exactly where she is now. But Nicole, living up to the name, she's going straight into the action. She might get both. There's one for Nicole. Can she get the second? Ooh, Valerie makes her pay for missing a few shots. Oh, but the trade is good. The round comes through, and X-Force Royals get a round on the board. A much-needed one.
Yeah, that's going to make it 5-3, is it? Yeah, 5-3. So big moment there. We see X-Force Royals just try and peek around it. Guys only just joining us. There was a break at 2-all. And I'll be honest with you, X-Force Royals looked so solid in the hard point, and then started to kind of eke out a bit of an advantage in the S&D, but Vortex Scarlet's just hanging on for dear life. But they have absolutely dominated these last couple of rounds. Players going 4-0. Mara's had a great start to the game. Murky's had a great start to the game. So just to see whether they can force this round out, it's just so difficult sometimes psychologically. You want to do something different. You want to get this round over and get into the hard point, but they've got to play patient. And Kay, it's on the struggle bus right now since the restart major. 0-4. It's been first blooded a couple of times, I think, now. So all important from Kay really to keep a life or to contribute.
I think that's where we see kind of that raw ability transferring over to Search and Destroy can take a little bit longer, because we saw how efficient Kay was in that respawn where everything was just kicking off and going manic. We saw the movement, the gun skill, it is there. It's just a case in Search and Destroy where if somebody's holding an angle in the corner, It doesn't matter how cracked you are, they will probably take you down if you're not careful. Leona gets a pick though onto Amara. Is going to be swiftly traded out. The Speedy Nicole is working her way around the back. And it will be a case. Oh, not quite able to get the second. So now Leona's on her own. 1 versus 2 is required. She's got players on both respective sides. I think she spotted Murky in that corner, though. Flies around the corner. Oh, but her gun's not up. Mel makes her pay. And Vortex Scarlets will take that search and destroy 6-3 in the end. And they tie up the series.
I'm so confused. Kay, like, got, like, tagged up in Broken, but, like, backed all the way up to, like, Barber. Like, she backed about as far up as she could. And Murky just used that to take up as much ground as she could and gets a really easy kill on Kay trying to transition. And just, you know, when S&D is, like, you can't be that naive. Like, you got tagged up, try and hold your ground or just try and transition, but go forward. Don't lose too much ground. And in doing that, she's allowed Murky to just dominate, and that's Vortex Scarlets. It tied series. You think about the dominant performance the Royals had in that first hard point, and we know that things can switch like the way they did, but that looked like a closer game in S&D before the break, before we had the extra player join. So it's just really weird to know whether was that a genuine performance coming out of Vortex Scarlets to win that, or did the Force Royals get really kind of like trolled hard by that 5th player joining and just fell off? It's just really hard to know.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what we'll see now in map 3 in Red Card Hardpoint. I think that's where we're going to see what kind of Vortex Scarlet's team is likely or unlikely to get through and towards that winners final. And it's just going to be a case of, can Kay do exactly what she did on map number 1? Because she was incredible on that Skyline Hardpoint. Was the SMG in a kind of Hot Girl Summer era, going around absolutely frying everything. And then all of a sudden, it's on a map which is a lot slower, a lot more difficult to kind of be incredibly aggressive on. And then we did see that kind of that pace slowly start to deteriorate a little bit, maybe a little bit of confidence as well, because when you are going round after round after round on Search and Destroy, not necessarily having as big an impact as you're hoping for, it can start to play on your mind and you start to second guess yourself. And kind of the players like Kay, from what we saw on map 1, I think she's just one of those players where you've got to just kind of help her stay confident, stay in her element, and just do what she wants to do on the map, and just kind of build everything else around her to make sure that she's able to stay alive on these more difficult, more slow-paced maps.
Yeah, I think you're probably really correct there. What is the 3rd map, by the way? I didn't get the... Is it Vault?
Oh, red card.
Yeah, this could be a more interesting one. I like the rotations on the hard point on this one. And it's not like... It's not totally unbalanced. I think the P5 is a bit of a weird one because of the transition you have to make and how there's only a couple of ways into it, but it's led to some really interesting moments. So I'm properly excited to see how this plays out. So yeah, I've just put our stream on and left the audio on, so it's freaking me out no end. There we go. It's all right. I went in and was like, I hadn't said hello to anyone. I was like, oh, Stigsy, hi. But yeah, I just think this is probably one of the, from this recent cast, I think this is one of the better hardpoint maps. I don't like this as a pubs map, to be perfectly honest. No. In Dom, it's an absolute nightmare. I think it's a horrible map for domination, but it's actually all right for competitive. And we're seeing this kind of juxtaposition. It's great for pubs, it's rubbish for competitive. It's rubbish for pubs, it's great for competitive. Which is just absurd. But yeah, it is what it is, and we roll with the punches. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to see how this plays out. And again, I just don't know which way it's going to go, because was that S&D a true reflection of either team's capabilities? We know Vortex Scarlets can play well, but the Royals look so hot going out of the hard point, and they look sound in the first part of the S&D, and it's just where are we, Major? I have stowed the flags. There will be no planted flags thus yet.
Yeah, we'll only shut our mouth. We've been doing it for long enough now, mate, to the point where it's just like, it's safer just not to say anything. But yeah, we are now loading into red card hardpoint. But I think it's always going to be the case, Pabs, where pubs maps don't work for competitive. It's just one of those where I think because even just numbers, 6v6 in comparison to 4v4, it just doesn't work. I think if you've got a 6v6 map where you can fundamentally watch enough lanes with 6 people, you'll have too many lanes if you're doing 4v4. So I think we're just going to have to bite the bullet and hope that the next set of maps aren't pubs inclined. And I think that's why I remember on, yeah, exactly. And I think I remember on Black Ops 4 when Hacienda was a pub, well, it still is a pubs map, but it wasn't necessarily very good for pubs because it was just slightly too small for pubs. And I think that's why it was so good for competitive. But either way, map 3 underway. If you guys missed map 1, X-Force Royals took it 251-31. Vortex Scarlets then took map 2 6-3. And we are now here on a red card hardpoint to see who is going to take this one and potentially swing the series back in their favour. But it's going to be a question, Pabs. This girl on the screen here, Kay, can she have that map 1 performance again?
Yeah, this was definitely a two completely different strategies going into this P1. We saw a very aggressive core push from all players. Kay is just absolutely having her way with Vortex Scarlets right now. But yeah, the entire side of Vortex Scarlets just kind of pushed straight into P1. A little bit more caution. Come the girls of X-Force Royals, they waited for them to be in the kind of difficult corners and just picked them apart. And that's just going to give them that slender advantage. And it is going to be nice plays. Leona is going to get tagged up though. Valloway is going to be there just to get that trade. So nice plays. Nicole's just going to be waiting on this heady for someone to peek up. She's not going to get that pick. She's going to get taken down by Valloway. But Kay is who else would it be with a 2-piece? About to be a 3-piece. Who else would it be? She doesn't get the handgun out and she makes me eat my own words.
Yeah, well, at the moment, she's looking good for her money. And it's going to be a case of now, can she keep this momentum going? And can the likes of Nicole just start to pick it up a little bit? Shots in from Courtney, looking very, very good with a 2-piece. There's a third as well for Nicole. Much better there from her. And Courtney, sorry. She's actually going to manage to maybe take another player down here. You can see those arrows from Vortex Scarlet starting to spawn out over towards the backside of stage, which is going to be difficult for them to even contest for the time being. And there is a long race, Pabs, over towards the next hill. You can already see that Valloway's over there ready to go. And those blue arrows spawning in the back, not going to be too favourable for them here because they've got a good 15-second run just to even get near to it.
Yeah, this is the hill I was talking about. It's such an odd kill. I think you're going to see like some really solid money hill plays out of this if people can hold it. But I suppose it's all about getting your positions and getting set up. And look at the spawn, mate. Number 4 has just spawned in the back of the hill. Yeah, it's crazy, that spawn. I think this is going to take them completely by surprise.
Oh, well, saying that, they've managed to knock off 2 players looking to try and form the pinch. Abby goes down. Amara, big trade. You can still see where are those blue arrows going to spawn. Number 7 in Abby is going to spawn out the back, so they should now spawn mid, and they do. It's just a case now, can they win their engagements? Yes, they can. Big gunfight win over towards the outside of the street. You can see that Abby gets another gunfight win alongside Valloway, so that's looking very, very good now for Vortex Scarlets. And you can see that Amara already second-guessing where these next spawns are coming from because they do spawn down to lower garage so consistently. Nice shots there from Amara. Trade comes through, and the scrap time goes in their favour. But at the moment, Vortex Scarlet's playing this really well, Pabs. They've juggled this next hill again. They've rotated. They're ready to go.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you talk about that previous hill on Zig, like stairs, it can be a money hill because it's so difficult to break, but you've got to get set up for it. And they nearly lost it because of the weird spawns, but only the scrap time goes the way of Force Royals and Vortex Scarlets, just looking like the team we saw against Noctum Strix. So this is a worrying time if you're a Royals fan because they're just slowly but surely falling off despite the heroics of Kay and co. It's just not been enough right now. The kill feed's largely been a Vortex Scarlet domain. We're just waiting to see whether they can break in. Courtney's going to be the first one. She gets taken down. It's going to be bullets from Kay that forces it out. So a little bit of confusion. And who's there just to wrap things up, clear the deck, and it's going to be murky.
That was a honking spawn, I think. I can't remember if it was Courtney or Nicole. Excuse me, that spawned out the backside of that time. But this time, they're going to be a little bit more present over towards the next hill. All those blue arrows. Abby gets another big couple of kills. 12 and 7 from her. And I'll tell you what, if you're X-Force Royals, considering the way the kill feed's been looking, it's not necessarily the worst deficit you're likely to have. 80 pushing 90 points now behind. Valloway just laying prone on time. Going to need to try and protect her. That's the main thing. It's a question of whether Mel tries to wrap this or whether she just stays in top mid and helps her out. It looks as though she's just going to try and stay in top mid. Nice shots from Mel to take down one. Amara grabs a pick off the top rope with the C9. Mel not able to get it, though. And now you can see they're looking to try and get locked up. That head glitch over towards back stairs. Going to be so brutal. Valerie's going to get taken down by Nicole, who is only on her 4th kill. 1 kill for each hill at the moment so far for Nicole, but can she manage to just work it a little bit more? That's the question. Abby's going to crop up. Nice shots there from Nicole. Much better from her. And her team is slowly starting to just pull their way back into it as 80 points slowly turns to 70 in the deficit.
Yeah, this is the thing. You can start creeping that time down, and what was a horrific deficit can start to turn things around. But this P1 is going to be all important. It's somewhere the X-Force Royals were really successful on the first rotation, but this looks like it's going to be a Vortex Scarlet Wales right now as they etch that lead out even more. It's going to approach 100 points again. And the question is, can the X-Force Royals string enough together? That's going to be an important kill, but I think the player in blue just probably shouldn't have dipped out, but it doesn't matter because Kay's going to be there to drop Murky, and it's going to be X-Force Royals on the hill, but it's going to be Abby Pink, player who's gone largely quiet. 16 and 11 absolutely needs to dominate proceedings if she wants to see Vortex Scarlets over the line. Still not able to really stretch that lead out beyond 100 points as X-Force Royals look to battle back. And again, this P1 becomes this war of attrition, but Major, 3 blue skulls will go a long way to helping the cause of the Vortex Scarlets.
Yeah, now they've got to try and push their way down towards the hill by football, and it's just going to be a question of can they get the gunfights out the back. But keep an eye on those blue arrows. Where do they spawn? Because they can be a bit rogue. And there you go. In typical fashion, you've got one player in number 4, Courtney, spawning out the backside. So the pinch is going to come through. And Murky with a big 2-piece on the hill, though, will go down. So it's just a question of whether they read these parallel spawns, because they can be brutal on this hill. Valerie's going to get a pick before she dips out the side over towards Arches. And nice shots there from Kay to take her down. Still so heavily engagement are X-Force Royals. You can see you've got Leona on 35, Kay on 33. And they are really leading the charge in terms of gunfights. They do manage to win a couple. Valerie's still alive for all this madness finally goes down, but you've got a bit more of a shift now in terms of kills, Pams. You've got, what is it, 8 across the 4 players now on X-Force Royals. And it looks as though Kay might have a few for the picking. 1 for Kay. Abby, though, quick to turn around.
Yeah, that's going to be handy for them. They've got, you know, a decent streak across the board. That's going to be some kills. But again, it's a really weird hill that, you know, with it being quite central. I think over time we're going to get used to where to block the spawns for that hill. But largely it becomes this kind of like magnet to try and get kills and try and get on the kill. I think that's going to be one of those ones where you can just control it and try and keep players away from getting time. But this is going to be a big omen. Nicole's just going to come in round the back. She doesn't get that big. She gets taken down. And this is where the girls of Vortex Scarlets were able to just eke out a huge lead. And this is potentially going to be absolutely huge. If the Royals can't do this here, they allow the Scarlets to get a load of time here. This could be very problematic going into the next rotation.
Yeah, this is a big hill for both respective teams. X-Force Royals might be able to claw themselves pretty much back to level with some big chunk of time on this hill. Mel turns and burns. Mulaney, hello. Big kill there
Twerky
from her.
Murky does it.
Twerky Murky. Oh, that's a stick. Hold that. What? Was that not a stick? I swear I got a hit marker. Maybe it hit something else. Maybe Codcastle was throwing me off a little bit there. But regardless, Vortex Scarlets over that infamous 200-point mark. So now it's just a case of X-Force Royals. They really need to bank on this stage hill. And Murky going to look to try and be the thorn in their side. Not going to be able to slither through on that occasion, though. Now can Amara and Valerie manage to do it. Leona's so alone now on the time. Nades in, shots, looking good. Oh, not quite able to, shooting the ankles of a few players. And the break now looks very good for Vortex Scarlets. And this is not time that you want to see going in their favour if you're an X-Force Royals fan.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous moment in the game. You're going to need to start to really control this area. X-Force Royals with a couple of big kills. Courtney and Nicole teaming up there. She got it gone out of those, but Mara and Murky absolutely slaying out X-Force Royals. That's going to allow them to get a solid chunk of time. They're 25 seconds off taking the lead in this series, but it is going to be the team in blue slowly pushing through. But number 6, Amara still sat on that hill. What can they do? The next hill is about to drop, but look who's already there, Vortex Scarlets.
Oh, Courtney's got to go. Oh, top rope, baby. Pistol in hand. Big one-on-ones now. We're going to go down. Speedy Nicole goes down. That is not good. And now you look at Leona. Can she go big? Oh, that's a big two-piece from Leona. That's going to enable them to get on the time. So 12 seconds. Somebody's on the time. Now they just got to try and just hold these players at bay. It's not an easy hill to push through, though. If you are Vortex Scarlets, you've got to try and pick your lane, and you've got to pick it smartly. It looks as though they're going to try and push it from mid and through that dugout area. Can Abby manage to get the pick? Mel gets the first pick. That's exactly what you need if you're going to try and break in. And we're going to see a streak actually come down. I don't know who's called that down. Oh, it's Amara. She's managed to get 2 with it as well. It lands death from above. That might be the nail in the coffin. They're on the time. 10 seconds is all they need, and that is premium streak usage from Amara. She cleans them out. Vortex Scarlet on the precipice of getting this one done. I don't even know if Courtney's going to touch this. She's going to try her utmost. Over she goes. It's not good enough, and Vortex Scarlets with a very clean hard point.
Well, if you're going to flip a series, you might as well do it in that kind of style. Ends on a two-piece and control of that hill, 250 to 180. Vortex Scarlet's looking like a completely different team to the one we cast in that first hard point. Kills going their way. Murky doing really well. Abby Pink is back on form. And Amara, a player we saw against Noctum Strix, who dominated that series so well, comes back to form. X-Force Royals on the back foot. Question is, can they reinvigorate themselves? Some huge plays there. Amara 33 and 20 with 23 non-traded kills. Incredible performance from her. And, you know, despite the heroics of the likes of Kay, likes of Leona, just not enough in the end. 2-1 to Vortex Scarlets as we head into our third hard point of the series, and second back-to-back hard point. I'm not even sure what map it is. So the next...
it's Rewind, mate.
Map. Rewind. The crowd say boat select. Sorry, I'm going way back in time now. But yeah, Rewind, such an odd map, hardpoint map. Again, it's a problematic one, but we're going to see which team can come out on top. Major, really good comeback from Vortex Scarlets. Just a good composure, good consistency. Haven't lost their heads, and you start to see that quality come to the fore.
Yeah, and speaking of Rewind, replays on the screen. And you'll see a few of them from the likes of Mel, Amara with some big moments there as well. And X-Force Royals, you see the explosive map that Kay had in map 1 wasn't quite able to be emulated. When the first hill popped, I thought for a second it might be another map where Kay had her way with Vortex Scarlets, but she wasn't able to in the end. And it did go back in their favour, but it will be... Now, Vortex Scarlets 1 map away from booking themselves in that winners final up against Abby Coops and the gals, who are probably on paper, you would argue, the favourites. But now it's just a case, Pabs, of make or break, really. Obviously, it's not the end of the world, whoever goes out of this one, because they will drop down into the losers bracket, where I believe it's Pre's team who are waiting, from what she was saying in chat. So it should be a good series, whoever comes out on the losers end of it. And I think the next series will be our last one of the evening, which will be a best of 3. But either way, wouldn't surprise me if X-Force Royals suddenly find themselves in a game 5 against Vortex Scarlets here, because this is just the way COD is.
No, it's been like this. It's this. I'd be fair. Like, we haven't. Last year was such a weird one where you got that flip of control all the time, and it didn't always get to the game 5. We saw a lot of game 4s last year, but you know, this is going back to the days of, you know, when we did have Bocage in the mix, and we got a lot of game 5. So nice to see, and hopefully we're going to see more of it this year. But Pink is going to be straight in there. Abby dominating this middle section, not able to get the pick there. Courtney going to get a 2-piece. So a little bit of control going the way of X-Force Royals, looking like the team that won that first hard point early doors. Unanswered 13 seconds, as we can see the players trying to reposition, trying to transition, but that kill feed, Major, is looking very blue.
Well, Kay gets a couple, and that combined streak of 8 for X-Force Royals looks very, very tasty now indeed. So P1 still got about a good 15 to 20 seconds, I would say, courtesy of not being able to see how long is left on each hill. Shout out Call of Duty. Valerie and the girls going to look to try and break back in and get themselves on the board. So they are going to manage to do it. You can see that Abby's already rotated over towards the new hill as well. Leona's got a lot of responsibility, actually. I don't know whether or not she knows that Murky spotted her in the back, or some good timing is going to be beneficial to her, though. Big kill from Leona, hunting for another one. Mel, whoa, ring around the rosy, pocket for the posy, and Murky will get that important pick in the back. And now they've got a difficult position here, because they've got to try and shift her out of this one.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm choking on your nursery rhymes and a wine gum at the same time. I was going to say,
finish that sentence quickly, please.
Sorry, don't do that at this time of night. Dear God, man. At least Vortex Scarlets have got themselves 25 seconds, and they're not choking on wine gums thanks to Major Chafin and some spurious cast. Owen 4 for Nicole, though, the girl who needs to get off the blocks right away because Murky is right there to put you into the blender. 1 and 5 right now, 28 seconds on the clock, and right now Vortex Scarlet started off really slowly, but they've just slowly but surely started to get the kills that are turning things round. And as we see that next hill drop, it's going to be number 5 in Valloway, who's there and ready to take things into control. But she gets taken down, and that is a huge pick. Major Courtney dropping Abby Pink is going to give them a solid 10-15 seconds of free time.
Now, this is the bit where the subs are going to start pulling their hair out a little bit here, because the transition over towards the hill is so hard if you're a sub player. Murky, what in the... Is that a hipfire bullet that just hit a string, managed to catch Nicole out? Either way, able to get one, but those blue arrows have solidified themselves inside the hill. Courtney's going to be locking down any sort of middle map transition that Vortex Scarlets try and throw at them. The shots from Valloway a little bit wayward, but the second time of asking are not, as she rips Courtney off of that one. Kay's going to be left a little bit alone in towards dumpsters here. Nice shots to take down one. And one player that was weak. Mel's out the back as well. So looking to try and trade out. And Kay's found herself on a 5 streak. So needs to try and play her life. She's actually got full streaks here as Kay through those kills on the hill. So we'll keep an eye on her to see potentially when she tries to invest them.
Yeah, this is going to be important, possibly not in this hill P4. It's going to be a tricky one. Nice from Vortex Scarlets to be able to get round those spawns and get those picks. So I would be surprised if she doesn't hold on to that cruise for a little bit longer. Not the best hill to do, and Murky is just unstoppable right now. She needs a urine test. She is absolutely flying right now. Valloway on the back of the pickup truck, trophy down, not going to get naded out.
Hey.
And trophy system, useless. But yeah, big place. And you're right about those ARs just being able to hold down just as the team about to push in. They've got themselves a solid bit of time, nearly tie things up. Major 86 plays 80. It's big plays from X-Force Royals. How much time are they going to be able to get, though, realistically, before the push comes to them?
I don't know how much scrap time's left, but Mel was just toying with the idea of at least pushing it out a little bit. Nice couple of kills coming through from Kate, who's slowly starting to work her way back into this series. Another one for her, 15 and 7. Going on the hunt for another one. Checking the corners, nobody to be found. Oh, there's a free one. She just literally kisses one player on the lips as she runs around the corner and runs away again. So it's going to be a case of now trying to bully themselves in towards the hill. Courtney with the pistols able to get a pick. It should be traded out by Valloway, so it's going to be a little bit of a messy affair inside the time. And it will still be Vortex Scarlets able just to get those final picks, at least for now. You can see that Nicole absolutely flies in. The team shots are going to shred her, though, with no remorse. And Valloway, again, another quick trade there. So if you're looking over towards the likes of Kate, you're looking to try and keep this one going, Pabs, because if they slow down a little bit, you just feel as though Vortex Scarlets might just keep this momentum going.
I mean, it's been absolutely non-stop. They've just absolutely terrorized this point, but Vortex Scarlets held firm and managed to almost bring this back to a tied game, 114 to 102, as we see that next rotation, P1 drop into that central point, somewhere where X-Force Royals have been very, very fortunate so far. And they've managed to get a lot of time, not fortunate, sorry. They've managed to do well on this P1, and Kay is just going to be there to try and get the picks. He's going to try and retransition across and come round the back a little bit to try and surprise those players. Timing, could it be on his side? Yeah, she manages to get a pick on Murky, but Valloway is just going to hold strong and just soak up some time, making it a 10-second game. Not yet really being able to just see things over the line. Major, this has been largely the problem in this hard point. They just cannot tie it up and get into the lead.
Yeah, 10 points separating them doesn't seem like a lot, and the question is, when are they going to just start to put a bit more of an influence over towards the next hill? You can see that 2 players on the side of Vortex Scarlet's getting ready, one of which is going to be Mel. 1 player in Leona Falls. Kay, though, instantly straight back in the action, waiting for the reach out. Knows that there's a few players here. 1 for Kay, looking for another. Teammates there to help. Courtney's going for the chow. Baiting her out a little bit. She needs to try and make these trades quickly, though, because the regen's going to come through if she's a little bit slow with it. And unfortunately, she's just a little bit too slow on that occasion. Nicole going to look to try and redeem herself over towards the point. But at the moment, she's really struggling at 6 and 18. If she's able to get back in this game, Pabs, this is probably X-Force Royals game for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I think with Vortex Scarlet, that 10 second where they couldn't tie things up is like a very difficult 10 seconds. But now they've managed to breach it. This could be a completely different game. Vortex Scarlet's on the ascendancy. Abby Pink's movement has been immaculate as well. She's done so well holding that front kind of container area. Just incredible plays from it. And right now she has been a problem for X-Force Royals in this map. And this slight turn and lead that they've taken, Major, has changed the game completely.
Yep. Big kill from Valerie over towards the new hill. She's got a trophy, and she's going to use it. Down it goes, and now it's just a case of can they watch the cross of those players looking to try and push through the front side of Calf. Keep an eye on Leona, though, out the back. Oh, but that's a good kill there that comes through from Amara, so she's going to have absolutely no impact. But, ooh, Courtney whizzes round. Hip fire looks good. With one player being weak, Murky's going to go down, laying prone. And it will now be... Wow. Holy crispiness.
Valor's shots.
Yeah, just takes Leona's
God.
head clean off her shoulders. And they are just starting to bundle in towards the bins there. As it's getting a little bit messy. You've still got number 1 in K going all the way around the back. If she's going to do it, she's going to need to do it quickly, though. There's going to be a lot of players now alongside her. SMG out, 1 for K. Abby's there for the taking as well. If the shots are just clean enough, not about on that occasion. And now she's ready in towards the new hill. And this is good work from K, but just needed a little bit of help.
Yeah, this is going to be huge as well because all those blue arrows have got a lot of geography, a lot of ground to cover before they can get in. It is only a 25-second game, but this is going to be a difficult nut to crack. They've got to come at this from a few different angles and win their goal fights. Vortex Scarlet's ready, though. The shots go in. It's going to be that first blood in that hill going the way of K, but Amara and Abby Pink are there to back things up. And again, those blue arrows just can't make it in. It's going to be number 3 in Nicole, who was waiting for that support, and it is not going to come. So this is going to be an easy 200-point turnover for the girls of Vortex Scarlets as they absolutely dominate this latter stages of this third rotation, apologies. And we do see a couple of skulls, but again, we're just at that point where it's potential scrap time that is only going to be available to the X-Force Royals. And if the spawns do go the way of Vortex Scarlets, Major, this could be game over for the team in blue.
They're desperately flying. Mel's going to absolutely wig Leona there with the C9. Stun check in is going to be good, probably with some information. Nice shots again from Mel. Not going to be enough, though. Abby's still got a bit of work to do in and around the hill. There's the first for her. And keep an eye on Leona because she's working a pinch here. This might be big if she can get a couple. There's 1. Got to be quick. There's 2. Looking for the 3rd. Pistol's out, but it's not going to be enough. And now, last man standing, or last woman standing, should I say, is going to be Mel. So that time is ticking away, and they are desperately going to be flying towards her to try and get her off the time, but she's not going to shift anytime soon. She does go down eventually. Leona with 1, Leona with 2. Ooh, Leona with 3, doing her absolute utmost to drag them through the mud in this one. You've still got Kay doing so well. Nicole's struggles still continue, but she's got to try and stay alive.
Yeah, with 111, though, Nicole has been a bit of a hill kitten, but not enough. But this is still a 55-point game, 20 seconds needed from Vortex Scarlets. But X-Force Royals are back on the kill. They've got themselves a solid bit of control, and they can potentially bring this back to, a 35, 45-point game. But you can see that kill feed going largely the way of the team in Scarlet. And again, this comes down to this 4th rotation P1 where X-Force Royals have been successful. Kay in particular has been amazing, but she's not going to get that big. Abby Pink goes absolutely off. 24 and 23, a girl who has controlled so many hard points in this series. But is it going to be enough? Kay trying to break through it again. This cannot get it over the line, Major. 12 seconds required for the team Vortex Scarlets, but X-Force Royals are not going down without a fight.
Kay gets 2. Can she get the 3rd? Oh my god, she can! She's mopping up, but she needs help. Murky's going to get a big 2-piece. They're still on the time, though. They just can't seem to shift these blue arrows off the point. Speedy Nicole, she's struggled, but look at the time that she's accumulating. Can she get the kill? Oh, it's a huge kill from Nicole, and now they're going to try and mop up everyone else around the time. Kay is on. Now it's just the rotation. Can they get these opening picks? These are the big ones. Kay, she's been so good all map long. She's going on the hunt. She's going on the chase. Flies around the corner. 2 go down. They are on the time now, and those blue arrows are all around the point.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult for Vortex Scarlets to break this down. They're going to need to win all their individual gunfights, and that is not good start. Courtney absolutely dominates Amara. We can see the kill feed going back and forth. It isn't anyone's kill right now. The Blue Arrow still with the spawns, able to dive right back on. They are 18 points off taking this to a tied series from a 100-second deficit at one point. This has been impeccable play from X-Force Royals, and Kay dragging them through 43 and 26. She's only 7 kills off, driving 50 kills in an hard point.
Oh,
This is
no.
insane performance, but Abby Pink Major is back on the ball.
How left is long on the scrap time? That's the question. We can't see it, but the girls can, and surely they're seeing it to the point where that is going to be it, and that is going to be game. The squad wipe, unfortunately, for X-Force Royals is going to mean that their time in the winners bracket is now officially up to 50 to 29. And it's just one of those perhaps where you think if they didn't give themselves too much to do, that would have been their map for the taking. We'll see Kay in the final kill cam. Shock horror 43 and 24. It wasn't enough though for her team to get this over the line. But ridiculous plays here from Kay and her team with a performance to be proud of. It will be Vortex Scarlets, though, able to progress, where they will face Team Abby Coops in that next bracket.
Oh, man. Well, for so long in that hard point, like Vortex Scarlets couldn't break this like 10-second deficit. Like every time they got 10 seconds reached, they just got blown away. And then as soon as they got past that like sticking point, as soon as they got those 10 seconds, tied the game and went into the lead, they never looked like losing it. And until the very end, when X-Force Royals and K in particular went absolutely huge. But what an incredible performance! It's TJ Haley stuff, isn't it? Drop 60, loses the game, 43 kills and 27. It's wild to think that you've lost the game after such a performance. But Vortex Scarlets, they look great against Strix, and now they've looked good against the X-Force Royals. And as much as we may think that Abby and Ems and that might be the favourites, these have got to be close to putting them under some kind of pressure.
Well, replays on the screen for you guys to see at the end of that one. What a map. What a series between those two teams, it must be said. But it will be Vortex Scarlets who will progress through the winners bracket, and X-Force Royals will drop down into the losers brackets. And that is going to be the game that I do believe we follow against Crispy's Valkyries. So what we'll do is we'll show the maps after the end of the replays for you guys to see. Just confirmation of that one in the end. Vortex Scarlet's taking the win, but yeah, 3-1 in the series. Looked very good at the opening stages for X-Force Royals, but unfortunately it kind of fell away for them. 6-3 in the search to Vortex, 250-180, and then 250-29. So what we'll do, guys, because we do have one more series before we go to bed. I'm joking. Before we get back on COD, is going to be the matchup between X-Force Royals and the Crispies Gals. So what we'll do, we'll throw it to a break, guys, and when we come back, we will have that losers bracket game, which, remember, will be a best of 3, so a slightly shorter one. The girls have got to come out absolutely flying in that one, but we'll throw it to a break, and when we come back, we'll have that on your screen. Ladies and gents, thank you very much. Shout out to the girls. We're cracking on. The girls are very tired in chat. So Courtney was like, "Do I have to play this game? I want to go to bed." But we're still here. We're still cracking on in the Sakura Cup, and we're down in losers quarterfinals now between X-Force Roars, who we have just seen dumped out of losers bracket, and they are up against Crispy's Valkyries, Pabs, who obviously we saw in that first best of 5 against Noctum Strix. And we had a feeling they were probably going to do well in the losers bracket, and that's exactly what they've done. They've managed to get themselves to losers quarters finals, so they're obviously cracking on here in the losers bracket, managing to win a couple of series. Best of 3s in these ones, and they've got another best of 3 here up against X-Force Royals. And to be honest, mate, it's a bit of a weird one in this one. I'll show you the map graphic. You'll have to excuse the gaps in between, because it's going to be search and destroy, then hard point, then search. So because of my graphics, I've had to do a bit of jiggery pokery. So we're starting off with the Skyline search. We've got Rewind Hardpoint, which we have just seen, and then a Vault Search and Destroy to round it out, mate. So a little bit of a short and sweet series. This one potentially it could be as over as quick as it started, because Skyline Search and Destroy, we know, is a very small map, very quick rounds.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a weird one for us. This is, we could find ourselves in a quick 2-0, but I don't think either of these teams are going to want to let that happen. But irrespective of that, even if we get to the third map, these are been pretty quick. And you think about it, we in the space of what, like 4 or 5 hours normally, if this is the the men's variant, we'd passed 1 game 5 at this point. So the girls just proven that you can be organized and get on with it. So yeah, maybe take a leaf out of that one, Steve Vortex, if you're watching. I promised I wouldn't say it, never mind. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's a weird one. We know that there's a couple of great players on each side. It just depends who goes off for me. Just keep your eyes peeled on Kay, and Kay can go absolutely huge. This could be a problem for the Crispies.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we are back to... we had a few good maps of Codcaster working,
Yeah,
but back to Codcaster
yeah.
not working. So, yeah, forgive us, guys, if you see stuff on the kill feed that's like, hang on a minute, somebody's killed someone whose name is not their name. Yeah, this Codcaster is bugged, but it's now going to be Mervley in a 1 versus 4. Not ideal. Going to stun check.
How long did it take to say Mervley was last alive? That must have been like 15 seconds or something. That's so weird.
Oh, there you go. Well, just as quickly, she's gone. So X-Force Royals going to take the first round. And yeah, these quick engagements, I think they're going to benefit the likes of Kay over towards that bar side. Pabs, it's pretty much a bread and butter map from what we've seen anyway in Respawn. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see the same in Search, with those rapid kind of engagements and sprinting straight down the neck of the other team.
Yeah, I think she just relies on that, not omni movement as much, because it is just kind of like slide, break the camera, get the kill. But she does it so well, and we saw that in that last hard point, just how effective she can be. Not for the win, unfortunately, for X-Force Royals, but she's definitely going to be able to put the Crispies on the cosh. But it's the likes of the bomb carrier and Pre and LB that you've got to be looking for, potentially, to start to put that pressure back on. And LB, the player we just mentioned, does that with the first blood. Courtney is going to go into the next round. That 3-0 counts for nothing.
Oh, well, Pre smashes the window, so there's a little bit of information that she's underneath. Oh, she's going to run back someone. Pre spots her, though. Can she get the kill? Nice shots. Takes her down.
Oh, tracking
now it's all
from
on
it.
Speedy Nicole. 1 versus 3 is required. Does the first job. Takes down LB. Oh, and Pre drops down. Is she going to check this corner? No, she's not. So now 1 versus 1. Speedy Nicole up against Mervley. It's just a question of where she decides to go. 14 seconds is not generous to her, though. Oh, did she spot her on the right? She didn't. Her team didn't either, because it's not been calmed. Mervley takes her down, and she takes the round for Crispy's Valkyries.
Yeah, nice play in the end. And we did say that Pre is one player that could potentially put X-Force Royals back under pressure. And what a bit of tracking that was as well to capture that player. But Mervley, in the end, is going to get the kill, tie the series up early doors. X-Force Royals back under pressure. And despite the heroics of the first round, it is going to be Crispies just on the ascendancy, on the front foot, you would say. You've got to look to, again, like Pre and LB, to do some big plays. They did just that, Major, but still early on in this series, still a lot to play for. Can they control K, though? That is the question.
Yeah, it's just a case of those early engagements, what they can do with it. Oh, a little bit of a wide peak there isn't beneficial there. Courtney goes down. And now Speedy Nicole finds herself very much alone. Those engagements were quick. So, unfortunately, for X-Force Royals, they drop every single player bar 1. And free with that final kill there with the jackal in hand. Just going to take down Speedy Nicole. So I think it's just a question now, perhaps, for obviously X-Force Royals. Crispy's Valkyries seeming a little bit wiser to that very, very opening, quick aggression. And I think there's kind of that fine line, isn't there, of how many times do you try and bash your head against the door and consistently hit sites? Because normally teams will get wise to it, and especially if you don't have trophies every round and you're trying to push yourself up to kind of make that ground up, the nades can usually clear you out before you even get a chance to shoot back. So this is a case of how kind of smart they are with it. And there you go. That's a lot better from Nicole. First blood.
Yeah, I think as well that the very aggressive push towards mid really didn't help them in the first round, and it's that desire to get that geography, and you can feel it. Kay is a very aggressive player. She feels like she wants to take as much ground as possible, but a little bit of caution coming out of Crispies just really helps. So yeah, the ambition and caution just coming head to head. But it's a nice to see X-Force Royals now. 1v1. Leona's got to go big. Oh, not enough as she takes a header out of the building, Jackie Chan style. 3-1 to Crispy's Valkyries. Really calm, crisp shots in the end from LB, the player we did say to highlight. Oh, there. This sounds coming out of this is so weird, but yeah, it's so difficult for X-Force Royals if you haven't got a plan B. Like if your game is entirely aggression based and your opposition just stand off and pick you apart, you've got to really. That's the difference maker. You've got to be able to assimilate that information and change your strategy.
Let's see if they decide to switch up a little bit here. Okay, heading over towards the more middle portion of the map. No hesitation. Knife in hand. Jesus. Roadrunner straight down mid. Speedy Nicole's able to get a first pick. And here we go. Kay jumps into action. One for Kate. Should have the second. Crispy's going to back her up with some shots. And there you go.
Quick.
Well, that was one of the quicker rounds you're probably likely to see. 2 to 3. Blink and you miss it. X-Force Royals reduce the deficit again.
I think that's how they want this entire S&D to go. Like that's the pace they want to play this at hard point. They want to play this S&D at small map hard point pace. It suits them entirely. They're like very reaction based. They've got like really good tracking. The centering's good, and they've got crisp shots. I think if Crispy's Valkyries just hold off a little bit, get that AR support in, just try and get that first pick and get some control. I think they can dominate this Royal side.
Well, Courtney, first blood. A lot better again for X-Force Royals. He's going to get a nade out towards the backside of the defensive area. Oh, and she gets beamed, I think, with some beam shots there. Mervely, so alone and feeling rather blue. And speaking of blue, X-Force Royals have now tied it back up to 3 rounds apiece. So, 3 rounds each, sorry. As much as we were kind of gashing up Crispy's Valkyries, perhaps for potentially adapting to what they've done, we've just had 2 incredibly fast rounds where they dropped 1 life across both. So it might just be a case where Crispy's Valkyries have got to try and maybe communicate a little bit clearer who's watching what and where potentially these players are coming from, because there's enough of them to watch all the lanes. It's just they seem to be leaving windows of opportunities for the likes of Speedy Nicole and Courtney to just kind of pick them apart, really.
Yeah, I don't think they've adapted a little bit to the caution, but they're still trying to get into the same positions. They're still trying to push up. Now that's much better play in the transition. Get to the place first, and you can see already Pre is just dominating them. So again, it is that ability to just they just got to do it right, I guess, and read the lanes right. I don't know. Oh, that was so unfortunate there. Courtney with a pretty easy kill. Nicole's got easy sights here. Oh, she's not taking her opportunity though, but she's just been saved potentially from a problem across the way of the map. Speedy Nicole just going to try and take her time, get in the bath, get the rubber duck out, and see if she can get a pick.
Well, I really want to make a bath bombs joke because she's got the bomb. But I think it's too late for dad jokes. But Speedy Nicole, 1 versus 2. Still waiting for this next engagement. Is she going to check this left-hand side? No, she's not. And Crispy's going to shoot her straight in the back. So a big regain round there for Crispy's Valkyries. A much-needed one. Able to just edge that lead out just a little bit more. And courtesy of some rough timing there and some good timing there for Crispy.
Yeah, absolutely. She didn't have to work very hard for that. Nicole comes to her and she can sit. It's almost Pulp Fiction style where she gets shot in the toilet. Where just trying to get bombed down. That's going to make life a little bit easier for Crispy Valkyries. And again, it's just when that initial aggression doesn't pay off for X-Force Royals, there is no plan B. Whereas Crispy Valkyries, they've had the ability to kind of adapt and change. They can't go toe to toe with them for pace and for aggression. But Pre got 2-piece to start that last round. So question is, can she continue on? Nope, she's going
Ooh.
to take a nade straight to the chops.
Yeah, Caster's curse in full fruition there. Courtney's going to go through underground to see if she can potentially find something. She's got to be careful, though, because Mervley is just waiting. There's a lot of engagements that are going to go down here, and there's one for Speedy Nicole, able to win her one. Mervley spots Courtney out the back, though, so all of a sudden we're back to 2 versus 3. You can see, though, number 3 on the mini-map. Speedy Nicole going to work her way around the back. Might be able to catch at least one free pick here. Or maybe not. It's all going down over towards the other side, though. But Mervley now has got it all to do. 1 versus 3 required. She gets isolated. She gets bagged. And X-Force Royals tie it up again.
Yeah, nice bit of play from the Royals as well. Normally, we're being used to seeing them just kind of dive headfirst into a kill, but they played that a bit more cautiously. They waited to get information. Kay even taken up a spot, camping a little bit, which is nice to see. A little bit of a slow down, shows how accurate she can be. And that's going to be the game. Sorry, tied at 4-all. And Crispy Valkyries, no real response to going like so many people behind a 1v3, not kind of the Belters Viper kind of vibe where you just expect it to get a pick, move on, get another pick. So it's a lot to ask, though, Major, to be fair.
Yeah.
Right now, 4-all. You can't put paper between them, mate.
What pre? Straight up mid. Looking to see what she can come across again. Crispy's gone through underground here, so another opportunity. Oh, well, there's somebody that's just dived straight over towards Jacuzzi. Splish splash. Now you're just looking for the next engagement. Crispy pops up. 1 for Crispy, 2 for Crispy. And that is really nice work from her. 3 versus 1 now. Kay is all on a lonesome. Is in a position to maybe isolate a
Find
player.
Eric Boom.
If she's quick, huh?
She's trying to find Eric Boom. Sorry.
Poor Eric. Catching strays. Well, 1v3. There's one.
Ooh.
Gets away. Nice shots, by the way. Now it's just a case of Crispy Valkyries. If you're those two, you just play it together at this stage, I think.
Yeah, this is really about just being there for the trade. I think they've got to be careful. I think they've got this though. Oh, mate, that 20 seconds. Can she get bombed down? Oh, this is the real question now. Who does the player look for that person in bomb? Oh, the timing couldn't have been any. Oh, it's absolute demon. Takes it to 5-4 for X-Force Royals with a reaction shot. You will not see better anywhere else.
Oh, that half a second of hesitating has cost LB her life, and it's probably going to cost her a clip on the Bluebird if Kay uses it, because my God, she's just completely 180'd and absolutely fried her. I think there's no other way of saying it apart from that is one that you do not want to ever see again. Holy. Well,
Oh.
Kay's just managed to clutch up in the 1 versus 3, and that is a huge round for X-Force Royals.
Oh, LB is going to want to see that into the bin. She's going to want to win this now. I think she's the only way to erase that memory is to win this game. They're determined to get bombed down, get some bomb site control and force the time. Really got to get this first blood, though. It's vital Crispies are able to do it. Coney not able to see that player out. It is going to be LB who does see the next round. If she does even see the rest of the game. Big plays from Pre, though. It is going to be a 2v2, though. Next kill, all important. And that's going to go the way of Speed to the Cole, and Pre's got no idea where she is. There's some information, but it's not going to be enough, and you know who's there to get the kill and let her teammate defuse. It's going to be Kay. Again, this game has been the story of Kay.
Well, okay. X-Force Royals take it 6-4. A madness last 2 rounds. I thought when Pre got 2 on the pinch, it was all lining up for a round 11, but it's not. X-Force Royals are going to manage to take it in at the end. 10 rounds is all they need. And a map there from Kay that was just absolutely sublime towards the end. I say the 1 versus 3 to make it 5-4. And then just mopping it up towards the end. So X-Force Royals will manage to draw first blood, perhaps as we go on towards the respawn on Rewind.
Yeah, just looking at the stats then, not non-traded seems to be correct, and Nicole was on like 7 non-traded, so God knows what her actual score was. She may have been the MVP for that particular game, but yeah, Kay just comes out on top because of the amount of time she gets those super accurate 1v1s, 1v2s, but you can see Nicole with the two-piece there just going absolutely ham. But we head into the respawn, and again, you just don't know which way it's going to go. We've seen how well Kay can play. I mean, you know, it's her, isn't it? She's just the one right now, and going into this respawn, you've got to try and deal with her because she can drop so many kills. Now we know that you can go negative in a hard point and play it so well that you can win, but when you're having someone who can potentially drop 50 kills in a game, that just becomes so much more difficult. Crispies are going to have to deal with this. They're playing against a very aggressive team. You know, they're going to take ground all the time. You can't give them an inch, and we saw how chaotic some of the hard points have been featuring the Royals. So this could be interesting, Major. Valkyries with it all to do. We did say this could be a very quick game, but Speedy Nicole, her name is Speedy, so maybe that's the point.
Well, speaking of speedy, hopefully we can get into map number 2 very speedy. As mentioned, first blood is going to be drawn by X-Force Royals, and it will now be rewind hardpoint. So S&D hardpoint, S&D for these best of 3s. I'll have a double check to see if there's any update on the scores. Let me have a look. So girls spawned in. Oh, M's managed to make it. Yes, let's go. I wonder if we'll cast that one tomorrow then. Hopefully we do. So M's and the team managed to get through against Inglorious Opals. I sound really biased actually that M's got through. But obviously whoever wins this game is going to go through in towards that losers semi-final up against girls spawned in. So there's a little bit of a confidence.
Was that M's? Wait,
It's
wait is Abby in that?
No. So,
Are they still in?
Yeah. They're in the winners final. Ashley, Lola, Emmy, and Abby. They're up against Vortex Scarlets in that winners final, mate.
Not that I want to cast over Abby and just give her loads. Not at all. Not in the least.
Don't want to take the piss whatsoever. But yeah, we're just waiting on the map number 3. But Pabs, overall, I mean, we've not finished just yet. We're very close to it, potentially, if this map goes in the way of X-Force Royals. But another very good showing of women's COD, to be honest, mate. Obviously, it's early in the games. Obviously, we're going to see more reps from these girls. They're only going to get better. The map pools are only going to probably improve across the year as time goes on, and the meta kind of balances. And hopefully, I don't think it will, but hopefully we get snipers, smokes, all the good stuff that we want to see across the year. But it's been a good tournament, mate, so far, and we've still got to do some more tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I think it's been belted as well. I think the belters. I think we're seeing very similar to the men's game that we see early doors. You know, it's very aggressive. It's about the gunfights rather than necessarily about very intelligent strategies. I think obviously some of these maps have got clearly had utility in mind that is being GA'd because the utility isn't working and hasn't been coded properly, and that's just meaning that we go into S&D on Vault, S&D on Rewind, and we know where they're going to go, and it just becomes this war of attrition, which isn't necessarily about bomb site control or retaking the site. It just becomes about who wins the 1v1s, and that's really sad at the minute until we get that either a change in the way that the makeup of the map is, or we get a change in the utility and how it's coded. It's going to be really difficult, but that's the same across the men's as well. So, you know, we're not seeing some huge different, you know, way of strategizing the game. It's exactly the same, and if anything, I would say largely and more consistently the women's game seems to be a bit quicker. Not quicker in terms of like we see very fast men's games, but overall every team seems to be very fast and very aggressive. They're like trying to get that center ground, they're trying to make up the geography. So, you know, is there some kind of split between the way the girls and the lads play it? Who knows, but right now it's just been so much fun, and it's so fast paced as well. I mean, the game's quick, but you watch Kay or Abby Pink or someone, you know, or Pink Viper, it's just they play the game so quickly.
I think a lot of it comes from because a lot of the girls might not necessarily have a huge amount of COD experience, so a lot of their background is pubs, and then the occasional kind of, either if it's a switcheroo or that kind of tournament, where the gameplay does tend to be faster because a lot of the SMG players will just go for it, no help, no help, no kind of
Yeah.
nothing
Well,
held
everything's
back.
Rambo, isn't it? It's like
Yeah,
Rambo style, isn't it? They don't realize that they need AR support against good players, or that they're just going to get dominated. But this moment, it's this kind of head-to-head clash just makes it really exciting.
yeah, yeah. So I think everyone's in and ready to go for map number 2. So thank you very much, guys, for being patient. It's been a long night at COD, and we've still got some more to do tomorrow. We've obviously got the losers bracket to finish out tomorrow. We've also got the winners side of things, and obviously we've got to crown who the champion is going to be, because it's 900 quid, by the way, Pabs, to the winner. So what's that? £225 a player. So that is a hell of a sum of money, and 280 quid to second place. So that is a sizable chunk of cheddar for a first tournament that Sakura are doing. So shout out to Hannah and all the girls involved in the tournament side of things, because that is a hell of an opening tournament to run for these girls. And to be fair, it's justified for the amount of work that they have put in as a tournament organizer, and the girls have been putting in as well, because they've been grinding just as much as the guys have, especially towards the latter end of last season when all the tournaments were pretty much done. Sakura was still going. They were still doing season after season after season. The only games we could seem to grab to cast were Sakura games, with the occasional
Yeah.
XP League one as well. So it's good to
But
see.
this is the thing we were saying earlier on, is that like the passion, and if you go into the Sakura Discord, it's the same as any Discord we've ever been in.
Mm.
Like the passion's the same. Someone says I need to pick up. Someone's a volunteer, and someone's saying that they can scrim every night. They can play S&D Challenge. Like it's exact. There's no difference. Like it's exactly the
No.
same. The passion is high, and these girls want to do well and fair play. Like that's the way it should be.
Well, we're underway, guys. Map number 2 in the best of 3, as mentioned, X-Force Royals. They are one map away from booking their place in that losers semi-final, and they're going to have to do it off of the back of a cheeky rewind hard point. So we'll see how this one
I
goes.
think
Well,
what we should do, mate, is we should agree at some point in the season, like as early as possible, that we just don't bring it up again. We just don't bring up that it's good that there's an all girls league. We just accept it and just go, yeah, this is how it is now. Deal with it.
yeah. It's just part of the furniture now at this point, isn't it, really? The Sakura have
Yeah.
done such a good job of growing the community, and it's only getting bigger and bigger every season now as well. We see it in the likes of these tournaments where the prize pools are getting bigger and the number of teams are getting bigger. We're seeing like players that we don't really know a huge amount about that are coming from different backgrounds, whether it's just from playing pubs or they've kind of been playing GBs or CMGs, RIP GB. So it's just one of those where it's only going to get bigger, and the quality of players are only going to get better. So it's yeah, it's just win-win really.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's already looking to be a good start for the girls at Crispies, as they're just trying to get control of this P2. It's a really weird one. You can do well behind this container. It's going to be LB with the nade straight onto Leona. Phillips are in the air. Speedy Nicole just trying to get some AR coverage to make sure that no one pushes through into this hill. It's really difficult right now for them to try and get sight down from bin as well. And this huge explosion as cars and everything just ring around the ears, and Royals just not able to do anything. We're close major to a tied game, 33 all in this P2. And again, we know how wild this is. It's going to swing from here straight the way over to garbage, and then we're going to see that potentially become a money hill, and Kay already dropping bombs.
Well, 6 in a row now for Kate. One off of streaks. So let's see if she can manage to pick out a few more. You've got number 6 on the mini map in Crispy all the way out the back. Oh, there should be a free pick. Oh, not quite. Is the trade going to come through? No, it's not. There's 7. She wasn't quite able to get her streaks. I don't think she got it. She got the 7th kill, but I don't think it registered her streak, unless the game's bugged and it's not showing it. All she's got is an RCXD, so maybe it's 8 then for the streak that she needed, which is pretty fucking harsh. I thought it'd be more. I didn't think it would be that many kills, but hey ho, her team's got the lead and they're looking to try and push it out even more.
Well, holy 8 in a row is a big ask. Like that's we're starting to get into bloodthirsty territory there before you can get yourself the ordnance you need. And with us having very little utility as it is, that's not great. But Leona just going to try and do it. The challenge is still in. She's finally able to deal with from this garbage area, and that's going to be points going the way of X-Force Royals. 70 plays 40. So they really do enjoy these close quarter engagements. So it'll all come down to this next hill. This has been largely a money hill for the team that are able to get the spawns, and you can see already Crispy Valkyrie's just struggling to get forward. Number 2 there in Nicole is going to be the player to get that suppressive fire over Major. It's going to be Pre who has to deal with it.
This is a bold
Not the
shout from
ideal
Pri.
weapon either.
Yeah, this is testing Pri's beams. I was going to say Pri's breams. Brain's gone, tired, and in the bed. But nice work there from LB. In the hill she goes, mops up what remains, and it will be Crispy Valkyries on the time. And more importantly, this is one of the more money hills for them here. You can see Pri laying prone out the back. She goes down though, so you've still got a couple of players that they need to try and go through. And now, can she manage to get more than just the one? No, Mervley only able to pick off one. So that lead ever growing. Not ideal here for Crispy Valkyries. This next hill, you've got to say, has to really be a big chunk of time to them. Obviously, we've still got, I think, around 15 seconds of that old hill. No scrap time coming through just yet, but that lead is just still just seemingly sat at 60 points.
Yeah, this is the problem for a large proportion of the hard point for the Vortex Scarlets. They just couldn't break this like 10 seconds, and hopefully this is not going to be the same for Crispy Valkyries because they're really struggling to break down this 60-second, 50-second lead, and that's not going to help Courtney with another solid two-piece of player who had an incredible first series that we cast and then went off the boil a little bit. So could be interesting to see if she's going to contribute the way she has done in this series. 14 and 8 from Kado, 14 and 7 from Leona. That is some firepower that you've got to deal with.
Yeah, they are getting leathered at the moment now, and this lead is really starting to push out. They've got to try and punch their way through the front. LB's unfortunately going to grab the short straw. Oh, sorry, Mervley's grabbing the short straw. Colcaster. As Leona going around with a pistol and cleans out what remains. Again, another 4-woman wipe. Mervley going to fly in. Needs to win this gunfight. Can she win it? Yes, she can. Nice work there from her. But now we're already looking to try and transition over towards the P1. And Kate,
yeah,
just doing what she does really, mate. Yeah, 17 and 8, and she's having a good time.
Yeah, she's really enjoying it. They just enjoyed the P1. The CQB element of it, I think, really plays into her hands. I think she loves getting these close quarter kills, and it's going to be Courtney getting dealt with by Pri, but it's straight away Nicole's going to be there. Is she going to be able to transition and get the player who's just to the left of her? I don't think she realizes she's behind. She's going to get taken down, but they've got complete control, and now they're going to be set up. P2, I think, is just behind them as well. So this could be very interesting. Royals might be in an opportunity now to get 100 points clear. Major, we talk about that like Goldilocks zone of where you just get so far ahead that you can just get scrap time and win. It doesn't matter what the opposition do. If you just get those 20 seconds, that you're just so close to the victory that you're going to see it over the line anyway. They're not quite there yet. I would say they need to be 110, 120 seconds clear, but it's definitely approaching that way.
Well, Nicole trying to dip out, trying to get some shots over the top of the bins. Not going to be easy. Courtney's going to mop up a few, but you can see there that LB was just destined to track her down and get that final pick with a very nice cherry blossom camo, I must say. As unfortunately now that lead still stands at 70 points, and X-Force Royals have now got control of the time, and Kaya's got control of the kill feed. If she gets another 3 in quick succession, the multi-kill is in, and the time is now starting to rack up very heavily. The Chow's probably going to come through, in which she'll probably pick up at least one, whoever gets the short straw. And unfortunately, it's going to be Mervley that goes down. There's another one for Kay. How many more are there going to just fly into the trap that she's managed to set? And unfortunately now, with a 200-point mark looming, perhaps Crispy Valkyries, this is starting to loom on the do or die territory.
I'm just really intrigued to know how many kills she needs to get that cruise. Like, is it... She's on 5, and it's only saying halfway through to the cruise. Does she need 10 kills? That seems absurd.
I know. I'm not sure. Because it's barely moving. This is what I was saying. I don't know,
yeah,
I don't know
like
whether
so
it's the Codcaster bug or something. Because last time she was sat on 7 kills. I mean, God, look at the combined streak, by the way. How quick she maths. But, yeah, it's just... She's on 6. Where's 7? It's like for science, isn't it? For science! And, yeah, 6
it seems so harsh, though.
I know. The world's most expensive RCXD. Oh my god. Oh my god, by the way. Jesus. We're casually just watching her rack up 8 kills. There you go. 8 kills it takes. Jesus.
8 kills? Oh my god. I thought that was honestly going to be a 10 kill requirement. That's so insane. But yeah, it's still harsh, but she's got it, and this is going to put them firmly in the driving seat. 110 seconds, 30 off it, and she's got the cruise. So this is definitely going to put them in the driving seat. Major, this has been a quick game, and she's actually dropping a 30 as well.
I know. Well, I feel rude watching anyone else at the moment. We will switch over to Speedy Nicole. Not going to come... Oh, no, she will come across someone. Leona gets the trade, but I mean, when you look at the kill feed and you look at the kills, Pabs, it pretty much feels as though Crispy's Valkyries, they're valiantly fighting, but nothing more is really going to come of this. The way this is going, it is very much all blue. They're on the time, and now they've got to push their way in. Crispy's goes down. Pre going to try and work her way through the back. She's going to fly out wide. Chao K does exactly what she does all the time. Chews through her, and X-Force Royals will take it very convincingly in the end. 250 to 112. It was fairly close up to the middle portion of the game, Pabs, and then obviously when Kay went on that streak, or back-to-back streaks, should we say, it was just a case of, unfortunately, the girls in red just weren't able to really keep up.
Yeah, I think, just the aggression coming out of the X-Force Royals was absurd at times, and even though there were glimpses of, the Valkyrie play, Crispy players doing well, they just couldn't cope. And we talk about K 27 non-traded 31 kills, but across the board, like 18 and 16 positive, 20 and 14 positive, 22 and 13 just completely blows the other team away. Just so very capable, so very deserved, would kind of march on through the lower bracket for X-Force Royals.
Yeah, so it will be a 2-0 in the end. X-Force Royals will progress through the bracket, and they will manage to come up against Team M's, or in girls spawned in. So that game will be tomorrow, guys. So as mentioned, tomorrow there will be 4 games. You've obviously got the winners final, the losers semi-final, losers final, and the grand final. And I do believe it will be starting at the same time as it has been 7 p.m. Hopefully the girls get up and running very quickly for that one, and we can get cracking on with that one. So there wasn't many clips in that one really, apart from Kay just absolutely shredding everyone. So just confirmation of it, guys. 6-4 and 250 to 112. We'll see them push through, but I'll quickly just update that score at the bottom screen. I knew I'd forget something. But X-Force Royals looking good going through towards those games tomorrow. But yeah, Pabs, good day at COD, mate.
Oh, mate, every time we cast this league, I just love it. It's just the most fun to have. Like, the games are great. The whole league's boss. I love the place. It's really good, and hats off to Hannah for what she's done. But yeah, the games have been awesome all evening. We've had a couple of good best of fives. Really excited to see some of the players that have come through, and we're used to kind of our group that we've seen come through over the last few years and played with us in ranked and played in loads of different orgs and stuff. So it's just great to be able to add another 16 to 20 players that we've actually been able to cast over and see how they play and see their capabilities. And you think Abby Pink adds to the roster, Kay adds to the roster in terms of these players that have just gone absolutely huge. I'm made up, mate. It's boss. Yeah, it's great.
Okay, so tomorrow we got some more of it. We're cracking on. We'll see who gets crowned the champion of the Sakura Cup and who takes home the lion's share of the cheddar. But that's it for me and Pabs, guys. Hope you guys have a good rest of your evening. Say it's already Sunday, so yeah, get on the COD grind if you've had a Red Bull as of recent. And yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Call of Duty action, guys. Peace.